Košutnjak Park, outside the Serbian capital, Belgrade. In May 1914, a Bosnian student, Gavrilo Princip, came here with a Browning pistol for some target practice. Princip was 19 years old. According to his instructor, he was not a very good shot.
Other students were much more confident. Whenever Princip missed the target, people standing around would laugh at him. That would drive him to tears.
Out of sight in the forest, he had a chance to get his eye in, shooting at trees. His ultimate goal was far more ambitious.
I am an adherent of the radical anarchist idea, which aims at destroying the present system through terrorism.
In 1914, Princip's wish was granted. The First World War began almost by accident. It ended just as strangely. In between, it was more destructive than any war had ever been. More British, French and Italian soldiers died in the First World War than died in the Second. It was the first genuinely global conflict, fought not just on the fields of France and Flanders, but up mountains, across deserts, at sea and in the air. The First World War shaped the 20th century. It sparked the Russian Revolution. The fault lines from its failed peace settlement led the world to a second terrible war barely 20 years later, then to the Cold War. But the ideas the men of 1914 fought for still shape our world today. Nationalism and democracy, the rule of international law and the rights of nations. Now, after the collapse of communism, the European map resembles the one redrawn by the First World War. We live with its unresolved, bitter consequences in the Middle East and the Balkans. And it was in the Balkans that it all began, nearly 100 years ago. At the start of the 20th century, as at its close, the Balkans were the most unstable part of Europe. Here, three great empires fought for power and influence: the Austro-Hungarian, the Russian, and the Ottoman. For hundreds of years, the Ottoman Turks had the upper hand. Serbia, Bosnia, Albania were under their control. They built over 80 mosques in Serbian Belgrade, but by the 1900s, only this one was left. Serbia had thrown the Turks out and set herself up as an independent Slav kingdom. But right on Serbia's border was an even greater challenge to Slav nationalism: the Austro-Hungarian Empire.
The old Turks of the south have gone, but new enemies come from the north, more fearsome and dangerous than the old. They want to take our freedom and our language from us and crush us.
Gavrilo Princip was born in a poor, mountainous part of Bosnia. His house was destroyed in the Balkan Wars of the 1990s. His initials, carved in 1909, are one of the few signs he ever lived here. the year before, control of Bosnia had been wrested from the Turks by the Austro-Hungarians, the enemy Princip wanted to destroy. His particular target was the heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, Franz Ferdinand, member of the ruling family, the Habsburgs.
That extraordinary empire, known as the Austrian-Hungarian dual monarchy, is less an empire, or a kingdom, or a state, than the personal property of the Habsburgs, whose hereditary talent for the acquisition of land is recorded on the map of Europe today.
The empire was ruled by Franz Ferdinand's uncle, Franz Joseph. He sat on 2 thrones, as Emperor of Austria and King of Hungary. By 1914, he'd been in charge for 66 years. He'd spent them trying to resist change of any kind. Hardly ever seen out of military uniform, he hated the idea of political reform. As he told US President Theodore Roosevelt, "You see in me the last European monarch of the old school." Austria-Hungary was a key part of European security, a multinational empire keeping the peace on the borders of the West. The capital, Vienna, was one of the great cosmopolitan centers of Europe. This was the empire that produced Freud and Mahler, Schiller, Kafka and Strauss. It contained at least 10 different nationalities, not just Austrians and Hungarians, but Czechs, Slovaks, Poles, Romanians, Italians, Croats and Bosnians. A guide was prepared by the British Foreign Office to help work out who was who.
Teutons, anti-Slav, vigorous and
Very wooden and hard-headed, shy and suspicious,
Manly and
close-fisted.
patriotic. Very tall, big noses.
Slovaks, ignorant but artistic.
Ruthenes, savage and ignorant, but
Czechs,
musical.
energetic, forceful, intensely
But it was also an empire in a state of constant crisis.
Poles, all for Polish independence. Bosnian Serbs, pro-Yugoslav. Italians, anti-Austrian.
In all the empire, only the Hungarians and Austrians had any real power, and the Hungarians refused to share it with the rest. For countries like Serbia, Austria-Hungary was the prison of nations, a repressive, undemocratic state that ground small peoples under its heel. In 1905, there were nationalist demonstrations in Vienna. In 1912, there was rioting in Budapest. By 1914, there'd been ethnic unrest in nearly every part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Local parliaments were suspended, troops brought in to restore order. Austria-Hungary's domestic problems gave opportunities to her enemies. Serbia wanted the breakup of the empire. She welcomed national unrest, particularly in Croatia and Bosnia. Backed by Slav Russia, Serbia saw herself as the only independent hope for Slavs living under foreign rule in the Balkans. She wanted to unite them into a single South Slav state, Yugoslavia. Dragutin Dimitrievich was an officer in the Serbian army. He opposed any kind of friendship with Austria.
The blind surrender to Austria's embrace was a most shameful betrayal of Serbian traditions. I realized that Serbia must in full measure become the leader, not only of Serbs, but of Yugoslavia.
Dimitrievich believed killing kings could bring political change. It had worked for him in the past. In 1903, he led a palace revolution, killing the old king of Serbia, who was too close to Austria for the army's liking, and installing a new one.
The crowds expressed enormous joy. They stuck flowers and leaves in their caps. Windows were decorated with banners, flowers, garlands. Belgrade was celebrating.
The rest of the world was horrified at Serbia's bloody coup. Serbia was treated like a rogue state, a nest of revolutionaries, one foreign minister complained. Only 2 countries sent ambassadors to King Peter's coronation: Russia, Serbia's greatest ally, and Austria, her greatest enemy. Dimitrievich was also one of the founding members of the Black Hand, a secret military society that used terrorism and assassination to try and establish Yugoslavia. He is said to have sent men to murder Austro-Hungarian military leaders and cabinet ministers. He allegedly tried to kill Emperor Franz Joseph.
One saw him nowhere, yet one knew that he was doing everything.
By the spring of 1914, Gavrilo Princip was also in Belgrade, talking revolution with his friends. Then the young Bosnians heard that Archduke Franz Ferdinand would visit Sarajevo in June. Here was their chance to match deeds to words. Luckily for them, their plans reached the ears of Dimitrievich and the Black Hand. Dimitrievich worked in the Kalemegdan fortress in Belgrade as chief of Serbian military intelligence. In the spring of 1914, Major Voja Tankasic, also in the Black Hand, walked into his office with a question.
I've got some Bosnian youths pestering me. These kids want to pull off some great deed at any cost. They've heard that Franz Ferdinand is coming to Bosnia and have begged me to let them go there. What do you say? I've told them they cannot go, but they give me no peace.
Franz Ferdinand was going to Bosnia to observe the Austro-Hungarian army's maneuvers in the hills outside Sarajevo. As intelligence chief, Dimitrievich feared these maneuvers were a smokescreen, that what Franz Ferdinand really planned was an invasion of Serbia. As leader of the Black Hand, he believed anything that destabilized Austria-Hungary was good for his beloved Serbia. Princip's plan to murder Franz Ferdinand suited him perfectly. Fine, he said. Let him go. Unlike Gavrilo Princip, Archduke Franz Ferdinand was an excellent shot. One of his castles, Konopishte, in what is now the Czech Republic, is full of the evidence. By the age of 50, he'd shot 5,000 stags, as well as 200,000 other animals, all carefully numbered.
Anyone who disturbed the Archduke's peace at Konopishte by trespassing on his land, as unsuspecting trippers sometimes did on Sundays, had to reckon with being shouted at by an irascible and almost apoplectic proprietor, who threatened to shoot anyone who dared set foot in his grounds a second time.
By 1914, Franz Ferdinand was emperor-in-waiting. Everyone knew it couldn't be long before his uncle died. Even the official portrait was ready, Franz Ferdinand with the stars and sash only the emperor could wear. He had no time for the etiquette and convention that hemmed in the Vienna court. He defied his uncle by marrying Sophie Hotek, who was not of royal blood.
The most intelligent thing I've ever done in my life has been the marriage to my Soph. She is everything to me. My wife, my advisor, my doctor, my guardian angel. In a word, my entire happiness.
Franz Ferdinand also had radical ideas for political reform. He recognized that the less power national minorities had within the empire, the more they'd look to other countries for help. The old system allowed ethnic Germans and Hungarians to dominate the government. It was a system that couldn't last.
I can't help being surprised that there is any loyalty left among the nationalities after their treatment for so many years past. I must have them with me. This is the only salvation for the future.
In 1914, the German emperor came to stay with Franz Ferdinand at Konopishd. The Kaiser had a simple solution for dealing with troublesome national minorities.
The Slavs are born not to rule, but to obey. This must be brought home to them. And if they imagine they can look to Belgrade for their salvation, they must be cured of this belief.
But Franz Ferdinand had a better idea. He thought political reform was the best way to keep the multinational Austrian Empire on its feet and protect his own future as emperor. He had this map drawn up, showing how the Habsburg Empire could become the United States of Great Austria. Above all, Franz Ferdinand wanted to avoid war in the Balkans. One night, he made a toast after dinner.
To peace. What would we get out of war with Serbia? We'd lose the lives of young men, and we'd spend money better used elsewhere. And what would we gain, for heaven's sake? A few plum trees, some pastures full of goat droppings, and a bunch of rebellious killers.
Gavrilo Princip crossed the border from Serbia into Austria-Hungary here at the Drina River. He paddled out to Isakovic Island, where there was a Serbian guard post. The soldiers helped him wade ashore into Bosnia. From here, he made his way to Sarajevo, where he met up with 6 others in on the plot. The Serbian Major Tankasic had supplied them with 4 pistols, 6 bombs, and suicide pills in case of capture. They were already in Sarajevo when Franz Ferdinand arrived outside the capital on the 25th of June. They planned to attack him 3 days later as he drove from the railway station to the town hall. One would be stationed at the first bridge on this road. Princip and the others would cover the rest of the route. Franz Ferdinand chose the date of his visit badly. Sarajevo was decked in flags for the occasion, but the 28th of June was Serbian National Day, a natural focus for hatred of the Habsburgs, as the Serbian ambassador to Vienna warned.
This will cause much discontent. Some young Serb might put a live round rather than a blank in his gun and fire it. Therefore, it might be good if Archduke Franz Ferdinand were not to go to Sarajevo.
But the Austrians laughed off the ambassador's fears. On the morning of the 28th of June, Franz Ferdinand and Sophie arrived by train in Sarajevo. Despite the warnings, security was light. No soldiers lined the streets, just a handful of policemen. The royal car was a Greffenstift Tourer. At Franz Ferdinand's request, it travelled with the top down, very slowly, so the crowds could see him and he could see the sights. As the procession passed the first bridge, the conspirator there threw his bomb. Sitting opposite the royal couple was Oscar Potiorek.
The explosion came immediately after the Archduchess's cry to drive on quickly. I was sure no damage had been done to our car, and the Archduke commented very calmly, "I've always thought something like this might happen."
The bomb had bounced off the car, exploding behind it and wounding 2 officers and some onlookers. Franz Ferdinand stopped to ask after the casualties before hurrying on to the town hall. There, the mayor of Sarajevo began his official welcome speech. The Archduke interrupted.
Lord Mayor, what is the good of your speeches? I come to Sarajevo on a friendly visit and someone throws a bomb at me. This is outrageous.
So far, the young Bosnian's plans had gone badly wrong. Franz Ferdinand was alive, official security was now on high alert. Gavrilo Princip turned to go home, stopping on the corner of Franz Joseph Street to buy a sandwich. Then his luck changed. Franz Ferdinand had left the town hall. He should have been driven straight along the river, travelling too fast to give any other assassins a chance. But his driver took a wrong turn at the corner of Franz Joseph Street. As the royal car tried to reverse onto the main road, Princip came face to face with his target.
At that moment, I heard the crack of a pistol shot, followed swiftly by another, and saw in the same split second a man standing right in front of me being thrown to the ground by the people around him, and the shining saber of a security guard descending on him.
A thin stream of blood spurted from His Highness's mouth onto my right cheek. The Duchess cried out, "In heaven's name, what has happened to you?" Then she slid off the seat and lay on the floor of the car. I thought she had simply fainted. Then I heard His Imperial Highness say, "Sofurl, Sofurl, don't die, stay alive for the children." I asked him if he was in great pain. He answered me quite distinctly, "It's nothing."
Franz Ferdinand and Sophie died on the way to hospital. The people of Sarajevo didn't know that a clutch of Serbian army officers had secretly sponsored the assassination. But they made the same leap the world did, that Serbia had as good as pulled the trigger herself.
The pro-Austrian element in the crowd went wild. The excitement of the moment turned into fury against everyone and everything Serbian. Serbian shops, schools and churches were smashed and looted. The streets choked with furniture, clothes, bicycles, books, even icons and crosses, twisted and befouled, lying in heaps in the gutters.
Over 200 Serbs were arrested in Sarajevo alone. Local officials hanged some in the city prison. Many more died in pogroms across Bosnia and Herzegovina. The funeral of Franz Ferdinand and Sophie was held in Vienna on the 4th of July. Oscar Potiorek had already written to the Foreign Ministry, calling for Austria-Hungary to take revenge against Serbia.
We must take the first opportunity for a destructive blow against Serbia to give the monarchy a few decades of calm internal development. Serbia must learn to fear us again.
Austro-Hungarian Chief of Staff Konrad von Hertzendorf agreed.
This is not the crime of a single fanatic. Assassination represents Serbia's declaration of war on Austria-Hungary. If we miss this occasion, the monarchy will be exposed to new explosions of ethnic unrest. Austria-Hungary must wage war for political reasons.
In life, the Crown Prince had been a champion of peaceful coexistence with Serbia. In death, he was becoming a cause for war. The murder of Franz Ferdinand did not immediately set Europe alight. International tensions in early July remained low. But behind the scenes in Vienna, Austria-Hungary's leaders were planning how to take revenge on Serbia without getting stamped on by Serbia's powerful friends. Even before the assassination, Army Chief of Staff Konrad von Hötzendorf had pressed for war against Serbia no fewer than 20 times. Now he made his case again.
I expressed to His Majesty my opinion that war with Serbia was unavoidable. That is entirely correct, said His Majesty. But how are you going to wage war if everyone, in particular Russia, is going to attack us? We have backing from Germany, I replied. His Majesty gave me a searching look and said, "Can you be certain of that?"
This was the moment when what could have been just another war in the Balkans began to turn into the First World War. Austro-Hungarian Emperor Franz Joseph now asked the German Kaiser for support. On the 6th of July, he got just the answer he wanted.
The German government is of the opinion that we must decide what is to be done. Whatever we decide, we may always be certain that we will find Germany at our side, a faithful ally and friend of our monarchy.
Germany's crucial decision to back Austria was made with no care for the consequences. Neither the Kaiser nor his senior political and military leaders took any steps to find out what Austria-Hungary had in mind. It was an extraordinary oversight, because nothing in the Balkans happened in isolation. Europe was divided into two camps. On one side were Germany, Austria, Hungary and Italy. On the other were France and Russia. War with one could mean war with the others. No one knew how Russia would respond if one of the leading Balkan countries was attacked. She might go to war with Austria to protect Serbia. Then Germany would have to fight to protect Austria. The Germans thought the Russians might stay out of it. The German ambassador in St. Petersburg insisted Russia couldn't risk war for fear of internal revolution. The German foreign minister decided Austria would quietly settle with Serbia. The German chancellor, Bethmann Hollweg, was almost as confident.
The crime of Sarajevo was reprehensible, but politically it would have the positive result of making Russia thoroughly disgusted with the Serbs.
It was Germany's confident support that pushed Austria forward. But far from plunging the world into war in 1914 out of aggression, Germany was just nudging it closer out of incompetence and wishful thinking. The Kaiser was so sure no war was brewing that he went on holiday. In Sarajevo, the trial of Gavrilo Princip was underway. The court had plenty of evidence to prove that Serbian army officers had helped him, and with Germany's unconditional support, that was enough for Austria. She sentenced Princip to 20 years in jail, where he died in 1918. She sent Serbia an ultimatum. This document was Austria's excuse for war. It was filled with demands so extreme and insulting that Serbia could never accept them. But just in case they did, the Austrian ambassador in Belgrade was ordered to reject any reply as unacceptable. He delivered the ultimatum at 6 p.m. on the 23rd of July 1914. Slavka Mihailovic was a Belgrade doctor.
The news of the ultimatum spread quickly, and soon there was a real alert. Streets and bars were crowded with anxious people. Everybody wondered what answer our government would give, whether a new war would be avoided.
Austria's ultimatum caught the world's diplomats napping.
The French government, the French press, and public opinion have been inconceivably surprised. Paris is almost dead. All the ambassadors but one are out of town. The Italian ambassador is in Ireland.
The Kaiser was on his yacht in Norway when the text of the Austrian ultimatum arrived.
The Kaiser arrived on deck as usual after breakfast and said to me, I was still holding the wireless message, "That's a pretty strong note for once in a while." "It certainly is," I replied, "but it means war." Whereupon the Kaiser observed that Serbia would never risk a war.
She might not have risked it on her own. But on the 24th of July, the Serbian regent, Prince Alexander, telegrammed Russia for help. In St. Petersburg, the Russian foreign minister spoke frankly to the British ambassador.
Austria would not have acted so aggressively without the consent of Germany. I hoped the British government would declare itself on the side of France and Russia without delay.
Russia was convinced that Germany was warmongering. On the 26th of July, she called up her reserves. This was the second key stage of the crisis, as Britain's Foreign Secretary Edward Grey warned on the 28th.
From the moment the dispute ceases to be one between Austria-Hungary and Serbia and becomes one in which another great power is involved, it cannot but end in the greatest catastrophe that has ever befallen the continent of Europe.
Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia that same day. The first shots of the war were fired from here, the Austrian fortress of Zemun, just across the river from Belgrade. In the dead of night, Major Voja Tankasic had the Black Hand blow the only railway bridge.
Windows shattered to smithereens, and broken glass covered the floor. Patients started screaming. Then there was another explosion, and another one. So it was true. The war had begun.
How well our old city deserved the name the Turks had given her, the House of Wars. Shells fired from all sides were crisscrossing above her. The Austrians had peculiar weapons, so-called monitors, little boats armed with heavy guns circling Belgrade like rabid dogs and firing from every direction.
It was still only a war between Austria-Hungary and Serbia. And on the 29th of July, as the shells fell on Belgrade, there was a final attempt to keep it that way. A series of last-minute telegrams flashed across Europe. Tsar to Kaiser, cousin to cousin.
Dear Willie, an ignoble war has been declared on a weak country. The indignation in Russia is enormous.
Dear Nicky, I am exerting my utmost influence on the Austrians. I confidently hope you will help me to...
Dear Willie, my troops shall not take any provocative action.
But by now the crisis was beyond the control of monarchs or politicians. It was in the hands of the military. From the moment Russia mobilized her army, German generals knew their own clock was ticking. The alliance between France and Russia meant that Germany faced a war on two fronts. Her only hope was to deal with France in the west before the main Russian armies could invade from the east. That left no time to wait and see. For Germany, Russian mobilization meant war. Germany hadn't looked for a fight. Her generals knew a European war would be long and devastating, even for the victors.
But if it was going to happen, they thought, better sooner than later.
According to all competent observation, Russia will be prepared to fight in a few years. Then she will crush us by the number of her soldiers. Then she will have built her Baltic Sea Fleet and strategic railways. Our side, meanwhile, will have grown steadily weaker.
On the 1st of August, Germany declared war on Russia. 2 days later, she declared war on Russia's ally, France. Across Europe, 10 million men headed off to fight. For all the bans and flag waving, many went unwillingly to war.
Where are we off to? France? Belgium? Or the East? At the station, people waved goodbye, some with handkerchiefs. I thought of my wife and child left alone at home. In fact, it wasn't so much a thought as a fearful shadow flitting over my soul.
God, how long is this town? My bayonet's digging in, my collar's strangling me. But when I look up, I see a pretty girl. She was so full of admiration, so moved by it all that I realized we've got to look handsome and walk tall. Off we march to the sound of shrill brass. Although where we're going, you die, you're defaced, hacked up, torn apart. All down the line, my comrades straighten up at the sight of her.
There's great excitement among my comrades. The bachelors are calm, they're even joking about it. Family men are depressed. Some are saying we'll get nothing from this war. We'll get beaten by the Germans. What's in it for us peasant soldiers? Why have we got to fight for some offended Serbs?
The leaders had little better idea why they were fighting than the men. They had no lists of war aims. Germany and Austria, Serbia, Russia and France were all convinced they were fighting a defensive war, forced on them by someone else. The only great power in Europe still on the sidelines was Britain. On the 2nd of August 1914, Britain was still at peace, but only just.
We've been in a state of great excitement as the reservists are being called up. All the railways are guarded. Everything points to the Great War, so long expected, being upon us.
But Britain was the only great power who could not claim she was the victim of aggression. Nobody had attacked her, so why should she fight? It wasn't really to defend the rights of small nations, at least not Serbia, according to the Manchester Guardian.
If it were physically possible for Serbia to be towed out to sea and sunk there, the air of Europe would at once seem cleaner.
Nor was Britain bound by treaty obligations, as the Foreign Secretary Edward Grey assured Parliament.
We are not parties to the Franco-Russian alliance. We do not even know the terms of the alliance.
But in private, Grey and other leaders knew that Britain had to fight. If Britain stayed neutral, the war would still threaten the country's vast empire, its global trade and security. And Britain needed to stay on friendly terms with France and Russia. Even in peacetime, she was not powerful enough to defend her empire against everyone. In Africa and India, the safety of Britain's colonies depended on French and Russian goodwill. In 1914, Britain feared her friends just as much as her enemies.
If we fail Russia now, we cannot hope to maintain that friendly cooperation with her in Asia that is of such vital importance to us.
Above all, Britain could never afford to have Europe dominated by a triumphant Germany. If Germany overran the Channel ports, Britain's control of the seas would be under threat. Prime Minister Herbert Asquith took a pragmatic view.
It is quite against British interests that France should be wiped out.
At 11 p.m. on the 4th of August, Britain declared war on Germany.
It was like awaiting the signal for the pulling of a lever which would hurl millions to their doom. The deep notes of Big Ben rang out into the night, the first strokes in Britain's most fateful hour since she arose out of the deep. Every face was suddenly contracted into a painful intensity.
It's horrible to think of all the suffering which may follow our mobilization. I suppose the less one thinks of it, the better.
We never talk of death and very seldom think much about it. It's when everyone is asleep and you are awake that sometimes you look into the future and wonder.
The British government had a war book listing all that had to be done in an emergency. The country's leaders knew war would be a long and painful struggle, a slow, grinding process of blockade, of starving the enemy out. But most civilians had no idea what they were getting into. Across Europe there was a run on the banks. The war couldn't last longer than a year, the French finance minister told a British general, because the money to pay for it would run out. Most people expected Britain, with the largest navy in the world, to fight a sea war. The Foreign Secretary reassured the nation.
For us, with a powerful fleet, which we believe able to protect our commerce, to protect our shores, and to protect our interests, if we are engaged in war, we shall suffer but little more than we shall suffer if we stand aside.
Bert Fielder was a sergeant in the Royal Marines. He reassured his wife.
My dear Nell, I don't think this war is going to be half as bad as people expect it to be. You see, it's not a hard job for England, so there's no need to worry yourself. As long as I can keep you informed as to where I am, it'll all be all right.
But the weapons with which the world went to war were so new that few had ever been fired in anger. Countries were armed with battleships and submarines less than 10 years old. Nobody really knew how to use them. All the European powers had been stockpiling new artillery, machine guns, explosive shells. But none had fought a major war in Europe for over 40 years. The crisis had begun in the Balkans. And as the Austrians faced up to the Serbs, the First World War started here as it would go on everywhere else. A war in which old scores would be settled and the rule book thrown away.
The war is taking us into a country inhabited by a population inspired with fanatical hatred towards ourselves. An attitude of extreme severity, extreme harshness and extreme distrust is to be observed towards everybody.
In some sectors, Serbian civilians did fight a guerrilla war, not in uniform, not in the regular army. It was hard for the Austrians to tell who was a real enemy, who was not. But their reprisals against the Serbian people were vicious. This was a war of nationalities and races, not just against an enemy army, but against whole peoples. In the first month of the war, 4,000 civilians in western Serbia were killed or disappeared.
They burnt houses down, looted, raped, killed. 17 people, all women, girls, children tied with rope, dead in a ditch by the road. All of them slaughtered.
At 9 a.m. I went to Legendas to get some supplies for the battery. In the town you could see the atrocities left behind by the enemy. 10 people, some children among them, had been hanged near the church. About 100 people, their throats cut at the railway station. A terrible sight to cast your eyes on.
At the Serbian town of Primeira, this memorial commemorates those who died. The Serbian government commissioned a report into the massacres by a Swiss doctor, Rodolph Reiss.
The massacres of the civil population were systematically organized by the command of the invading army. It's upon the command that all responsibility must rest, and also the disgrace with which this army has covered itself for all time.
Austria-Hungary was far less ruthless when it came to fighting the Serbian army. That too set a pattern for the war, a foretaste of the military weakness which would dog Austria-Hungary's partnership with Germany. This was a war in which events on one front could have a critical effect on another. Germany was relying on her ally Austria-Hungary to hold the Eastern Front. With Russia massing on her borders, Germany was horrified to learn Austria had concentrated her reserves not against Russia, but down in the Balkans to deal with Serbia. Meanwhile, the main Serbian army had marched up from the south of the country, gathering numbers as it went. On the 12th of August, it finally met the Austrians at Série mountain. The Serbs had taken up strong defensive positions along the mountain range and waited for the Austrians to walk into the trap.
The Serbs surrounded us. The Serbian artillery had the range perfectly. Unluckily, so we were told by senior officers, we had arrived at the Serbian artillery practice area. Laughable.
The Serbs easily beat off the Austro-Hungarian attack.
We could see the enemy retreating along the river. Their ammunition train left all their carts in the valley and ran away as soon as they were hit by our artillery.
A beaten army? No, an uncontrolled mob ran towards the border in senseless panic. Drivers whipped their horses. Officers and soldiers shoved and squeezed through between the columns of wagons.
Austro-Hungarian prisoners captured in the first Allied victory of the war. Austria had thought Serbia would be a pushover, swift revenge for the murder of Franz Ferdinand. But Serbia had scattered the Austrian army. The victories of 1914 cost Serbia 130,000 men. They did not die in vain, reads the inscription on this memorial to Serbia's dead. Every nation would learn that nothing in this war would be easy, quick, or clean. On the Western Front, a French ambulance driver wrote to his son,
"Do you ever think of your daddy, walking day and night over ploughed fields and getting very used to shells exploding all over the place? I'd really like to hear from you. How's school? Don't be too quick to learn the geography of Europe. I think it's all about to change."
In the next episode of the First World War, German armies roll into Belgium and France, leaving a trail of atrocities. And France, aided by Britain, fights for her life. Fort Lanceau, doomed Belgian obstacle in Germany's path. The fort's guardians, among the first of the war's millions of casualties. In the opening months, the mould for a new kind of war was cast in the West. Industrialized states locked in conflict. Over 7 million men armed with the latest technology. 11 million civilians under brutal occupation. A rare wartime recording of Kaiser Wilhelm II addressing the German people.
Es muss denn das Schwert nun entscheiden. Mitten im Frieden überfällt uns der Feind. Noch nie war Deutschland überwunden, wenn es einig war. Vorwärts mit Gott, der mit uns sein wird, wie er mit den Vätern war.
Germany, with 3.8 million men, faced a similar-sized French army to her west. But 3 million Russians were attacking in the east. Germany's resources were split between two fronts, and she couldn't easily smash through France's chain of forts along the border. But Belgium's defences were weaker. The idea of going through Belgium was General Schlieffen's, his way of storming into France and encircling the French army. But Schlieffen had retired in 1905, and by 1914 his successors had no illusion that there was any swift victory to be had in a two-front war. Indeed, at the start of Germany's war there was an air of pessimism, desperation, improvisation. General von Moltke, the German commander, acknowledged the uncertainties.
I will do what I can. We are not superior to the French.
The Germans went to war less with a master plan than a recognition that they would have to take the war bit by bit. And the first bit was Belgium. The Germans knew Britain had guaranteed Belgian neutrality, but reckoned Britain would come into the war sooner or later, whichever route the Germans took into France. The Belgians put their faith in reinforced concrete forts, armed with German Krupp guns. The Germans brought their massive siege guns, the Big Berthas, named after Krupp's daughter, to smash them.
The monster advanced in two parts, pulled by 36 horses. The pavement trembled. The crows went mute with consternation at the appearance of this phenomenal apparatus. Then came the frightful explosion. The crowd was flung back. The earth shook like an earthquake, and all the window panes in the vicinity were shattered.
Colonel Victor Nessans was in Fort Lansin on the receiving end. Once the thick metal shutters were pulled down, the heavy metal doors shut, the fort and its fate were sealed.
The ventilation system has failed. The chimney of the generator is totally blocked. The fort is also filling with concrete dust. The men's chests heave to get air. They're suffocating. They don't look like humans anymore. Their features distorted with agony and hate.
A German shell had hit the magazine, bringing down the 6-foot-thick concrete roof, crushing 250 soldiers to death. The survivors were horrifically burnt. By the 16th of August, all the forts around Liège had fallen. But Belgium's war was only beginning. The Germans claimed that Belgian civilian snipers, francs-tireurs, were firing at them from garret windows and rooftops. In fact, most of the shots came from small units of retreating French and Belgian soldiers, or from nervous German troops shooting at each other. Nevertheless, General von Moltke issued a warning to the people of Belgium.
Anybody who, in any form, participates without authorization will be considered as franc-tireur and summarily shot on the spot.
Rare German newsreel of suspected franc-tireur being taken prisoner. Lurid stories filtered back to raw German troops leaving for the front, heightening their sense of paranoia.
At all training sessions, we're told about the nastiness of the French, that our wounded have their eyes gouged out, their noses and ears cut off. We're given to understand we are to act without mercy.
The pressure to maintain a speedy advance through a hostile population led to atrocities. These were not just the impetuous actions of frightened troops. They became part of a systematic plan to terrorize and demoralize the enemy.
We've been ordered to kill everyone and wipe off the map part of the left bank of the Meuse. It's a tremendously honorable task and will be famous forever.
The Belgian town of Tamines on the 22nd of August 1914. French troops kept up a storm of fire at the advancing Germans from across the river Sambre. The Germans rounded up civilians, including Fernand Scoyer, for a special task.
We are forced to advance, acting as a shield for the Germans, who follow behind us. But they fall, mown down by French bullets. One of them charges at us like a man possessed and only stops when his bayonet has gone right through poor Materne, who leaves behind a widow and 3 orphans.
After the French withdrew, the Germans were convinced that Belgian snipers were active, so they torched the town. They held hostages like Adolphe Serran captive in the church overnight, then escorted them down the Rue de la Station in the morning.
The soldiers up on carts beat us brutally. The priests in particular were badly treated. Jokes, swearing, blows.
Nearly 400 men, women and children, among them the priest, Father Donnet, were herded into the main square by the riverbank. A German firing squad was waiting for them. A whistle blew, and the shooting began.
There was total chaos among the crowd. Some fell dead, others pushed blindly. I found myself on the ground, the tide moving above me. I was suffocating. I was hit by 2 bullets in the kidneys. I felt their holes drill into me.
Arthur Fauvel fell on top of me, dead. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get out from under the pile of corpses. They cut the head off Achille Leroy, the coalman. I saw it, the head separated from the trunk.
The ultimate cruelty was when the soldiers checked the victims one by one. Any still alive they bayoneted violently, then threw them in the Sambre.
Photographs of some of those who remarkably survived the German bullets, and those who fell victim. A total of 6,500 French and Belgian civilians, including women and children, were killed in the first month of the war. A 180,000 Belgian refugees crossed the Channel to Britain. The stories of German atrocities against plucky little Belgium provided ideal propaganda to rally Allied public opinion behind the war. The image of the murderous Hun, the barbaric Boche, was born. But what drove this nation, whose soldiers massacred women and children, razed towns to the ground, shot priests, yet had the engraving on their belt buckles, Gott mit uns, God is with us?
The monument erected outside Leipzig to commemorate the centenary of the Battle of Nations was dedicated yesterday. In the interior of the monument is a crypt to the honor of the heroes who fell in the fight with Napoleon. Amid uproarious cheering, the emperor reached the broad flight of steps leading to the foot of the monument. The whole concourse sang the beautiful chorale, "Now thank we all our God."
In 1913, Kaiser Wilhelm II celebrated his Silver Jubilee. Germany had not known war for 40 years and was enjoying spectacular economic growth. The Kaiser depicted his country not as an aggressor with territorial ambitions, but as the custodian of international concord.
Germany is standing, guarding the peace of the earth, at the door of the temple of peace, not only of Europe, but of the whole world.
But Germany was only as old as that peace, welded just 40 years before out of 39 separate states. The Leipzig Memorial was a building block for German nationalism. It harked back to a time when German states had joined with Britain and Russia to defeat Bonaparte's France. Its monumental architecture sought to embed the nation's roots in a shared past. But the Kaiser in 1913 realized that the process of unification was not complete, and that spelt weakness.
Whereas England forms a political unit, Germany resembles a mosaic, in which the individual pieces are still clearly distinguishable. This is shown by the army, which is still made up of contingents from the various German states, all wearing different uniforms. The young German Reich needs institutions which are clearly German.
Beneath one flag, Germany remained extremely diverse. Catholic South and Protestant North. Rural East and industrialized West. Germany seemed ultra-conservative, but boasted a modern welfare state which inspired Britain's pre-1914 reforms.
I have been shown round one of the new labour exchanges by the Mayor of Strasbourg. I saw some of the poorest fellows in German society, but they all had an insurance card, entitling them to benefit in sickness, invalidity, infirmity and old age. There is no doubt that these labour exchanges are tremendous. The honour of introducing them into England would be in itself a rich reward.
Men would die for Britain in the First World War who did not have the vote. Perhaps half failed to meet the qualifications. But in Germany there was suffrage for all men over 21. The largest party in the Reichstag, or Parliament, was socialist, and yet none of this added up to democracy. Germany's government was accountable not to her people, via the Reichstag, but to her emperor. The call for political reform was growing loud, but Germany entered the First World War governed by an autocrat, and his character was as burdened by paradox as his country was.
One day the Kaiser is a soldier king, rigid, traditional. Suddenly he's the reform king, embracing the worker as a brother. Next, he is the modern king, treating the past with contempt, regarding the factory as a temple, with electricity powering all of Germany.
Kaiser Wilhelm II was Queen Victoria's oldest grandson, cousin to both Britain's George V and Tsar Nicholas II of Russia. Wilhelm was born with a withered left arm for which he compensated with sports, sailing, riding and hunting. He had an immature streak, dressing up and playing often cruel practical jokes. Wilhelm's right arm was incredibly powerful. With his rings turned inwards, he would squeeze the hands of visiting dignitaries so hard they would cry out. A king's insecurities matter little if he has no power, but the Kaiser was Germany's commander-in-chief, its supreme warlord.
In no area has the Kaiser views of his own, and he doesn't know what to do. Sadly, he's putty in the hands of clever people and makes surprising leaps of judgment all over the place. Everything he decides is motivated by his desire to be popular.
The Kaiser was most comfortable in the company of his officers. He was obsessed with uniforms and militarism. His army's ethos was rigidly professional, though even in peacetime half were conscripts. They were highly disciplined and the guardians of the German state. The French were old enemies. The last time they'd fought, in 1870, the French had used civilian snipers, franc-tireurs, against them. The German Chief of Staff's own uncle led that campaign and passed on the crucial lesson to the German soldiers of 1914.
International rules do not work when soldiers are in constant fear for their lives, worried that a civilian may pick up a rifle and shoot them. It must also be remembered that the greatest deed in war is the speedy ending of the war, and every means to that end must remain open.
German troops going into Belgium and France used terror from the start. The civilian population, caught between the weight of historic fears and current military necessities, was not going to get the benefit of any doubt. Belgian and French forces bore the brunt of the German onslaught. They were soon joined by British troops. In all, 100,000 men of the British Expeditionary Force crossed the Channel in the early weeks of the war. On the 21st of August, British troops moved into position alongside the French Fifth Army near the Belgian town of Mons, close to the French border. Two days later, the British, with 70,000 men, were hit by a German force 4 times the size.
I focused the telescope and saw a number of little grey figures. More and more were appearing. Women started to wail and rushed for home, followed by the men. While children, torn by curiosity, lagged behind, turning to see. In a few seconds, all these civilians were fleeing along the roads.
The Allies started an epic retreat south, just ahead of the German tidal wave. The war on the Western Front did not begin in the trenches. These early months were mobile, fast, dangerous. In the first 4 weeks, the German army lost over 250,000 men killed, wounded, and missing. The front was constantly shifting, giving men no time to dig in. There was nowhere to hide in fields swept by machine guns and rapid-firing artillery. British soldier Edward Dwyer won the Victoria Cross on Hill 60 in Belgium. He was just 19. He recalled the retreat from Mons on a sound recording made in 1915. He was killed a year later.
I was already in the army when the war broke out and went to France on August 13th, 1914. You people over here don't realise what our boys went through in those days. That march from Mons was a nightmare. Unless you've been through it, you can't imagine what an agonising time it was. We used to do from 20 to 25 miles a day. There was only one thing used to cheer us up on the march, that was singing. We're here because we're here, because we're here, because we're here. We're here because we're here, because we're here, because we're here.
France has just been the object of a violent and premeditated attack. She will be heroically defended by all her sons. Nothing will break their sacred union. Once again, she stands before the universe for liberty, justice, and reason. Vive la France!
At the war's start, Poincaré had appealed to all France for national unity. By the 2nd of September 1914, the Germans were just 30 miles from Paris, and the sacred union was starting to crack. Trenches were dug, sandbags filled, barricades erected. The government left the capital for Bordeaux, triggering a general exodus. 1 million Parisians, a third of its inhabitants, fled the city. the fate of Paris and France would be decided on the River Marne. Fought along a 300-mile front, it was a battle France had to win. But although the Germans had their enemy's capital almost in sight, their advance was outstripping supply lines. There were few lorries in 1914. Horses pulled the guns and wagons. General von Moltke, the German commander, grew alarmed.
We have hardly any horses left in the army which can take another step. We don't want to fool ourselves. We've had successes, but we're not victorious yet. Victory means annihilation of the enemy's resistance. But where are all the French prisoners and guns we should have been capturing? The French have retreated in a disciplined way according to a plan. The most difficult time lies ahead of us.
The German right wing was sweeping down towards Paris. The French had detached troops from the east, moving them by rail to Paris to attack the Germans in their flank. The Allies now outnumbered the Germans and chose their moment to strike. As the Germans neared Paris, a dangerous gap opened up between their first and second armies. The British Expeditionary Force would be driven in like a wedge.
To the French, it is their own home, and it makes them mad. We somehow fight on with no increased animosity. But the French really are giving everything, and it makes one wonder if people in England realise what the advance of an invading army over a country means.
On the eve of battle, the French commander-in-chief, Marshal Joffre, addressed his officers.
When a battle begins upon which the nation's salvation depends, we cannot look back. We must make every effort to attack and repel the enemy. Troops who can no longer advance must, at all cost, hold the captured ground and die rather than retreat.
The Marne would consign the set-piece battle, fought on a single field in a day, to history. It was on the cusp between old warfare and new. Around Paris, great armies wheeled and manoeuvred as they had done for centuries. But to the east, the French dug trenches to defend their positions. Here, the battle lines would become static. The Battle of the Marne began on the 5th of September, 1914.
The fighting has begun. French shells explode incessantly in front of us. We seek shelter in a sunken lane. Stomachs loudly remind us of our hunger. Constant shelling makes it impossible to reach up and fetch an apple. Some block their ears so as not to lose their nerve with the incessant machine gun fire. Our ranks are decimated. We cannot hold this position much longer.
Pieces of shrapnel whistled past me. I felt I'd been hit. My knee was giving way as I walked. I wasn't sure what had happened. I stopped and pushed my finger through a hole in my trousers. My finger kept on going into my leg.
We turn towards the gunfire that rattles out on our right beyond Bassy, where the shrapnel still rains down. The houses are burning. I hear from both sides, it's our own guns shooting at us. I stick very close to the ground, face against the earth.
For all its modernity, there were elements of the battle that Napoleon would have recognized. Cavalry, armed with lances, played an active role. No one wore tin helmets. And as these original colour photographs of the Marne show, some soldiers' uniforms owed more to the parade ground than to the needs of camouflage. There were easy targets in the early months.
My rifle went to my shoulder. 2 Frenchmen fell. I fired again. Nothing. My magazine was empty. I reached for my bayonet. I expected to be killed by a bullet any second. But then the rest of my men burst through the undergrowth, and the enemy vanished.
The Germans were in a shade of field grey, but the British were even more difficult to spot, as another German enviously noted.
The colour of the English clothing is much more suited to the terrain than ours. It's a sort of browny green, a really dirty colour. This really is an advantage, although we're still going to win.
With men dug in along so vast a front, aerial observation became vital. Balloons and planes gathered crucial information. They also began to take on a more active role.
A French plane suddenly appears. It turns and drops something. The air fills with a strange whistling, followed by a violent explosion. It's dropped a bomb. 7 horses killed. 3 men lost. For us, this is something completely new. None of us know how to defend ourselves from this monster of the skies.
German reconnaissance planes monitored the worsening situation at the Marne. Pilots' reports went to Count von Bülow's Second Army headquarters at Montmaur. Handwritten reports like this one revealed the steady advance of the Allies into the lethal gap between his men and the First Army. On the 8th of September 1914, von Bülow ordered his forces to retreat.
We continued to fall back, passing through French villages. In the faces of every inhabitant we saw scorn and derision. The women leaned out of their windows and thumbed their noses and sneered at us. To them, we were the defeated army.
The French referred to the battle as the Miracle on the Marne. France had been saved, but at a cost of 250,000 casualties, the same losses as the Germans. No future battle on the Western Front would average so many casualties per day. Louis de la Grandière, a French ambulance driver, was based at Saint-Sophie Farm in the thick of the battle.
We're surrounded by dead bodies, thousands piled one on top of another. We've got used to the shelling now. We don't even look up. The whole area has been devastated. The local people, gone. "33 German generals were quietly sacked. Moltke was replaced by Erich von Falkenhayn after a tactful pause. The German people were never told the truth about the Marne. Indeed, the myth at the war's end would be that the German army was undefeated in the field. But in a sense, they lost the First World War here, never having again the chance they had at the Marne to win a resounding victory against the Allies.
Germany was now committed to a long war, and she didn't have the resources for it. In November 1914, Falkenhayn ordered his troops to fall back to high ground and dig in. Unable to break through, the Allies had few options but to dig in as well. The pattern for the Western Front was now set, with its line of trenches stretching from the Channel to Switzerland. 500 miles of mud and horror that would be home to the living and the dead for over 3 years. 27-year-old Bernard Montgomery, the future victor of Alamein, wrote home to his mother.
The situation is strange here. I eat peppermints with a dead man beside me in the trench. The German trenches are only 700 yards away. The weather is perfectly vile, very wet, and it's starting to get cold too. My clothes are soaked and muddy, but it's too cold to take them off. Any warm things you can send me and the men will be greatly appreciated.
And beyond no man's land, beyond the German lines, 11 million French and Belgian men, women and children were learning to adapt to their changed lives as civilians under German occupation.
Tuesday, cruel Tuesday. The German troops ride past my window. I hear a guttural order, Arme! Soon the town is filled with Boche, the beasts, the swines. They confiscate all weapons and demand 250,000 francs in gold.
The extraordinary diary of a 10-year-old French schoolboy, titled Journal of the Franco-Boche War. Yves Congar lived with his family in this house in Sedan, eastern France. Yves' mother encouraged him to write a diary to keep him busy during the summer holidays. It became a unique record of the occupation. What Yves had seen when the Germans marched into Sedan was forced requisitioning. At the outset, Germany adopted a policy of state intervention for war production. In peacetime, Germany imported raw materials, but she knew that the Allies would impose a blockade. So German industrialist Walter Rathenau drew up plans to ensure the most effective use of what materials Germany had. But after a few weeks of war, the German state had most of France and Belgium's industrial and mineral resources at its disposal. These were now taken back to Germany, millions of tons of raw materials, plant and foodstuffs. But the asset stripping wasn't limited to government. The German army was ordered to live off the occupied territories. What the soldiers wanted, they took.
Moved on towards Fromelles. The inhabitants were pensioners. Our boys found a stash of wine and eggs. We helped ourselves. In the meantime, the church was shot to bits. Not a single house was spared.
They have taken, rather stolen from us, straw, copper, oats, and the belongings of over 8 million people. They have looted the cellars, the empty houses, the walnut trees, the telegraph poles, and the livestock.
One doctor in Lille pleaded with the German authorities.
My patient, Madame Lefebvre, is 86 years old. She is in a state of great weakness and serious malnutrition, which makes it absolutely necessary for her to keep her mattress.
It wasn't just material loss. The Germans rounded up thousands of teenage boys and girls for forced labor.
The last 3 weeks we have spent in the most terrible anguish and moral torture possible for a mother's heart. At 3 in the morning, these German heroes go out with a military band and machine guns and bayonets fixed to hunt down women and children, to take them away. God knows where or why.
Eve's brother got a job at the railway station.
Robert is unloading wagons of animal carcasses, already green and covered with rotten pieces of flesh, crawling with vermin. He has to touch these stinking dead animals with his bare hands.
Occupied France was run like a military state, as this film of the German military police in Lille shows. Clocks were set to German time, new identity papers issued.
The Germans generally made us parade at 5 a.m. One night, however, the whole commune was called out at 1 in the morning. An old man of 92 asked to be allowed to stay in bed. But the troops made fun of him, pushed him out of the house, and said that fresh air was good for the dying.
Ordinary people had stark choices to make about how to deal with the occupation. There was some resistance against the Germans, mostly passive. Belgian opposition was spurred on by the head of the Catholic Church, Cardinal Mercier. His letter, Patriotism and Endurance, was read out in every church across Belgium in February 1915.
God will save Belgium, my brethren. You cannot doubt it. Nay, rather, he is saving her. Across the smoke of conflagration, across the stream of blood, have you not glimpses of his love for us? There is no perfect Christian who is not also a perfect patriot. Whence, in truth, comes this irresistible impulse which carries the will of the whole nation in a single effort of resistance in the face of the hostile menace?
Mercier kept up his resistance, calling the Germans an army of evil and Lucifer's own. This embarrassed not just the Germans, but the Vatican. Like Pope Pius XII during the Second World War, Pope Benedict XV refused to condemn German atrocities. The Germans placed Mercier under house arrest in a bid to silence him, but it only increased his popularity. The Germans also unwittingly created another martyr. Edith Cavell was the British matron of a hospital in Brussels. After Belgium was overrun, she helped Allied soldiers escape into neutral Holland. In August 1915, she was caught, tried and condemned to death. The night before her execution by firing squad, she spoke to the prison chaplain.
I have no fear or shrinking. I have seen death so often that it is not fearful or strange to me. And this I would say, standing as I do in view of God and eternity. I realize that patriotism is not enough. I must have no hatred or bitterness against anyone.
The British exploited to the hilt stories of German atrocities against women, especially the shooting of Edith Cavell. Films like this one were made to show in neutral countries, particularly America.
I closed her eyes and placed her body in the coffin. She was the bravest woman I ever met, going to her death with poise and bearing. She had, however, acted as a man towards the Germans, and deserved to be punished as a man.
The Germans rounded up underground leaders, then posted notices of their execution. And they used another method to ensure civil obedience. They took hostages, including Yves Congar's father.
The hour is near. The last meal together. The goodbyes. The hugs. I want to cry. Father walks to the station with just us boys. I bite my lip and feel my eyes tightening. Father says, "I love you. Farewell. Remember me." Then he kissed us. Every night I'll say a prayer for my father and the other hostages.
Civilian men, women and children were packed into cattle trucks, sent to concentration camps as hostages and forced labourers. Several thousand French and 58,000 Belgians.
The rounding up of civilians by the enemy has been tragic. The weaker, because they were the most harmless, were detained without understanding the reason for their arrest, without time to collect any belongings, suddenly considered as criminals. Then taken to concentration camps to assure security in the occupied areas. These civilians became simple pawns in the hands of their captors.
A doctor's daughter from Lille learned what her father was suffering.
Papa was locked up for 5 days for refusing to assist an operation carried out by a Boche. All food packages are opened and classified. The prisoners come each day to collect their provisions, but there's only one container. Milk, fish, fruit, all tipped into one bucket, because the Germans use the tins to make grenades.
Far from being broken by the German occupation, Yves Congar, who became a prisoner in the Second World War, was politicized by it.
There's hardly any bread. The swines will leave us to die of hunger. Too bad. After all, we are French, and if we have to die, we shall die. But France will be victorious.
In the next episode of the First World War, global conflict rocks empires as Germany beats the Royal Navy in the Pacific and maverick armies rampage through Africa. From the start of the First World War, Germany seized on Britain's greatest weakness, a vast empire Hard to defend, fatal to lose. The gamble was that Britain might risk everything to protect it, even victory on the Western Front. War for Europe meant war for the world. It was Germany's idea to take the war beyond Europe, but it wasn't a bid for expansion, let alone world domination. The aim was to take the pressure off her armies in Europe by attacking the British Empire, hoping to divert Britain's troops, ships and resources to defend distant colonies. Britain also had no thought of a bigger empire. She just didn't want to lose the one she had. So while Germany wanted to open the war up around the globe, Britain was desperate to close it down. Maurice Hankey, Secretary of the Committee of Imperial Defence, realised the empire was Britain's Achilles heel and warned against letting Germany use it to distract Britain from her war effort.
Forces must not be diverted to minor operations, to the prejudice of the concentration in the main theatre and the safety of the trade routes.
"15 years before, Germany had proclaimed herself an empire builder. The Kaiser had taken his country into the 20th century as a German admiral, creating a global German navy. Weltpolitik was the big idea, a policy of overseas imperialism, the brainchild of his foreign secretary, Bernhard von Bülow.
The days when the Germans left the earth to one neighbour, the sea to another, and kept only the heavens for themselves, are over. We don't want to put anyone in the shade, but we too demand our place in the sun.
Germany had come late to the game of empires, but by 1900 she had Togoland, Cameroon, German Southwest Africa, now Namibia, and German East Africa, now Tanzania. Her flag flew over patches in the Pacific, New Guinea, Samoa, and Micronesia. She had a vital toehold in China, at Tsingtao, where she recoaled her ships and brewed beer. Grand Admiral Alfred von Tirpitz saw this as just the start.
We are now standing only at the beginning of a new division of the globe.
Germany alarmed the world with her imperial tub-thumping. She eyed up Puerto Rico and considered pouncing on the Panama Canal the minute it was completed. But the boldest of all the Kaiser's schemes was Operational Plan 3.
The East Coast is the heart of the United States, and this is where she is most vulnerable. New York will panic at the prospect of bombardment. By hitting her here, we can force America to negotiate.
Germany's secret plans from 1903 to attack the eastern seaboard with 60 ships and 100,000 men, to shell Manhattan and capture Boston. The outlandish scheme was driven by the Kaiser's resentment of America's growing power in the Pacific. He believed in a militarist state and increasingly hated what the West stood for.
Service to mammon, greed, self-indulgence, land-grabbing, lying, treachery, and not least murder.
The Kaiser thought capitalism was vulnerable, that a strong enough attack on its international systems of trade, credit and insurance could bring the edifice tumbling down. Operational Plan 3 was dropped, but not the hostility towards capitalist empires. By 1912, Germany had traded in Weltpolitik for a more realistic policy. Now, her military machine prepared for a European, not a global war, and the army got the budget increase, not the navy. The first day of war found Germany's high seas fleet trapped by the mighty British Navy in the North Sea. And all the German Navy had to threaten the entire British Empire was a scattered force of 17 cruisers linked by a wireless network to Berlin. There was the Königsberg off East Africa, the Goeben and the Breslau in the Mediterranean, the Dresden and the Karlsruhe in the West Indies, the Leipzig off the west coast of America. But the greatest concentration of cruisers was Admiral Graf von Spee's powerful East Asiatic Squadron, based at Tsingtao in China. Tsingtao gave Germany a huge area of operations, across the South China Sea and into the Pacific. Seizing it would cut the squadron's lifeline. Britain saw the urgency, but lacked the resources. So, 2 days into the war, she turned to her ally Japan. Japan was a growing power. Britain's call for naval help suited her ambitions perfectly. Together, Britain and Japan would capture Tsingtao, vital German base, and the Kaiser's pride and joy.
It would shame me more to surrender Tsingtao to the Japanese than Berlin to the Russians.
On the 2nd of September 1914, 60,000 Japanese troops landed up the coast, violating China's neutrality. They met up with 2,000 British and closed in on the German garrison of 4,500.
It's unbearable. All we can do is sit and wait for this bunch of monkeys to arrive. Every day they get a bit closer. No one expects to get home in one piece. No hope of reinforcements. The noose around our necks is getting tighter and tighter.
For a solid week, the Japanese battered Tsingtao. On the 7th of November, they entered the town in triumph. Some Germans sneered at the token British force for getting the Japanese to do their dirty work.
The brave British. They played no part in the capture of Tsingtao, but they joined in the victory parade. As they went by, we Germans were ordered to turn our backs on them. The English complained to the Japanese commander, but he simply said, "Well, we can't repeat the whole procession just because of that."
The capture of Tsingtao gave Japan a launch pad to pursue her empire building. Within weeks, she demanded territory and trading rights from China. Japan also seized all German possessions north of the equator. Australia and New Zealand were quick to steal those to the south. Much to America's frustration, Britain had empowered Japan in the Pacific. Key stage in a process that would lead, a quarter of a century later, to Pearl Harbor. Germany's loss of Tsingtao, far from neutralizing Spee's squadron, ensured its destructive power would be felt around the globe. The best German cruiser commanders, like Spee, were fearless mavericks whom the war turned into heroes. Superb sailors with the instincts of pirates. The Kaiser had given them full authority to make their own decisions in wartime.
The heavy responsibility of the officer in command will be increased by the isolated position of his ship. But he must never show one moment of weakness. Above all, the officer must bear in mind that his chief duty is to damage the enemy as severely as possible.
Spee now split his squadron. The light cruiser Emden, under Captain Karl von Müller, made for the Bay of Bengal. Spee in the Scharnhorst led his other ships across the Pacific.
I'm quite homeless. I cannot reach Germany. I must plough the seas of the world, doing as much mischief as I can.
At the Admiralty in London, Winston Churchill fretted about where Spee would show up next.
The vastness of the Pacific and its multitude of islands offered him their shelter, and once he had vanished, who should say where he would reappear? He was a cut flower in a vase, fair to see yet bound to die. But so long as he lived, all our enterprises lay under the shadow of a serious potential danger.
Spee had a constant worry. Cruisers needed coal every 8 or 9 days or they'd be dead in the water. He made for neutral Chile, where he had coal waiting for him. On the 1st of November 1914, he ran into a British fleet off Coronel. The battle which followed inspired a post-war feature film. The British commander was Admiral Sir Christopher Cradock, under orders from London.
It appears that Gneisenau and Scharnhorst are working across to South America. Be prepared to meet them in company.
Cradock had one ship that could outgun Spee's fleet, but she was slow and had been left behind. Now Cradock raced towards enemy ships better armed than his. He had ignored his own rule of thumb.
A naval officer should never let his boat go faster than his brain.
I immediately ordered Scharnhorst and Gneisenau to go full steam ahead, and within 15 minutes I was racing against heavy seas at 20 knots and came to lie parallel with him.
Cradock's ships were no match for Spee's.
Good Hope and Monmouth were obviously in distress. Monmouth yawed off to starboard, burning furiously. There was a terrible explosion on Good Hope between her mainmast and her after funnel. The gust of flames reached a height of over 200 feet, lighting up a cloud of debris that was flung still higher in the air.
1,600 British sailors were lost. It was Britain's worst naval defeat for 250 years. The global war was going Germany's way.
It is only when you get to see and realize what India is, that she is the strength and the greatness of England. It is only then that you feel that every nerve a man may strain, every energy he may put forward, cannot be devoted to a nobler purpose than keeping tight the cords that hold India to ourselves.
Britain's empire and trading network was the single biggest resource she brought to the war. And India was at the heart of it. The cords were never tighter. All the more reason for Germany to want them cut. These slender lines on the map were now the focus of intense study in the British and German admiralties, in the chart rooms of warships. Fingers traced the vital shipping lanes. through the Suez Canal, around South Africa's Cape. Minds pondered how to protect them, how to sever them. And one of the sharpest minds was on the bridge of the German cruiser Emden. A month after she left Admiral Spee's squadron, Captain Karl von Müller steered her into the Bay of Bengal. In 1932, the Germans made a feature film about his odyssey.
He had an indescribable power over the entire crew. He never gave orders, he just expressed a wish. From the moment he took command of the ship, he never left the bridge again. This is where he stood, slept, sat, studied the maps. This is where he wanted to be, stand or fall.
The Emden sometimes rigged a dummy funnel to look like a British cruiser.
A large steamer appeared dead ahead, and thinking we were an English man of war, was so overjoyed at our presence that she hoisted a huge British flag. I'd like to have seen the look on her captain's face when we hoisted our flag, and invited him most graciously to tarry with us a while.
Captain Müller became famous for taking all crew and passengers safely onto the Emden before sinking their ship.
We always allowed them time to collect and take with them their personal possessions. They usually devoted most of this time to making certain that their precious supply of whiskey was not wasted on the fishes.
Müller regularly released his grateful captives. Such was the Emden's impact that the British Admiralty later drew up this chart to track her movements. Müller even had the audacity to steam into the Indian port of Madras, as a crew member recorded in his diary.
22nd of September 1914, 9:30 p.m. The Emden sneaks closer, then fires 125 shots. Some hit boats in the harbour. Huge columns of fire rise above the oil tanks. The coastal defences open fire, but they all fall short. 23rd of September. We are now 100 miles away. We can still see the fires at Madras.
In the City of London, freight rates and shipping insurance rocketed. At one point, the entire British trade fleet in the Bay of Bengal was kept in harbour rather than fall prey to dashing Captain Müller. Germany's rogue cruisers were starting to harm Britain's war effort.
3 transports are delayed in Calcutta through fear of Emden. This involves delaying transport of artillery and cavalry. The Cabinet took a strong view. The extirpation of these pests is a most important subject.
While the Emden ran the British ragged at one end of the Indian Ocean, 25 Royal Navy warships hunted the cruiser Königsberg at the other, off the coast of Germany's East African colony. She had raided Zanzibar and sunk a British light cruiser from her secret hideout in the Rufiji Delta. The frustrated British decided to strangle all her possible bases, starting with the port of Tanga. On the 2nd of November 1914, the British steamed into this bay. In the global war, imperial powers got others to do their fighting. Most of the British troops were Indian. Their arrival was closely watched by Thomas Planton, a 16-year-old African fighting for the Germans.
The approaching British ships had all their lights blazing and seemed to be making no attempt to conceal their presence. We were in position with machine guns, waiting in ambush for them, and many of them were killed when they started to come ashore. A lot of them were killed before they even got out of the water.
Thomas Plantin was one of 2,500 men under German commander Paul von Lettow-Vorbeck, The British thought taking Tanga would be a pushover, but they reckoned without Letov. He was a professional Prussian soldier, hard as nails, charismatic.
Von Letov was a remarkable soldier, but stubborn and single-minded to a degree I have fortunately never experienced before. His most remarkable quality was the reckless energy with which he pursued his goals. This was often covered up by his persuasive charm, which he could switch on if he wanted to.
On the ship to Africa, von Letov had met Karen Blixen, who would later write Out of Africa. He clearly turned on the charm for her.
A German officer, von Letov, who belongs to a very old Mecklenburger family, has been such a friend to me. You should hear how they talk about him out here, as the greatest genius of the age.
Despite losing men during the landing, the British now threatened Tanga. Governor Schnee ordered Letov to evacuate the town, rather than see it destroyed. But Letov had come to Africa to fight.
It was crucial to prevent the enemy from gaining a foothold in Tanga, thus giving him a base from which to advance north. I couldn't let the governor's order to spare Tanga take precedence over this priority.
Letov wrecked the British positions himself, on his bicycle. He also called in reinforcements. 3 companies of German troops came by rail to Tanga. Here, on the 4th of November 1914, they met the British Indian soldiers, raw and poorly trained. British intelligence officer Richard Meinertzhagen watched the ensuing rout.
Half the 13th Rajputs turned at once, broke into the rabble and bolted. I could not believe my eyes. They were all jabbering like terrified monkeys and were clearly not for it at any price.
Everyone in the dense forest, friend and foe, was mixed up together, shouting in all sorts of languages. The enemy ran off in wild disorder, and our machine guns mowed down whole companies to the last man.
Von Letov was based here, at the German hospital. After 2 days of heavy fighting, the British sent Richard Meinertzhagen to negotiate a surrender.
The Germans were kindness itself and gave me a most excellent breakfast which I sorely needed. We discussed the fight freely as though it had been a football match. It seemed so odd that I should be having a meal today with people whom I was trying to kill yesterday. It seemed so wrong, and made me wonder whether this really was war, or whether we'd all made a ghastly mistake. The German officers were all hard-looking, keen and fit. They treated this war as some new form of sport.
The British failed to take Tanga and suffered 700 casualties. Letov lost just 65. Germany hailed him as a hero.
A German David is fighting alone against the British Goliath in Africa. If we cannot fight by his side, at least we must make sure that he is well supplied with shot for his sling.
But the British blockade of Germany prevented reinforcements reaching Letov. Further east, across the Indian Ocean, Muller was still causing havoc. He'd sunk 2 warships and captured 23 merchant ships. On the 9th of November 1914, the Emden anchored at the Cocos Islands to destroy the British wireless station. But the radio operator spotted the Emden's bogus 4th funnel and put out a call for help. The Australian cruiser Sydney picked up the message and ended the Emden's maverick career. Captain Muller was taken prisoner. He and the other survivors were well looked after.
Dear loved ones, I'm well and healthy. The British were very friendly. They took loads of photos of us and asked for our addresses to send us the snaps. Yours, Walter.
Now, Admiral Graf von Spee's luck also ran out. Britain took the risk of detaching 2 of her latest battlecruisers from the crucial North Sea blockade of Germany to deal with him. On the 8th of December 1914, German commander Hans Pochhammer sighted their huge masts as they recoaled in Port Stanley on the Falkland Islands. He realized the Germans were outgunned and outpaced.
We choked a little at the neck. Our throats contracted and stiffened. For that meant a life and death grapple, or rather a fight ending in honorable death.
The German fleet tried to get away, but the British battlecruisers were too fast. At 1:25 p.m, Spee turned to face them. But the British were careful to stay out of range of his guns, firing their own from 16,000 yards. Lieutenant Harry Bennett on HMS Canopus watched what happened and painted these watercolours. At 4:17 p.m, the Scharnhorst went down with Admiral von Spee and all hands. At 6:02 p.m, the Gneisenau sank with most of its crew, including Spee's younger son Heinrich. His other son Otto was on the doomed Nuremberg.
The sight was one of fearful awe. She turned over and sank with a graceful gliding motion, as would a tumbler pressed over in a bowl of water. Those who went down in her were game to the end, for we saw a party of her men standing on the quarterdeck, waving the German ensign as she sank, and so they went down into their watery grave.
The Battle of the Falklands heralded the end of Germany's cruiser campaign. Her global war would increasingly have to be fought on land. Again, her commanders would stretch slim resources to lead the British Empire a dance. The Suez Canal presented a rare opportunity for Germany to harass the British Empire. A crucial British sea lane, vulnerable to attack by land forces. But Germany couldn't spare any men from the Western Front, so Berlin turned to Ottoman Turkey, her ally since November 1914. The Turkish Fourth Army was stationed in Palestine, just 150 miles from the Suez Canal. The Turks agreed to help capture Suez, assigning these 19,000 troops. They saw it as the first stage in their own reconquest of Egypt and Libya.
We marched at night and only by moonlight. My heart was filled with a deep melancholy, mingled with great hope of success. At the sound of the song, the red flag flies over Cairo, to the accompaniment of which the advancing battalions forged ahead over the endless waste of desert, feebly illuminated by the pale gleam of the waxing moon.
The Turks had to transport howitzers, floating pontoons, food and water across the Sinai Desert, and didn't lose a single man. In the early hours of the 3rd of February 1915, they reached the Suez Canal. The German colonel who had planned the operation now watched it go horribly wrong.
A sentry noticed our attack and fired. The shots created panic. The English then blasted the banks with machine gun fire.
The Turks found the canal defended by 9 British warships and 30,000 Indian troops dug into defensive positions. The Ottoman troops suffered 1,200 casualties. The survivors retreated across the desert. The attack had failed, but Africa was now a battleground in Germany's global war. She had 3 bases of operations: the Cameroons, Germany East Africa, where Letov was still at large, and German Southwest Africa with its ports and wireless stations. Luckily for Britain, she had a colony right next door. Unluckily, it was the one whose loyalty she could least rely on. The Union of South Africa was racially diverse. Blacks, Boers, and British settlers. Just 15 years before, Britain had fought a long, bloody war against the Boers. Many still had little love for Britain. Their loyalty could not be counted on. As one commander told South Africa's Prime Minister, Louis Botha,
"My men are ready. Whom do we fight? The English or the Germans?"
But South Africa was ideally situated to launch an attack on German Southwest Africa. British Colonial Secretary Lewis Harcourt took the gamble.
If your ministers desire and feel themselves able to seize such part of German Southwest Africa as will give them the command of the wireless stations there, we should feel this was a great and urgent imperial service.
South Africa's government readily agreed because it had mini-imperial ambitions of its own. It wanted to seize German Southwest for itself. On the 14th of September 1914, South African forces crossed the Orange River into German Southwest. But the Germans were one jump ahead, as the South Africans found out when they paused at the watering hole of Sandfontein. The South Africans were beaten, but there was worse to come. Part of South Africa now rose up in armed rebellion. Commanding the forces in the Northern Cape was Manie Maritz. Fearless and uncompromising, Maritz had fought a vicious guerrilla campaign against Britain in the Boer War. His sympathies lay entirely with Germany.
I received a telegram ordering me to take a large commando into German Southwest Africa. I was determined not to fight on behalf of the British Empire, and my officers and troops were in full accord with me.
In October 1914, Manie Maritz crossed the Orange River into German territory at Squeet Drift to enlist German support. Two days later, Maritz addressed his troops under this tree.
Now, men, we don't want to be ruled by the Jews and the financiers of England. General Beyers, General de Wet and myself have decided to form an independent South African Republic and have entered into an agreement with the governor of German Southwest Africa. They will provide us with arms and ammunition, guns. On this step depends the freedom of the masses of the country.
Britain's request for help had brought her dominion to the brink of civil war. In London, the Colonial Secretary Lewis Harcourt feared the breakup of the Union of South Africa. he secretly ordered 30,000 Australian soldiers diverted to the Cape to smother the rebellion.
Safety of the Union is first and paramount consideration. We attach no importance to German Southwest Africa in comparison.
The Australians weren't needed. In the winter of 1914, the loyal South Africans defeated the Boer rebels. This is rare film of 50 of them being led to trial in Cape Town, but they never caught Mani Moritz. By July 1915, South Africa cornered the Germans, forced their surrender, and annexed their colony. And Britain had more work for South Africa, north this time, to deal once and for all with von Lettow. London turned to South Africa's defence minister to lead the campaign, Jannie Smuts. Smuts too had fought in the Boer War, but was now passionately pro-British. More a statesman than a soldier, Smuts made an indifferent general of conventional forces. And he was up against Lettow. British officer Richard Meinertzhagen was now Smuts' intelligence officer.
Smuts is quite determined to avoid a stand-up fight. He told me he could not afford to go back to South Africa with the nickname Butcher Smuts. If von Lettow is clever and Smuts not clever enough, there's going to be trouble.
Lettow was clever. Here, at his headquarters at Moshi railway station, he thought through the idea of depriving Britain of manpower in Europe by opening up the war in Africa.
The question was, could we, with our small forces, prevent considerable numbers of the enemy from intervening in Europe, or inflict substantial damage on their armaments and troops? I strongly believed that we could.
By August 1916, Lettow had become expert at his cat-and-mouse game.
Von Lettow is slippery and is not going to be caught by manoeuvre. He knows the country better than we do. I think we're in for an expensive hide-and-seek, and von Lettow will still be cuckooing somewhere in tropical Africa when the ceasefire goes. Smuts has cost Britain many hundreds of lives and many millions of pounds.
Lettow ran his force of up to 15,000 soldiers, mostly black, on scrounging and improvisation. No supplies from Germany reached him after March 1916, but he made a little go a long way, as Ludwig Deppe, one of his medical officers, noted.
When there was no ammunition, Lettow would try to produce his own cartridges. If the men asked the commander for weapons or clothes, they were told, "Take it from the enemy." Lettow made war at cost price. You'd have been justified in displaying this war at a country fair with a for sale sign. Cheapest war in the world.
Jannie Smuts had 5 times Lettow's force and resources to match. But the further he went into German East Africa, the more stretched his supply lines. And he reckoned without the killer tsetse fly. The life expectancy for his 50,000 horses was just 4 weeks. Torrential rain, mud, dust and boiling heat further slowed his progress. Intelligence was sketchy, maps inadequate. Telephone cable often had to be raised to 8 meters to avoid damage by giraffes.
This is like warfare of bygone days. We come along where no road had ever been, where probably white man had never trod before. The river is in flood and we can't get across. On the other side, the German patrols are watching us, but the crocodile hold the peace between us very successfully.
Lettow played with Smuts, refusing to fight, slipping away, luring him deeper into Africa. As they went, they spread the war's grief and destruction, dragging in more and more of the people of Africa. This war was being carried on the backs of black Africans. For the let-off campaign alone, the British recruited over 1 million black porters. 1 in 5 died from malnutrition and disease, death rates comparable with those on the Western Front.
They endured their ordeal quietly. They only had duties and hardly any rights. They tumbled into the splashing mud with their heavy loads and were then ruthlessly forced to move on and catch up.
Oh, the Lindy Road was dusty, and the Lindy Road was long. But the chap what did the hardest graft, who could not do but wrong, was the Cavarondo porter, with his Cavarondo song. It was, "Come here, porter." It was, "Amera, here, get." And Amera didn't grumble. He simply did his bit.
What Smuts saves on the battlefield, he loses in hospital. For it is Africa and the climate we're really fighting, not the Germans.
Out of 20,000 South Africans, over half were invalided home by the beginning of 1917. They were replaced by black troops from Nigeria and Ghana. Recruitment of blacks soared in East Africa as well. Over the course of the war, the King's African Rifles rose from 3,000 men to 35,000. Fuloliani Longwe spoke for many black soldiers.
Think of yourself buried in a hole with only your head and hands outside, holding a gun, death smelling all over the place. Listen to the sound of exploding bombs and machine guns, smoke all over, and the vegetation burnt, and of course deforested. Watch your relatives getting killed, crying, finally dead. These things we did, experienced, and saw.
Letov survived undefeated to the very end, marching triumphantly through Berlin in 1919. The British never caught him, even though they turned it into an African war and set an army on his tail. But Britain and France had such reserves of manpower in their colonies that from 1914 they shipped them to Europe. Remarkable French colour photographs of the world that came to serve on the Western Front. French General Charles Mangin had calculated that France could raise up to 300,000 from her empire for Europe. No one believed him. But in fact, they mobilized double that number.
Black troops have precisely those qualities which are demanded in the long struggles of modern war. Endurance, tenacity, the instinct for combat, the absence of nervousness, and an incomparable power of shock. Not only do they enjoy danger, a life of adventure, but they are also essentially disciplinable.
People started hiding and running away from the camp. There were all kinds of illnesses, even psychological illness. People didn't know where they were going or even why they were fighting. There were rumors that we would never come back, that we are going to be sold as slaves.
India provided Britain with 1.75 million men in the war. They'd been thrown into some of the toughest fighting from the start. one Indian wrote to a friend,
"The war is a calamity on 3 worlds and has caused me to cross the seas and live here. The cold is so great that it cannot be described. We have not seen the sun for 4 months. Thus we are sacrificed. I have neither sleep by night nor ease by day. There can never have been such a war before, nor will there ever be again."
Some men, like Jason Jingo, used to the habitual racism of colonial rule, returned home with greater self-esteem.
We had liked our time in France. It was our first experience of living in a society without a color bar. We were different from the other people at home. Our behavior, as we showed the South Africans, was something more than they'd expected from a native. We had copied the manners and customs of the Europeans, and not only copied, we lived them.
But it wasn't the same Africa Jason Jingo and the other survivors came back to after the war. The empires which once carved it up had now turned parts of it into a wasteland, as German medic Ludwig Deppe realized.
Behind us we leave destroyed fields and, for the immediate future, starvation. We are no longer the agents of civilization. Our path is marked by death, plundering, and deserted villages.
It would be years before African nationalism took off, but a few had begun the journey. In 1914, John Chilembwe challenged the basis of the war and Africa's place in it. And his words would haunt colonial officials for years to come.
Let the rich men, bankers, titled men, storekeepers, farmers and landlords go to war and get shot. Instead, the poor Africans who have nothing to own in this present world, who in death leave only a long line of widows and orphans in utter want and dire distress, are invited to die for a cause which is not theirs.
Germany had fought a remarkable global war, but it cost her cruisers, her wireless network, and all her colonies. Yet Germany had forced Britain and France to call on their empires and lean on their allies. In the process, these flexed their muscles and formed empires of their own. The First World War saw the last scramble for Africa. And the ideas the Kaiser had so hated, land grabbing, avarice and capitalism, had in fact been spread wider. For the moment, imperialism looked more successful than it had ever been. In the next episode of the First World War, the call goes out for jihad, holy war in the Middle East, the nightmare of Gallipoli, and the agony of the Armenian people.
Ey Müslümanlar! Biliniz ki devletimiz İslamiyet'in adı ve canı olan Moskov, İngiliz ve Fransız hükümetleriyle muharip bulunuyor. Emir-ül Mü'minin Hazretleri sizi cihada davet ediyor.
The call goes out for jihad, holy war. Germany hoped her new ally Turkey would do just what it was told, and the Allies thought Turkey would be a pushover. But the war in the Middle East went its own wild way. The Kaiser had been cultivating the Ottoman Empire long before the war began. He wore a fez on state visits. He was nicknamed Haji Wilhelm, following rumours that he'd become a Muslim and made the pilgrimage to Mecca.
The 300 million Muslims scattered across the globe can be assured that the German Emperor is, and will at all times remain, their friend.
Part of Germany's interest in Ottoman Turkey was that they shared a common enemy, Russia. Turkey's position, controlling the Dardanelles Straits, gave her the power to lock Russia up in the Black Sea. And Turkey shared a volatile border with Russia in the Caucasus.
Russia is the hereditary enemy of the Ottoman Empire, and her greatest desire is the possession of Constantinople.
The Ottoman Empire once stretched from the Arabian Peninsula to the gates of Vienna. But it had lost a third of its territory in a run of disastrous wars. The Ottoman Empire was the sick man of Europe, broke and on the verge of collapse.
The great powers have grasped us by the throat. The government can't pay monthly salaries. All the public services are under the control of privileged foreign capital. It would be very easy for a patriot to go out of his mind.
But one group of nationalist reformers planned to stop the rot: the Young Turks. In 1909, they replaced the Sultan with his brother as a puppet and started a program of modernization. They looked for an ally to ward off predators and bankroll the future. The ambitious Minister of War favoured Germany. Just 32 years old, Enver Pasha had risen through the ranks, married the Sultan's niece, and lived in splendour in Constantinople, also known as Istanbul. Enver Pasha had been military attaché in Berlin. The Germans had the power his country needed.
I watched a parade of 33,000 German soldiers. It was so excellent, it makes one's mouth water. The reason I love Germany is not sentimentality, but the fact that she is not a danger to my beloved country. On the contrary, our two countries' interests go hand in hand.
Chief of the German General Staff, Helmut von Moltke, ruled out Turkey as an ally.
Turkey is militarily a non-entity. If Turkey was described before as a sick man, it must now be described as a dying man.
The flamboyant Baron Max von Oppenheim made the Kaiser think again. An archaeologist and consular official, Oppenheim passed himself off as an Islamic expert. He was also a German agent. He advocated a holy war to bring down the British Empire.
When the Turks invade Egypt and India is set ablaze with the flames of revolt, only then will England crumble. For England is at her most vulnerable in her colonies.
By the outbreak of war, The Kaiser had come to see jihad as the way to foment revolution among the millions of Muslims under British rule.
Our consuls and agents in Turkey and India must inflame the whole Mohammedan world to wild uprising. For if we are to be bled to death, at least England shall lose India.
The Ottoman Empire had found its ally, Germany. Enver bypassed the Turkish cabinet, secretly signing an alliance on the 2nd of August 1914, while maintaining a public stance of neutrality. Constantinople became the jump-off point for subversion to set the East ablaze. The German embassy became a hive of Oppenheim's raffish spies. One group arrived from Berlin, disguised as a traveling circus. The word was, the Emir of Afghanistan had 50,000 Muslims ready to invade India. The circus slipped out of Constantinople, bound for Afghanistan. If only they could find it. One of the Turks on the mission was Hussein Rauf.
What do we know about Afghanistan beyond its name? I can't even visualize its place on the map. I don't know how to get there. Do I go via America?
The irony was that Enver Pasha and the Young Turks weren't fanatical believers at all. They went along with Germany's jihad idea out of opportunism. What Enver really wanted was to draw together the Turkic peoples of the East into a new empire. Enver had an army of 800,000, mainly from Anatolia, but also Arabs, Macedonians, Kurds. It was thought to be a spent force, but Enver had reformed it. Germany trained it.
Very considerable progress is being made in the Ottoman army's efficiency. The Turkish forces must now be regarded as a factor to be taken seriously into account.
But Turkey still had not publicly declared herself as Germany's ally, and her cabinet was split over whether to fight. But Turkey was desperate for money. So the Germans decided to sweeten the deal and force the Turks' hand. Two of Germany's cruisers, the Goeben and the Breslau, were being chased across the Mediterranean by the Royal Navy. Rather conveniently, they took refuge in Constantinople on the 11th of August 1914. The presence of two German cruisers riding proudly at anchor by the Golden Horn undermined the Turks' pretense at neutrality. So they shrugged and told the world they'd bought the ships. Their German crews were given fezzes to wear. Their fancy dress antics were the talk of Constantinople.
The Goeben sailed up the Bosphorus, halted in front of the Russian embassy. Officers and men solemnly removed their Turkish fezzes and put on German caps. The band played Deutschland über alles. When they'd spent an hour or two serenading the Russian ambassador, they put on their fezzes, then picked up anchor, leaving in the ears of the Russian diplomat the dying strains of German war songs.
The Turkish fleet, led by the Goeben and the Breslau, steamed out of the Bosphorus. On the 29th of October 1914, they attacked several Russian ports. Enver Pasha had the gateway to the Black Sea mined. The Germans paid over £5 million in gold, securing Turkey as their ally. Turkey had joined in the First World War pretty much on her own terms and with her own agenda.
Persian Muslims are threatening trouble. There is a dry wind blowing through the east and the parched grasses wait the spark. And the wind is blowing towards the Indian border.
Fiction by novelist John Buchan, but based on real fears of an Islamic holy war. By late 1914, Enver was looking east. He had big ideas both for jihad and for uniting the Turkic peoples.
Beyond the frontiers, there are brethren to be liberated and bits of fatherland to be redeemed.
Nearly 40 years before, Russia had stolen a chunk of eastern Turkey along its Caucasian border. Enver was desperate to kick the Russians off Turkish soil. But it was an area riven with ethnic friction. Russians, Turks, Georgians, Kurds, and on both sides of the frontier, Armenian Christians. Loyalties in the Caucasus were hard to read, hard to be sure of. Here at Erzurum Castle in November 1914, encouraged by the Germans, Enver Pasha took a key decision. Though winter was closing in, he threw his army at the Russians. Now he played the Islam card.
300 million Muslims are sighing under their chains, and all our former fellow countrymen are praying for our victory and success. Happy is he who falls for religion and fatherland. Forward, always forward for victory and fame and martyrdom and paradise.
In December 1914, the Turkish 9th Corps marched through the high passes of the Ala Ekber Mountains. The aim was to sweep down on the town of Sarıkamış and encircle the Russians. The Russians at first panicked and retreated. Enver's bold gamble nearly paid off. But then the temperature plummeted, and the Turks struggled into worsening conditions. Enver tried to reassure them.
I see that you don't have shoes or coats, but the enemy is afraid of you.
The Germans complained about our slowness, but the snow was so deep. Soldiers got lost at night. Some tried to light fires, but many fell asleep, never to wake again. We realized in the morning that half the division had frozen to death.
The weather and terrain killed 25,000 Turks before they even made contact with the Russians.
The soldiers were terrified of seeing the frozen corpses, and they began deserting their posts. We were trying to fire at the Russian troops, but the mechanisms of the guns had iced up. We trembled to think what we lived through during those long and deadly days.
The scenes made one shudder. The depressing sound of the trundling ox carts. The corpses, mouths open, eyes staring, thrown into the greedy stomach of the soil.
On the Ala Ekber Mountains, local men still say prayers for the dead of Sarıkamış.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل أعوذ برب الفلق من شر ما خلق ومن شر غاسق الله.
In 1919, Imdat Demir helped bury the bones.
إلا الله والله أكبر. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم صدق الله العظيم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله.
Enver's grand offensive had ended in catastrophe. He addressed his soldiers before leaving the front.
My friends, for almost a month I have seen with my own eyes how you have attacked the enemy. In spite of the harshness of the weather and all kinds of shortages, you broke their resistance. The Sultan and the whole nation congratulates you. I am returning to Istanbul. I pray that you will get more victories and not let the enemy rear his head anymore. I entrust you to the safekeeping of Allah.
Now the search for scapegoats began. Enver blamed the defeat not on himself, but on Turkish Armenians serving with the Russians in the Caucasus. Tension between the Turks and their Armenian population was nothing new. But now Turkey had serious fears that the Armenians were bidding for independence.
From all countries, Armenians are hurrying to enter the ranks of the glorious Russian army. Let peoples remaining under the Turkish yoke receive freedom. Let the Armenian people of Turkey who have suffered for the faith of Christ receive resurrection for a new, free life under the protection of Russia.
The Russians now advanced and the Turks fell back through Armenian areas. Local Armenian resistance was more imagined than real. The Turks responded with disproportionate, preemptive action. Turkish Minister of the Interior, Mehmet Talat, issued the following decree on the 26th of May, 1915.
Because some of the Armenians who are living near the war zones have attacked the military forces and the innocent population, certain measures are being adopted, among which is the deportation of the Armenians.
The German ambassador in Turkey, Baron von Wangenheim, warned Berlin of the imminent disaster.
Such a mass deportation to a destination many hundreds of kilometers away, without sufficient means of transport, via areas that offer neither accommodation nor food, and are plagued with epidemic illness such as typhus, will cost many lives, especially amongst women and children.
The town of Harput, key transit point of the forced Armenian exodus. Thousands passed through here to exile in Syria, then part of the Ottoman Empire. American missionary Tacy Atkinson saw terrible sights in Harput.
Thousands herded together, mostly women and children, sick, lying everywhere. These people have been on the road 6 weeks. They don't know where they are to go. They have been attacked, robbed, and killed.
Armin T. Wegener, a German medical officer stationed in Turkey, photographed the plight of the Armenians. And the American consul on the spot reported to his ambassador.
Sir, I have to report one of the greatest tragedies in all history. A revolutionary movement on the part of some of the Armenians was discovered, and severe measures taken to check it. Little distinction being made between people who were entirely innocent and those suspected of being participants in the movement.
The Armenians were marched across these mountains. Even those who survived the journey were not safe when they reached Syria, as a German diplomat in Aleppo reported.
Out of 2,000 to 3,000 peasant women from the Armenian plateau who were brought here in good health, only 40 or 50 skeletons are left. The prettier ones are the victims of their jailer's lust. The plain ones succumb to blows, hunger and thirst. Every day more than 100 corpses are carried out of Aleppo.
Perhaps 800,000 Armenians died in all. Whether this was an act of centrally directed genocide is still a matter of furious debate. The Turks deny the charge, saying the Armenians died of exposure, famine, and the actions of bad officials. In June 1916, Mehmet Talat, the Minister of the Interior who'd issued the deportation order, spoke to a newspaper about Turkey's role in the disaster.
The removal of the Armenians has become a military necessity, but unfortunately, through the fault of bad officials, grave excesses occurred when this order was being executed. At this point, the minister is stated to have paused and covered his eyes with his hand, as if to avoid the contemplation of the terrible vision. After which he continued, "We are no savages. Care for the security of Turkey had to predominate over all other considerations."
On the 3rd of January 1915, the Russian Tsar, panicking at the Turkish advance on Sarıkamış, urged the Allies to attack Turkey. The British agreed.
This is one of the greatest campaigns in history. Think what Constantinople is to the east. It is more than London, Paris and Berlin, all rolled into one, are to the west. Think what its fall will mean.
This was the battle which might turn the war. It could cut Germany's route to the east, unlock the Balkans, and open up Russia via the Black Sea. But first, the Navy would have to force its way through the Dardanelles Straits. The French insisted on being involved, not wanting the British to dominate the Mediterranean. On the 18th of March 1915, a combined French and British fleet attacked the Straits.
The flagship was hit by a large number of high-caliber shells. A turret was put out of action, and all its crew killed. The flames didn't spare anything. Our young men, a few minutes earlier so alert and courageous, were all skeletons lying on the bare steel, blackened, carbonized.
The Turkish guns survived the naval bombardment. The Allied ships were sitting ducks.
I told the battery commander, Rafat Bey, to increase fire. He replied that shells are exploding on the decks of the enemy ships. There is considerable damage to them.
The French battleship Bouvet hit a mine. 3 battleships were sunk that day, 3 crippled, 4 damaged. The Allies lost over 700 men. It was a remarkable victory for the Ottoman Empire. The Allies tried again. This time, the Navy would support an amphibious landing of troops. The Australian and New Zealand Army Corps, known as ANZACs, joined French and British soldiers. Contrary to later myth, the Anzacs weren't rough, tough diggers from the outback. They were mostly city dwellers, many first-generation British immigrants, fighting for the mother country. Turks like Behzadi Kerim knew this would be a fight for their country's survival.
I will sacrifice myself for my faith, my country, my dear Istanbul. I will crush the dirty, loathsome hands reaching out to threaten my old father's happiness, my innocent baby's life, my beloved wife's honor. I shall be as hard-hearted as an Englishman. I salute you, O apple of my eye, Istanbul. Those who are about to die bid you farewell.
On the 25th of April 1915, 70,000 Allied troops went ashore on the peninsula of Gelibolu, Gallipoli. a post-war film reconstructed the battle. Private Robert Atkinson witnessed what was then the greatest seaborne invasion ever.
Troops in small boats being towed ashore, effect a landing. Terrific bombardment, awful noise, rolling around the cliffs. Surprise the Turks. Splendid gunnery by the Navy. Awe-inspiring scene. My first experience of battle.
The Anzacs were landed in the wrong place. 8,000 men struggled ashore on a narrow strip of sand hemmed in by steep hills. The men christened it Anzac Cove.
The Turks welcomed us with shrapnel and sprayed up the sea all about us, but very few of us got hit. There didn't seem much organisation on the shore. In fact, it was disorganisation.
Breaking out of Anzac Cove, the casualties soared. New Zealander William Malone blamed the folly and incompetence of Australian officers.
Colonel Braun had no defensive position, no plan. Nothing but a murderous notion that the only thing to do was to plunge troops out of the neck of the ridge into the jungle beyond.
It was on these Turkish hills that Australian and New Zealand national identities were forged.
We were singing "This Bit of the World Belongs to Us." Much swearing and cheering, we charged up a hill so steep in places we could only just scramble up. Clean over a machine gun we went, men dropping all around. It was mad, wild, thrilling.
The Anzacs would have had an easier time if it had been left to the German general Iman von Sanders. He was holding troops back for an attack 9 miles away that never came. But a 34-year-old Turkish officer, Mustafa Kemal, climbed the peak of Çanak Bayır and saw the Anzac troops approaching and his own men fleeing.
Why are you running away? I asked. The enemy, sir, they said. You mustn't run away from the enemy. We've no more ammunition, they replied. I ordered them to fix their bayonets and lie down. And as they did so, the enemy too lay down. We had won time.
Mustafa Kemal issued a stark command.
I don't order you to attack. I order you to die. By the time we are dead, other units and commanders will have come up to take our place.
He sent an angry letter to Enver Pasha, damning their German allies.
Iman von Sanders did not know either our army or our country, and did not have time to study the situation properly. I urge you strongly not to rely on the mental ability of the Germans headed by von Sanders, whose hearts and souls are not engaged as ours are in the defence of our country.
The Turks contained the Anzac breakout at the Cove. Gallipoli made a hero out of Mustafa Kemal. Within 8 years he became his country's leader, earning the name Ataturk, father of the Turks. The British landing at V Beach went badly. The plan was to run the ship River Clyde onto the shore, her hold no longer full of coal, but men. But she went aground further out, exposing the British to withering Turkish fire.
The enemy commanders were sending the men down the ramps. But they could not escape the Turkish bullets. Our fire was very effective, knocking the enemy into the sea. The shore at V Beach was full of enemy corpses, like shoals of fish. The colour of the sea changed with the blood from their bodies.
The other landings went well, but initial success was not quickly exploited. The Allied campaign under General Sir Ian Hamilton was cursed by poor coordination. As on the Western Front, the two sides dug into a bitter trench war. Here, an Australian cameraman scrambles back to help his assistant under fire. French officer Jean Giraudoux watched the war turn brutal.
The Australians massacre all the Turks. One Australian told me that the Turks are their national enemy.
The conditions at Gallipoli were terrible. Intense heat, bitter cold, little water. Major Burge wrote home to his mother.
Respected Madam, sitting fearlessly about 200 yards from 2 million bloodthirsty Turks, I take up my pen. I forgot to mention I've got about 6 feet of solid earth between me and them. The sun is very hot and I am very thirsty. The only thing there is to drink is water that comes from a nasty well, which tastes as if it had a dead mule in it. However, we are given purifying tablets, which are very good, and make the water taste as if it had 2 dead mules in it.
To my highborn royal wife, Ayşe, from your husband, Mustafa Mehmet, Captain, 13th Turkish Infantry. Oh, Ayşe, my morning star. I pray God to bring this all to an end. I can see our lovely Constantinople in ruins and our houses burnt to the ground. These English are very persistent. There is no fear of death for them. They're very cruel. They watch us like wolves in the night and are upon us like the devil in the day. And why did we join in this wicked war? Ayşe, I must now take my leave of you as the sun is sinking and I must away to my devotion. God bless you, Ayşe. I wish I were at home to give you my adorations.
But Ayşe never received Mustafa's letter. It was found on his dead body by a British soldier. The Turks lost 10,000 men in one afternoon. As spring turned into summer, the stench of the dead became unbearable. Eventually an armistice was called to bury the dead. Many Turkish soldiers were illiterate. Their experiences were reflected in their songs.
Çanakkale içinde vurdular beni. Çanakkale içinde vurdular beni. Ölmeden mezara koydular beni. Oh gençliğim eyvah.
Disease became a major killer, particularly typhus and dysentery.
My old pal. He was smart and upright as a guardsman.
after about 10 days, to see him, crawling about, his backside hanging out. We were trying to lower him down into the latrine. I don't know what happened, but he simply rolled into this foot-wide trench. We couldn't pull him out, we didn't have any strength. He drowned in his own excrement.
Allied resolve was weakening, as Lieutenant Colonel Fakhrettin realized, writing to his father.
The morale of his troops has sunk so low as to be beyond description. These fellows will eventually have to embark their troops and remove them one of these nights.
On the 20th of December 1915, they did just that. Turkish officer İzzettin Bey was woken by the duty officer at 3 o'clock in the morning.
They had spotted many frigates and military transport ships. They thought it was a new invasion. But on the contrary, the British were running away. Their situation had become hopeless. What had happened was victory and the will of Allah.
Turkish troops enter abandoned Allied trenches. They did not fire on the retreating Allies, happy just to see them go. After 9 terrible months, the hills of Gallipoli fell silent. Both sides had suffered around 250,000 casualties. But for the Turks, it was a triumph.
When the enemy finally withdrew, Constantinople was decorated from one end to the other. At night, the minarets were lit up with oil lamps. Everyone was full of joy. Pale faces began to smile. Constantinople came back to life.
The Germans were still trying to ignite a holy war, jihad, in the Middle East.
In the mosques, fiery speeches are made against the English. The excitement of the population is increasing. 60,000 Afghan riders are ready to march.
The German agents who'd slipped into the Ottoman Empire as a travelling circus were now crossing Persia, disguised as tribesmen. On the 19th of August 1915, they evaded Russian patrols and entered Afghanistan. Their mission, to raise a Muslim army against the British and invade India. The team had been on the road for 9 months and had spent much of the time arguing about what route to take and who was in charge. The answer to that was German spy Oskar von Niedermeyer. Then Enver Pasha had second thoughts. The Germans, in stirring up countries to revolt against their Russian and British masters, encouraged ideas of independence. This clashed with Enver's vision of uniting all Muslims in an expanded all-Turkic empire. Enver pulled the Turks out of Niedermeyer's mission, leaving the Germans to go it alone. And when they finally reached Kabul, the Emir of Afghanistan kept them waiting another 2 months before he'd even see them.
His Excellency listed the reasons why he could not receive us earlier. It of course had nothing to do with anything political. He compared us with tradesmen, with lots of wares from which he could pick whatever he fancied and considered necessary. Everything seemed to be a business transaction for him.
The Emir played the Germans off against the British. Great riches, even his country's independence, were at stake. He hit Niedermeyer with a demand for £10 million and 100,000 rifles and guns. While Niedermeyer's party waited for the Emir to decide whether to invade India, they blundered about, offending Muslim sensibilities.
In order to enjoy some forbidden alcohol, the soldiers secretly brewed schnapps. The first drunkard, a sight never before witnessed in Afghanistan, as it is a religious blasphemy, caused severe public anger.
The Emir had long been on the British payroll. Now they upped the bribe to keep Afghanistan on side.
There were rumours of the arrival of huge money transports from India. We worked it out that the closer this caravan got, the icier our relationship with the Emir became.
Niedermeyer and the Germans finally realized they were pawns in the Emir's game and abandoned the operation. Jihad wasn't set in the east ablaze, but it still had the power to petrify the British. And Enver had no intention of halting his expansionist plans. He sent Colmar von der Goltz, a distinguished German field marshal, to take over command in Iraq and drive the war through Persia into India. Then 72 years old, von der Goltz kept in touch with his family.
I could never have imagined that in my old age fate would take me so far out into the world, and that I would travel in the steps of Alexander the Great through countries that filled our imaginations when we were young.
Britain decided a show of strength was needed in the Middle East to persuade the Arabs that the British were the masters there, not the Germans or Turks.
The capture of Baghdad would create an immense impression in the Middle East, especially in Persia, Afghanistan, and on our own frontier, and would counteract the unfortunate impression created by want of success on the Dardanelles.
By May 1915, a British division under Major General Sir Charles Townshend was advancing up the Tigris through Iraq, then part of the Ottoman Empire. Just 25 miles short of Baghdad, they were halted by the Turkish 6th Army. The British fell back on Kut, a town on a loop in the Tigris. The Turks surrounded them, and the British settled in for a siege. Major Dunn, who drew this map, wrote home on Christmas Day.
A very good dinner today. Mutton, Scotch broth, salmon mayonnaise, chicken conflay, roast duck and green peas, Italian eggs, chocolate. And of course we toasted all our dear ones at home.
The British found themselves up against Colmar von der Goltz, now in charge of the besieging Turkish army, his conquest of India on hold.
Unfortunately, the English have dug in well, and we don't have the technical means to get rid of them. Whether we will meet again in good health is in God's hand.
Townshend was optimistic they'd all be rescued within days. But by January, with the food running out, their own cavalry came reluctantly to the rescue.
About 3 weeks ago, the first horse fell under the butcher's knife. Since then, they have been slain daily, about 20 a time. We have it in steak and kidney pie, horse mince, horse rissoles, potted horse soup, stuffed horse meat, etc. Ad nauseam.
Hundreds of British soldiers died trying to save Townshend's garrison.
This morning there was a strong English attack. Between the battle lines the field is covered with English corpses.
The relieving force downstream has again failed to get through. General Townshend has issued a communique to us. The eyes of India and England are on us, and we shall go down as heroes, which doesn't do us much good. I'd sooner not be a hero in Kut, and have plenty to eat.
The men are dying off fast now from starvation, scurvy, pneumonia. The Tommies are sticking it out better than the Indian troops, who refuse to eat mule or horse.
On the 24th of April, during the last desperate days of the siege, a gallant attempt was made to send a ship carrying 270 tons of food up the Tigris to Kut. Ali Ihsan was one of a group of Turks who stretched a cable across the Tigris, ensnaring the supply ship.
We confiscated an English boat which contained all kinds of food, enough to feed 5,000 for 2 months. It was called Julenar, but we renamed it Kendigelen, the godsend.
Townsend became so desperate that the British made an offer to Turkish General Halil Pasha for the freedom of the garrison.
General Townsend offered to me 1 million English pounds for the freedom of the English army. Had this offer been made in other circumstances, my answer would have been one word out of the barrel of my rifle. Trying to keep my calm, I replied that I took this offer as a joke.
Finally, on the 29th of April 1916, after 146 days of siege, Townsend surrendered. An even more humiliating defeat than Gallipoli.
All up now. A terrible pity. Never shall I forget that morning of surrender. We settled down to the melancholy task of destruction. Poor gunners. Some were in tears as the guns they were so proud to have tended were blown to pieces. The Turks marched in at noon and took over the place. By the waters of Babylon, we sat down and wept.
Field Marshal von der Goltz died of typhus just before the Turkish victory at Kut. But it was in line with something he wrote, an unusually modern and prophetic view.
For me, the present war is only the beginning of a long historical development, at whose end will stand the defeat of England's world position. The hallmark of the 20th century must be the revolution of the coloured races against the colonial imperialism of Europe.
The evening after the fall, Turks and Arabs moved through the narrow streets of the city to where we had buried the much-loved Field Marshal a few days earlier. The Turkish commander wanted to bring the news of the fall of Kut el Amara to the dead leader whose achievement it was.
Townsend sailed off to a comfortable captivity in Constantinople. During the siege, 1,750 of his British and Indian soldiers had died, but the worst lay ahead. 12,000 men were marched through the desert to Baghdad.
A large percentage of the men were quite done for and couldn't possibly march another inch. They were lying on the ground, suffering from high fever and dysentery, and were smothered from head to foot in filth and covered with flies.
By the war's close, over 4,000 veterans of Kut had died in prison camp, victims of willful neglect by both Turkey and Britain.
Never come back no more, boys. Never come back no more. The camp is becoming a bore, boys. It's becoming a terrible bore. Shut up the old shop window. Put a notice over the door. We're packing our kits for the jolly old Ritz, and we'll never come back no more.
The Allies had written off the Ottoman Empire from the start, but then suffered major defeats at its hands. The Turks would see out the war. It wasn't Allah or the Germans that kept them fighting to the end, but self-defense and political ambition. In the next episode of the First World War, the giants Russia and Germany clash on the Eastern Front, and millions get caught in the middle. A war without pity or rules. The Eastern Front was the conflict at the heart of the First World War. A struggle which devastated the lives of Eastern Europe's peoples. As old scores were settled, new hatreds forged. A harbinger of the Second World War.
There has never been such a war as this, waged with such bestial fury.
This was a racial war between Teuton and Slav, between the Germans and Austro-Hungarians on one side, and Russia and her Slav ally Serbia on the other. Caught between the clashing giants were Poles, Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Croatians, Jews, without statehood or voice, with no means of defense. It was also a war of alliances, stretched to breaking point. Germany, hands full on the Western Front, looked to Austria-Hungary to bear the brunt of a Russian attack. But Austria-Hungary's empire was crumbling and weak. Theirs was a partnership with different agendas, many enemies. Germany's eastern flank bordered directly onto Russia, down what is now Poland. To Austria-Hungary's south lay her dreaded enemy, Serbia. Around them, a ring of neutrals, as yet undecided which side to join. Russian troops are blessed before leaving for the war. One officer presented his men with an historic opportunity.
Hey, brothers. Our eternal enemy, Germany, is trying to enslave Russia, our country, which has long suffocated under Germany's dead weight. The time has come to end their Teutonic rule.
Not everyone saw the conflict in such epic terms. Russian conscript Vasily Mishnin left to fight the Germans, filled with dread.
A shiver ran through my whole body. The third whistle. Everybody breaks down. I kiss my Nura for the last time, and all my family kiss me. Nura shouts, "Why are you crying, Vasusha? You said you weren't going to cry."
The challenge to this war on the backward side of Europe was logistics. There were vast distances to cover, from the Urals to the Alps, with desperate problems of communications and supply. On the 17th of August 1914, the Russian First Army seized the initiative and invaded Germany. This would be a mobile war, and some units went in hard from the start. Russian cavalry officer Vladimir Littauer had already crossed the border, scouting ahead.
We started while it was still dark. Around 7 o'clock in the morning, our squadron reached the objective for the day, a large German farm. The scene on the German side of the border was frightening. For miles, farms, haystacks and barns were burning. Like every army under the sun,
we looted and destroyed, and later hated to admit it.
The scope for atrocity was greatest where places suddenly changed hands, where soldiers lived off the land, where you weren't sure who the enemy was. Litau's regiment was fired on at the village of Santopen in East Prussia. The Russians blamed locals for directing the attack from the church tower.
Groton completely lost his temper and shouted, "They are all spies, shoot them!" In a moment they were all dead.
Horror stories spread, as 12-year-old German Peter Kur recorded in her diary.
Whole columns of East Prussian refugees came through our town. Many are crying. There are mothers with tiny children. They say Russians tie German women who stay behind to trees, set up wooden crosses in front of them, and nail their little children to them. When the kiddies have died before their mother's eyes, the Russians mutilate the women and kill them.
The German army fell back 100 miles. Two men took over Germany's defense in the east. General Paul von Hindenburg, brought out of retirement, and General Erich Ludendorff, poached from the offensive in the west. They would in time become more powerful than the Kaiser. The Germans planned to hit the Russian Second Army in these woods, near the East Prussian town of Tannenberg, where, 500 years before, a Polish army had defeated a force of Teutons. The stakes were high, Germany fighting to defend her native soil. Julius Bolt's regiment was whisked from Western to Eastern Front.
After a 60-hour train ride, a quick march for nearly 4 hours straight to the battlefield, I had my baptism of fire. Oddly enough, it left me completely cold. In a flash I thought of home, gave one glance to heaven, and then straight into the line of fire. When the injured scream, your heart clams up. There's almost nothing left of this hospitable town. What's left of the buildings is either still burning or in ruins. Charred corpses lie in the streets.
Tannenberg stopped the Russians in their tracks and made up for the lack of German victory in the west. Hindenburg and Ludendorff were seen as saviors of the nation, as schoolgirl Pieter wrote.
Paul von Hindenburg is mighty big and strong. He has a square head with a moustache and many wrinkles in his face. The people here in the East worship him.
Germany needed heroes. The battle entered pan-German mythology. Payback for the Russian invasion, final revenge for that ancient defeat. This massive monument was completed in 1927, a rallying symbol for Germany's ambitious right. A few years later, Hindenburg showed Adolf Hitler the site of Germany's historic triumph. Today, the monument lies in ruins, blown up by the Russians after the Second World War. Last blow in the saga of Slav-Teuton clashes at Tannenberg. Poland, January 1915. The Russians were firmly dug in. The Germans were now on the offensive, trying to dislodge them. The village of Bolimov was in the front line. The Germans turned to technology to give them the edge over the Russians. Bolimov would be the testbed for an experimental weapon. Francis Smolenski, a civilian, raised the alarm.
I got up, went outside, and then I saw this something which looked like smoke. I ran back home, shouting, "Fire! Fire!"
Behind the Russian lines, General Basil Gurko got snippets of information that didn't add up. Hundreds mysteriously killed. Trenches full of corpses that might not be dead.
Bodies in a state of collapse with little sign of life were lying in the wood. What was the reason for this unusual occurrence? Had some of those already buried been in a state of coma and not dead at all?
From this church tower, German observers watched the first major use of chemical warfare ever. The Germans fired 18,000 tear gas shells onto the Russians. The conventional wisdom is that the wind was blowing the wrong way, and it was too cold for the gas to work. The Russians withstood the attack. But there were victims, as General Gurko heard and Francis Smolenski saw.
They were carried, crowded onto wagons, some lying on top of others. Those who could walked. Their faces were pale blue. They had foam at their mouths.
3 months later, Ypres on the Western Front wrongly earned the morbid distinction of being the site for the first gas attack. Bolimov went unreported, never investigated. Meanwhile, Germany's main ally, Austria-Hungary, was fighting for survival. The Russians had invaded and were now besieging the fortress city of Przemysl. If it fell, so might Hungary herself. The Russians sat outside for 6 months, lobbing shells, waiting. Inside, 300 Austro-Hungarians a day were dying of starvation. Przemysl was a microcosm of the Austro-Hungarian Empire itself, a crucible of ethnic frictions. Orders of the day had to be issued in 15 languages. Austrian patriots cheek by jowl with Russian sympathizers. Questions of race, questions of loyalty, fears of the enemy within.
There's execution after execution. The Austrians are hanging people by the dozen now. Innocent ones too.
March 1915. Nikolai Myaskovsky was one of the Russians preparing for the final assault.
Instead of the total shootout we expected, there were only a few shots of shrapnel, and then we reached the fort quite easily.
The Austro-Hungarian garrison had fallen apart. Przemysl surrendered to the Russians without a fight. the first Russian train crosses the River San. British observer Bernard Pears quickly realized how divided the Austro-Hungarians were.
The troops, instead of being all Hungarians, were of various nationalities. The conditions of defence led to brawls and, in the end, open disobedience of orders.
Austro-Hungarian prisoners were paraded through Moscow. A German official said, referring to Austria-Hungary, that his country was now shackled to a corpse. Russians bury the German dead after yet another battle. While great armies tore at one another's throats on the Eastern Front, a circle of small nations watched, like vultures, waiting to see which side to join. Forget liberal ideals and high principles. The question was, who would offer them the most, and who would win this war? These smaller nations, Italy, Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, also had scores to settle, lands they wanted back. The price of any alliance would be high. Marie, Queen of Romania, at her post-war coronation. British-born as Princess of Edinburgh, Marie had effectively led Romania as Britain's loyal ally in the First World War. She kneels before her husband, King Ferdinand. But behind closed doors, Marie called the shots. She was instrumental in brokering the critical deal. Marie had written to the Russian Tsar, Cousin Nicky, and to the British King, Cousin George, putting Romania's entry in the First World War out to tender.
Being neutral, I get news from all sides. Each tries to persuade us that defeat for them is impossible. Promises and threats being dangled over our heads.
The Romanian government, prodded by Marie, fixed the price for entry on the Allied side. Transylvania, the Banat, and Bukovina. She added for George V's benefit,
These geographical explanations must be Chinese to you, but the places can be found on a map.
her Prussian-born husband Ferdinand rather fancied joining Germany, but by August 1916, the Allies agreed Romania's terms in full. In Rome, Italy's leaders had already cashed in. Instead of joining the Central Powers, in line with pre-war treaties, Italy initially declared neutrality. But in October 1914, Prime Minister Salandra said Italy must act for her own national good. He called this policy sacro egoismo, sacred self-interest. In practice, it meant joining the side of the highest bidder. Few Italians wanted to fight, but the Allies offered a chunk of Austria-Hungary, part of the Dalmatian coast, and threw in a few islands. So without consulting Parliament, Salandra accepted landing his people with one of the harshest fronts in the entire war. Italy's border with Austria-Hungary zigzagged for 375 miles into Europe's highest peaks. The Austro-Hungarians had the advantage, holding the high ground along the entire front. It was brutal terrain. Italian Alpine troops inch up to the front line. An officer beats out a rhythm for men hauling a field gun up the slope. In May 1915, Italian troops seized the mountain village of Cortina d'Ampezzo. In front of them, the vast Lagazzuoi mountain. By sunrise, the Italians had climbed its sheer rock face to a narrow ledge. They were now fighting a vertical war. Above them, the Austro-Hungarians had fewer men, but showed a tenacity they lacked elsewhere. Austrian Colonel Victor Schempfel watched his men attack the Italians below.
They threw several hand grenades on the ridge, which was about 100 meters below them. Judging by the screams of the wounded, and from the fact that the machine gun hasn't fired a single shot all day, we must have been successful.
But the Italians clung on, 2 miles above sea level. Each side burrowed into the mountains and spent the next 2 years trying to dislodge the other. "15 men slept in this cave carved out of the rock. Both sides worked 24-hour shifts, digging tunnels, trying to reach the enemy's position and blast the mountain under them. Some went mad listening for the sound of enemy drills.
My nerves are shot to pieces. I've got to calm down. I've now been in the front line 4 months, amid constant fear and torment.
Avalanches became another hazard of war, sometimes triggered by shell fire. Austrian Eugenio Mich was caught in one that wiped out 9 barrack huts, killing 272.
I stayed squashed under the debris of the beds. For the first quarter of an hour, I could feel 50 or so men moving around me, and then one by one they fell silent and died.
Italy's frontier with Austria-Hungary levelled out along the Isonzo River. Italy's first attack failed with heavy loss of life. But General Luigi Cadorna bloody-mindedly ordered another and another. 11 battles in all, at a cost of 300,000 lives. They never reached their main objective, the port of Trieste. Giuseppe Cordano served in the Julian Alps, in a trench system just 15 meters below the Austrian positions.
Between the two trenches, it's a cataclysm. The dead are scattered everywhere, half buried. Haversacks, rifles, rags of clothing, and human body parts. A couple of grenades fall in the middle of the dike where some soldiers are sheltering, and everything is thrown up in the air. Rocks fly and fall with furious destruction. Laments and screams for help can be heard from everywhere, but how can one move? How can one help them?
I'm astride the crest, and I carry on, metre by metre, ducking my head under shrapnel fire. 10 meters in front of me, Zanni from Vicenza is hit in the head, screams, and falls down the precipice. I watch his body tumbling down. He was a good lad. I keep going, forever asking myself when my time will come.
In the winter of 1914, Germany's High Command told the Kaiser they'd decided to launch the major offensive of 1915 against the Russians. The generals ruled out total victory, but a decisive blow might force the Russians to sue for peace. Germany moved 8 divisions from the Western Front to the Eastern, to try to break through the Russians at Gorlitza, in the foothills of the Carpathian Mountains. Now German fought alongside Austrian. Austrian Matthias Migschitz sensed the change of mood.
It sounds wonderful to hear German troops speaking. Everyone is sure of victory, conscious of their might. You hear no melancholy talk, no bleak forecasts.
Florence Farnborough, a British nurse with the Russian Red Cross, travelled with her camera along the Eastern Front. Her nursing team went by horse cart to Gorlitza. They had no idea 1/3 Germans and Austrians were massing to attack the town.
We have already chosen our hospital. It is a well-built house with several nice airy rooms. We are surrounded by the Carpathians. I love watching them at night, when the mountains lie mysteriously quiet and passive. Then the wounded started to arrive. They came in their hundreds from all directions, some able to walk, others crawling, dragging themselves along the ground.
As the Germans got near, Florence's team was ordered to evacuate.
And the wounded? They shouted to us when they saw us leaving, called out to us in piteous language to stop. We had to wrench our skirts from their clinging hands.
Caught by surprise and low on shells, the Russians retreated. Infantryman Myaskovsky wrote to his friend, the composer Sergei Prokofiev.
My dearest Seryozhenka, we're in a state of unstoppable panicked retreat. Our troops are melting away like snow. Only 600 to 700 survived out of a 3,000-strong regiment in one day alone.
The Russian army fled, but not towards the negotiating table. They scorched the earth. Vasily Mishnin retreated through the village of Dombrovo.
The locals received us well, but in the evening, when the Cossacks arrived and began to drive them out with cruelty, then there were tears, and grief, and cursing of the war.
The Russians were looking for scapegoats, and the Jews of Eastern Europe fitted the bill. They didn't look Russian, and their language, Yiddish, sounded suspiciously like German. In 1914, there were 4 million Jews in the Russian Empire. Battered by pogroms and denied rights allowed the Tsar's other minorities, Jews were forced to live in specified areas, known as the Pale of Settlement. And even though 650,000 Jews served in the army, many Russian officers and men saw Jews as dirty, half-human creatures.
First of April 1915. The Ruskies make fun of the Jews, saying they can munch their matzos for now. But when Passover's finished, they'll sort them out. Send them to Siberia.
Helena Yablonska lived at number 20, Franciszek Street, in the heart of Old Przemysl. A third of the town's population were Jews. They'd been safe enough there under the Austro-Hungarians, but now Helena watched the Russians root them out within days of taking over.
Tuesday, the 30th of March. Jews are treated with no mercy. They cut the beard and sideburns off the old rabbi from Birja, then strapped him to a horse and dragged him away. They beat his wife. Jews are not allowed to own any shops. Saturday, the 17th of April. The Cossacks waited till the Jews went off to pray, then set upon them with whips, taking them from synagogues, streets and doorsteps. Many hundreds of Jews. What'll they do with them? Some of the older, weaker ones couldn't keep up and were whipped. The roundup will go on till they've caught the lot. Such lamenting and despair. Some hide in cellars, but the Russians will find them.
No one knows how many Jews were killed in Eastern Europe during the First World War. 600,000 were uprooted, of whom 200,000 never returned home. After their experiences under the Russians, many Jews looked to the Germans for better treatment. German officers entered the main Jewish street of Mlawa, north of Warsaw. The Germans tried to win the support of Jews in Eastern Europe by promising them liberation from the Russian yoke. Meanwhile, the assimilated Jews of Germany showed their patriotism by joining up. Emma and Fritz Schlesinger see their friend Ludwig Bornstein off to the front, one of 100,000 Jews who fought for the Kaiser. German Jewish soldiers mark Hanukkah the Festival of Lights in 1916. 12,000 were killed in the war. Nearly 30,000 received decorations. But while Jews were tolerated within the German army, many soldiers despised them. Ernst Nopper passed columns of refugees, forced out of their homes by the Russians, and now returning.
I couldn't bear to watch as a Polish family struggled on foot while the entire lazy Jewish population travelled on carts. I hauled a Jew off and gave his arse a good kicking, before making the 3 Poles with all their baggage climb up onto the cart. I let everyone know that I would have all the Jews shot if they didn't let the Poles continue on their journey.
The breakthrough continued through the summer. This was the greatest victory of the Central Powers in the war, seizing present-day Poland, Lithuania, parts of Belarus, and the Ukraine. As the Germans advanced, they entered a world half destroyed. German troops convert Russian railway lines to the narrower German gauge. Rebuilding the communication system became a key task, rich in symbolic meaning. Germany aimed to recast Poland as an independent state, but under her wing. Advancing troops saw themselves as bringing civilizing order and discipline.
That which seemed forever lost was created anew by the German battalions of Kultur. The German spirit blows through the poor land, and new life rises up out of the ruins.
But that's not how it worked out, however keen the Germans were to present a caring image to their newsreel audiences. American woman Laura de Turchanovich lived in the occupied town of Suwałki near the Lithuanian border. To her, the rebuilt railways and roads weren't bridges between cultures. They were Germany's means of whipping war booty back home.
Furniture was carted daily to East Prussia. The woods were cut down, every agricultural implement taken, every woman outraged. All Poland was to be emptied and carted away, beaten into the bargain, and made to pay such terrible contributions.
Faced with a chronic labour shortage, and with little love for Slav or Russian, the German army began transporting men to the west for forced labour. The American Red Cross distributes food aid to starving Polish peasants. Reluctant to feed conquered populations, the German army became increasingly obsessed with cataloguing them. Everyone over 10 was to be documented, and nearly 2 million photo passes were issued. The Germans also began to view the East as a place of disease, and started large-scale disinfecting programs. On the 17th of October 1915, the German field medical commander ordered that all railway crossings on the eastern border be sealed off. Everyone crossing the frontier had to be deloused before setting foot on German soil. Winter 1915. The racial war of Teuton versus Slav neared its peak. German and Austro-Hungarian forces moved south to destroy Serbia. This would win control of the Balkans, final revenge for the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. And they had a new ally, Bulgaria, tempted by Germany's military muscle and certain this was the winning side. The bait dangled before Bulgarian leader Ferdinand was the promise of vast swathes of Serbia. Born in Vienna, Ferdinand had few sympathies for his Slav neighbours.
The purpose of my life is the destruction of Serbia.
On the 6th of October 1915, a joint German-Austro-Hungarian force invaded Serbia, taking the capital in just 2 days. The Bulgarian army then entered from the southeast. The Serbs' only way out of their country was into Albania, but that lay across treacherous mountain ranges. As their enemies' claws closed around them, the Serbian army slipped away, and the people fled with them. Serbian photographer Risto Marjanović documented his nation's exodus. One of the refugees was 12-year-old Katarina Kostic.
We spent the nights in the open, beside a fire, which would scorch one side of your body while the other froze. One morning, a woman refugee woke up and happily announced that she'd had something soft beneath her head that night. To our horror, the soft thing turned out to be a human corpse.
One soldier threw away his rifle to carry an old woman who had collapsed. She gestured towards the sound of the enemy closing in and handed him back his weapon. They halted here, on the field of blackbirds, in Kosovo. The Serb nation drew breath, while its leaders met in the town of Prizren. The choices were grim. Battle it out, surrender, or survive to fight another day. Journalist Gordon Smith watched the debate inside the town seminary.
The final councils did not last long. On November the 24th, the supreme resolution was taken. The king, army, and government would refuse to treat with the enemy and would leave for Albania.
Hundreds of thousands of troops and civilians set off into the mountains. Their plan, to reach the Mediterranean and sail to safety. This epic retreat shaped modern Serbian self-perception, taking its place in national myth alongside the 1389 defeat by the Turks on the same field of blackbirds. Still an open wound today. A Serbian film, directed by a veteran of the march, reconstructed its agony.
The further we went, the worse it got. You didn't hear the usual men swearing, officers yelling orders. This huge funeral procession of the state of Serbia endured the pain in silence. Who tramped behind me? Who in front? Where was my company? All too soon we fell apart. Now it was every man for himself.
We staggered up mountains, then clambered down, avoiding quagmires from which the hands reached out of poor people who'd got stuck. We stumbled, running out of strength, but could not turn back. We had to move on.
The survivors gathered on the island of Corfu. Exhaustion, starvation, and disease continued to take their toll. Half the army, over 200,000 men, had died on the march. No one knows how many civilians. But Serbia's death rate was the highest of the First World War. There was no question who was winning the titanic struggle of Teuton versus Slav. The Central Powers were now the masters of the Eastern Front. Columns of Russian prisoners became a familiar sight.
The street was full of them. Thousands, driven along like dogs, taunted, beaten if they fell down, kicked until they either got up or lay still, forever.
Kaiser Wilhelm even suggested that 90,000 Russian prisoners be driven onto a barren peninsula along the Baltic shore and starved to death. The German and Austro-Hungarian high commands meet in the Tyrol. But behind the mutual congratulation, the partnership is rotten to the core. Practicing his handshake, Archduke Frederick, the Austrian commander-in-chief, waits to meet one of the world's most powerful men, the German Kaiser. War has exposed their differences, not bound them closer. Germany thought the Austro-Hungarian Empire a shambles. She wondered whether to take the whole lot into the German Reich. Austria-Hungary found Germany arrogant and domineering. The Austrian Chief of Staff, on the left, called the Germans our secret enemies. In time, the Austrians would even send secret peace feelers to the Allies. But they could never break away from Germany. It was alliances on both sides that would keep the war going. In the next episode of the First World War, the horrors of Verdun and the Somme, as both sides try to break the deadlock on the Western Front. Think of the First World War, and you think of trenches. There was mobility elsewhere, in the East and Africa, but the war on the Western Front was bogged down. The challenge on both sides was to find new ideas, new weapons, new spirit among the men. Only then could they break out and win. In September 1914, the Allies had stopped the German drive into France at the Marne. The Germans pulled back to high ground and dug in. The Allies followed suit. The result, 500 miles of trench and fortification, stretching from the Channel to Switzerland, allowing ground to be held with fewer men, freeing troops for other fronts. Breaking the deadlock meant taking the offensive, but it was much easier to defend trenches than attack them. For all their blood and mud and horror, trenches saved lives. They were places of fear and bad smells, where walls might be shored up with limbs and corpses, but they were the safest places to be in a battlefield swept by machine gun fire, devastated by shelling. The greater danger came when you left them. The popular image of First World War soldiers is lions led by donkeys, but the generals knew that battles couldn't be won from behind a trench wall. Sooner or later the men would have to go over the top, and that meant heavy casualties. The generals weren't so much callous as realistic. And there were more good generals than bad. Rather than sitting out the war in chateaux miles behind the lines, 71 German generals were killed in action, 55 French, 78 British. The general's response to the deadlock was to challenge it, to find dynamic ways to beat it. In 1916, both sides looked for a place to break through, where an attack could be concentrated and supplied. The Germans thought they'd found it at Verdun. A town and mighty fortress on a salient, a tongue of France sticking out into the German lines. Verdun looked secure, with its huge walls, its giant circle of 19 forts, with their outer ring of defences. But the French had now downgraded Verdun's status, removing many of its guns to needier sites. For the French garrison, it was becoming known as a cushy sector.
We have almost nothing to worry about. We often play cards, and sometimes we have to drop them and pick up our rifles, but it's usually a false alarm. So we go back to our seats and our cards, our minds completely on the game again.
But Parliamentary Deputy Émile Drian, now a frontline colonel, realised how vulnerable Verdun really was. He warned the French government.
We are doing everything day and night to make our front line inviolable. But there is one thing about which we can do nothing. The shortage of hands. If our front line is broken by a massive attack, our second line won't hold. Lack of workers, and also barbed wire.
But Drian was ignored. On Monday the 21st of February 1916, a clear, still winter's day, over 100,000 German soldiers drew breath and prepared to go over the top. They had surprise on their side. Above them, they had air superiority. No Allied planes had spotted their preparations. Behind them, their own German artillery opened fire. And in front of them in the French lines, Corporal Marc Stéphan could hardly believe what was happening.
We were swept by a storm, a hurricane, a tempest growing ever stronger, with hail like cobblestones, with the destructive force of an express train. And we're underneath it, do you follow? Underneath it.
The Germans fired 1 million shells that day.
When a shell bursts a few meters away, there's a terrible jolt, and then an indescribable chaos of smoke, of earth, of stones, of branches, and too often, alas, of limbs, flesh, a rain of blood.
By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the section of the wood which we occupied and which, in the morning, was completely covered with bushes, looked like the timber yard of a sawmill. A little later, I'd lost most of my men.
The Germans were evolving new solutions to the problems of attack. They delegated command forward to the men at the sharp end, training them to advance in small groups, zigzagging and crouching, equipped with fearsome new weapons, light mortars, grenades and flamethrowers. They called these units stormtroopers.
We moved forward from our position. That's where I saw the most refined weapon of modern technology or human bestiality. There was a spurt of flame, which flooded the attacking enemy with burning oil.
Verdun was one of the defining battles of the 20th century. Among the attacking Germans was a young Lieutenant Paulus, who, as a general in the Second World War, would command the siege of Stalingrad. "25-year-old Charles de Gaulle was also there, France's future leader, wounded and captured defending Verdun. On the second day of the attack, at his headquarters, Colonel Drian received absolution from his chaplain and wrote a note to his wife.
The hour is near. I feel very calm. In our wood, the front trenches will be taken in a few minutes. My poor battalion spared until now.
He sent a message to his divisional commander.
We shall hold out against the Boche, although their bombardment is infernal.
Drian ordered a retreat out of the woods. Then one of his men was hit. As Drian started to dress the wound, he too was shot.
I clearly saw the colonel throw up his arms and shout, "Oh my God!" Then he half turned and collapsed. When I could get over to him, there was no sign of life. Blood was flowing from a head wound and from his mouth. He had the color of a dead man.
Three days later, the Germans captured Douaumont, Verdun's key fort. Germany was jubilant. Church bells rang out. A national holiday was declared. In France, Drian's heroic sacrifice helped spark the flame of national defiance. Verdun was to be held at any cost. The survival of France herself was at stake. They shall not pass, declared General Philippe Pétain, Verdun's new commander. He rotated his troops. 3/4 of the French army at one time or another defended Verdun, a national effort that ensured whole units were not totally destroyed in the battle. Pétain was genuinely concerned for the lives of his men. A quarter of a century later, he led his country into surrender and collaboration with Hitler, rather than repeat the bloodbath of Verdun. Route Nationale 93. An ordinary French road, but it saved its country's life. Night and day, supplies for Verdun rolled along the Voie Sacrée, the sacred way, as well as by rail. Events on another front also helped the French at Verdun. At the end of 1915, the Allies, Britain, France, Italy and Russia, had agreed a plan for 1916 to pull Germany in different directions. Now the deal paid off. A successful Russian offensive forced Germany to switch troops from France to the Eastern Front. From June, the initiative at Verdun passed to the French. And Germany's technical advantages were short-lived. Throughout the war, new ideas were quickly picked up by the other side.
All our inventions seem to turn like evil spirits against us, like a monster destroying itself. Amid these terrible scenes of destruction, the idea of ever returning home seems indescribably glorious. Please look after yourself and our home, your soul and your body and all that is mine.
Franz Marc was killed later that day. Finally, on the 24th of October 1916, the French recaptured Fort Douaumont. Verdun was saved.
At last the time has come, and we set off to conquer the enemy positions. They don't offer any resistance, and the few men who are still alive come out of their holes crying, "Kamerad!"
The battlefield of Verdun has a different atmosphere from any other I was ever on. Its horrors are also greater. But there's a feeling of intense satisfaction. It was at Verdun that the French people found themselves again and emerged from the clouds which have hung over them since their defeat by the Germans in 1870.
France had learned a string of lessons at Verdun about artillery, new weapons, logistics and manpower. But at a cost of over 1/3 casualties. German casualties were nearly as high, but Germany, fighting alone in the West and with weak allies on other fronts, could not endure losses on this scale. She would not launch another major offensive on the Western Front until 1918.
One can look for miles and see no human beings. But in those miles of country lurk, it seems, thousands of men. planning against each other perpetually some new device of death. Never showing themselves, they launch at each other bullet, bomb, aerial torpedo, and shell.
Unlike previous wars, the fighting on the Western Front was unceasing. Somewhere down the line there was always a gun firing, a man falling. But for the troops of both sides, life was not always unrelenting warfare. During 1916, the average British soldier spent 100 days at the front. For the remainder, he was in reserve, on work detail, resting, or on leave. And over the 500-mile front, some sectors were easier than others. Even busy ones had their lulls. One day, British General Lord Edward Gleichen visited the front line.
When going round the trenches, I asked a man whether he had had any shots at the Germans. He responded that there was an elderly gentleman with a bald head and long beard who often showed himself over the parapet. Well, why didn't you shoot him? Shoot him? Said the man. Why, Lord bless you, sir, he's never done me no harm. A shocking example of live and let live.
Live and let live was a pervasive phenomenon on both sides of accommodation with the enemy. It arose because in quiet times and in quiet lines, men were learning to adapt to war and to adapt war to them.
We sometimes got out of the trench into the tall grass behind, which the sun had dried, and enjoyed a warm indolence with a book. Not infantry training, I think. The war seemed to have forgotten us in that placid sector.
Quand les Gotha viennent sur Paris, tu es à la cave, me mettent à l'abri. Je retrouve là, en pyjama, un tas de gens assis sur des pliants, le long du mur dans un angle obscur. Puis dernièrement un couple étonnant, de beaux vieux bourgeois, madame aux abois, criait s'appelait toi. Tiens-moi contre toi, tiens-toi contre moi, tiens-moi bien, bien, bien, dis mon Adrien, écoute que j'ai peur, ça pue sur mon cœur, je vais mourir de frayeur.
I'm with officers and sergeants who are great fun. There's lots of schnapps and wine, and every day we get so drunk we forget whether we're at war or in Civvy Street.
Ça leur suffit le lendemain, nos deux bourgeois avaient pris le train, d'un cœur léger, ils vont...
In my unit, there was a piano actually in the trench in the front line, and we had many a good sing-song.
La nuit, à quel écueil je suis perdu.
I feel great. I have never lived so well, and probably never will again. I have just joined our sports club. This evening someone got a football. Now we can play football, racing, long jump. Chocolate is the prize, donated by our platoon commander.
Life in this sector is gloriously lazy. Weather is perfect, the enemy most peaceful. And there's little to do but lie on one's back and smoke, or write imaginative letters back home.
It would be child's play to shell the road behind the enemy's trenches, crowded as it was with ration wagons and water carts, into a blood-stained wilderness. But on the whole, there is silence. After all, if you prevent your enemy from getting his rations, his remedy is simple. He will prevent you from drawing yours.
see the smoke of the Germans' mealtime fires ascending in blue-grey spirals. It is only common courtesy not to interrupt each other's meals with intermittent missiles of hate.
One day while our infantry was cooking, there was a shout from the enemy trench. Could he come and eat too? He was invited over. The Frenchman came and ate and made himself comfortable. And from then on, whenever the Frenchman noticed that food was ready in the German trenches, he came and joined in.
Sometimes an officer tried to stir his men into a little action. How about posting a sniper? Or lobbing over a grenade?
We received the following message tied to a stone from the German trenches opposite. We're going to send a 40-pounder. We've been ordered to do this, but we don't want to. It'll come this evening, and we'll blow a whistle first to warn you so that you have time to take cover. All happened as they said it would.
The sniper is a very necessary person. He serves to remind us that we are at war. Wherever a head or anything resembling a head shows itself, he fires. Were it not for his enthusiasm, both sides would be sitting upon their respective parapets, regarding each other with frank curiosity. And that would never do.
British Directive, March 1916. With trench warfare, there is an insidious tendency to lapse into a passive and lethargic attitude, against which officers of all ranks have to be on their guard, and the fostering of the offensive spirit calls for incessant attention.
Live and let live was dependent on the sector and the troops manning it. The Germans didn't like facing the Highland regiments. The British couldn't get along with the Prussians. But some of the other Germans were fine.
The soldier Mike gave us some useful hints. It's the Saxons that's across the road, he said, pointing to the enemy lines, which were very silent. They're quiet fellas, the Saxons. They don't want to fight any more than we do. So there's a kind of understanding between us. Don't fire at us, and we'll not fire at you.
Live and let live did not occur where elite regiments were operating. They had their own ideas about getting at the enemy. Rare footage of a daylight raid by South African troops. The idea was to dominate no man's land. To say to the enemy, it's not no man's land, it's ours. Raids broke up trench routines, brought intelligence from prisoners, encouraged aggression. This, British High Command thought, was the cure for live and let live. Training sessions were organised using elaborate models of the target area. Raiding became compulsory for all regiments, and laggards were rooted out.
Higher ranks appeared in our midst. Chief of all, the Brigadier General, followed by an almost equally menacing staff captain. What was my name? I had not been round the company's wire. Why not? I was to go.
Reports of daring raids were duly submitted, but some at HQ, like Brigadier General Crozier, smelt a rat.
It became increasingly difficult as time went on to obtain correct reports from officers' patrols. It was my habit to order samples of German wire to be cut and brought back. Thus one would know that the German line had been visited.
At least one squad of reluctant raiders had an answer to that. They found a large coil of German barbed wire in no man's land and just snipped bits off, sending them in with bogus reports.
That went on every night. And the old man never knew we had a coil of jerry wire on our side.
Many, though, entered the spirit, proudly displaying their trophies. Raiding and shelling helped put the war back into the gaps between battles. One night in May 1916, Siegfried Sassoon joined a raiding party into no man's land.
The raiders vanished into the darkness on all fours. I crawled out after them. Shells started to fire. News came back. O'Brien says it's a washout. They can't get through the wire. The bomb burst. Then a concentration of angry flashes. Wounded men were crawling back. Among them a grey-haired lance corporal who'd had one of his feet almost blown off. Thank God for this. I've been waiting 18 months for it, and now I can go home.
Sassoon's raid was launched from these trenches. The objective? This ridge. But it all went badly wrong.
I went to look for O'Brien, groping my way along the edge of a crater. Bullets hit the water near me. There I discovered him. He moaned. He'd been hit several times. The stretcher bearer bent over him, then straightened. In a surprising gesture, he took off his helmet. O'Brien had been one of the best men in our company.
Shelling was the biggest killer of the war. Live and Let Live continued on and off, but the loss of comrades made it increasingly difficult to sustain.
Speaking for my companions and myself, I can categorically state that we were in no mood for any joviality with Jerry. We hated his guts. We were bent on his destruction at each and every opportunity. Our greatest wish was to be granted an enemy target worthy of our Vickers machine gun.
We were under shell fire for 8 hours. It was like a dream. Some of the men looked quite insane after the charge. As we entered the German trenches, a great number came out asking for mercy. Needless to say, they were shot right off. The Royal Scots took about 300 prisoners and immediately shot the whole lot.
There were many cases on both sides of prisoners being killed after surrender. Such atrocities fueled hatred further. But many prisoners were captured. They provided excellent opportunities for propaganda. British newsreel film of German POWs was used to convince audiences back home that Britain was gaining the upper hand. By the end of the war, there were nearly 9 million prisoners in total, and captivity was not their only hardship.
It's already been 2 years since you were here last, and Mother Nature needs to fulfill her urges again. As you can't come and see me, I'm forced to go looking elsewhere. Don't think I'm joking, I'm serious. I don't care what you think of me, but you can't expect me to waste my youth like this. After all, I'm not made of wood, and what a person needs, a person must get. Please don't be cross with me, will you? Your ever-loving Thelma. Your sweet children send you lots of love.
Another German wife was careful to reassure her absent husband.
We've got a real slut in our house who's always got someone new with her. That bitch isn't good enough for such a decent man. The poor thing fights at the front, while she swans off to the cinema and the pub with the other fellas back home. Dearest man, please don't think evil thoughts, because there are also good women who are faithful to their men.
Letters from home were the soldier's lifeline. German troops were offered these beguiling colour postcards to reassure loved ones that they were comfortable, happy and safe. But news from the front was rarely so cosy. A German factory worker, learning that her husband had been killed, wrote to her boss to resign.
My beloved husband worked here for years, and I did the same work with his tools, and I was proud that while he was fighting at the front, I could represent him here. It was not always pleasant in the factory, but my husband's letters gave me courage. And so, until his death, the job was sacrosanct to me. That's why I can't do it anymore.
More and more women in Germany, France and Britain were making munitions. Many men were contemptuous of women's abilities to do their jobs, and fearful that if they managed it, the women might not clear off after the war. Jeannie Riley wrote to her husband at the front about her new job.
We were told that the amount of work we do in 3 weeks would have taken the men 3 years. And Jamie, the men are getting quite mad at us. One woman I work with, well, she lost her finger in a machine in the works. But she's a tough one. When she came back from the Western Infirmary, she carried on like nothing had happened. I have to get up at 4:30 every morning. So I'll have you up at the same time when you come home, if God spares you.
Jeannie's husband Jamie did come safely home. The most important battle Jeannie Riley and her colleagues were working towards in 1916 was the Somme. It's now a byword for wholesale suffering and slaughter, but its architect, General Sir Henry Rawlinson, conceived it as an offensive with limited objectives, more dependent on guns than manpower.
With plenty of guns and ammunition, we ought to be able to avoid the heavy losses which the infantry have always suffered on previous occasions.
The French were due to play the lead role, but with Verdun dragging on, the British bore the brunt. And there was intense political pressure to deliver a victory. General Sir Douglas Haig was the British Army's commander-in-chief. He turned Rawlinson's plan into a major offensive. When the British guns opened up on the Somme on the 24th of June 1916, the windows rattled in London 160 miles away. But after 7 days of bombardment, the British artillery had neither silenced the German guns nor destroyed their defences. A sergeant of the Tyneside Irish went over the top on the 1st of July, with lines of men on either side of him.
I heard the patter-patter of machine guns in the distance. By the time I'd gone another 10 yards, there seemed to be only a few men left around me. By the time I'd gone another 20 yards, I seemed to be on my own. Then I was hit myself.
Farmers around the Somme still gather a harvest of iron for the French army to collect and defuse. In this war, what happened in the factory directly affected the outcome on the battlefield. 30% of British shells fired on the Somme were duds, a drastic failure of quality control. But the key factor was that there weren't enough heavy guns, and British artillery wasn't much good. On that terrible first day, it became clear that the French knew what they were doing, and the British did not.
The French artillery in their attacks did not shoot the ground to bits before they moved over it. A short, intense bombardment, followed by a rush of men, gave them the position clean and intact. We would shoot our ground into a quagmire and then send troops slowly forward over it and expect them to provide their own cover from the enemy's retaliation.
On the 1st of July, the French gained all their objectives at a cost of a few thousand men. Britain achieved virtually nothing, with casualties of 57,470. It was the heaviest loss suffered in a single day by the British Army in its entire history. There had been a host of lessons for both sides since 1914, and the British became avid learners. How to lay down shell fire over the heads of advancing men. How to locate enemy guns using flash spotting, sound ranging and trigonometry. And how to knock them out. Better shells, better fuses, better guns and better gunners. While the Germans came to rely more on skilled infantrymen, often acting on their own initiative, the British concentrated on fighting a technical war. It was all too late for the Somme. Haig must bear the responsibility for not stopping the slaughter when the breakthrough failed. The battle petered out in November 1916, with around 500,000 casualties on each side. Cambrai in northern France. On the 20th of November 1917, the site of the first major use of tanks in the world. Here, the British Army would put what they had learnt into practice. Britain's invention of the tank cracked a key First World War problem: how to combine firepower and movement. Tanks needed dry, hard ground. They got it at Cambrai. The attack was led by a general from the front.
A lithe figure strode up, pipe aglow, ash stick under his arm. Unexpected, it was General Ellis. "I'm going over in this tank," he announced, tapping Hilda. I swung the door open, and he squeezed through inside.
The artillery now knew not to chew up the ground ahead. A short, sharp bombardment, and then over 300 tanks rolled into the first light.
Just before 6:30 a.m. the barrage commenced, and we started off. Our first bump came fairly soon. We climbed a bank, crashed through a hedge, and came down heavily on the other side. We were thrown about like so many peanuts, and we had to clutch on to whatever we could.
The tanks, looking like giant toads, became visible against the skyline. Some of the leading tanks carried huge bundles of tightly bound brushwood, which they dropped into the wide German trenches, then crossed over them. It was broad daylight as we crossed no man's land and the German front line. I saw very few wounded coming back and a few German prisoners. The enemy wire had been dragged about like old curtains. The tanks appeared to have busted through.
The tanks, still experimental, were part of one of the most sophisticated, innovative plans of the war. The aim was to break through the German lines with minimal loss of life. The artillery would use their new skills and technology to locate and target the German batteries before the battle. The tanks would punch a hole in the German lines, with the infantry tucked up close for mutual protection, while the cavalry pushed through. Secrecy was crucial. Screens were erected to hide movements. Telltale tracks were covered with mud.
The question ever uppermost in all our minds was, does the Hun suspect anything? It was most exciting.
About 9 a.m., retreating infantrymen gave us an account of swarms of tanks, so many that it was absolutely impossible to stop them.
A little later, the tank monsters came creeping to the ridge south of the village. Not one of us had seen such a beast before.
Then, a dramatic indication that real progress had been made.
For the first time, we saw the magnificent spectacle of our field artillery limbering up and going forward. First at a trot, then at a gallop, battery after battery, to take up new positions on the captured German front line.
The Germans were caught on the hop, then pushed back 5 miles, a greater Allied advance than anything achieved on the Somme or in Flanders.
It was a long, hard day, but the sight of all the ground that had been taken with so little bloodshed was a real tonic. Troops seemed very pleased with our tanks, so pleased we had many drinks with them. It's astonishing how much whiskey the British Army carries into battle.
On the 21st of November, church bells rang out across Britain, just as they had done in Germany for Verdun. And again, the celebrations were a little hasty. The British had not achieved all their objectives. Some villages near Cambrai remained in German hands, including Flesquières. The Highlanders in this sector had been ordered to keep well away from the newfangled tanks, so they couldn't help them by knocking out machine gun nests and artillery. And lurking near Flesquières was one of the few German batteries trained against tanks.
A tank emerged from the village. Distance, 275 meters. Fire! Damn, too far. Fire! Very close. Aim a little to the right. Fire! Hit! A hit! Oh, Lord. A column of fire was bursting out of the monster. 2 of our men ran to the tank, and when they returned, they described the half-burned bodies of the crew.
Inside the tanks, the crews wrestled with the world's latest technology, under fire.
Just at this critical moment, the autovac supplying petrol to the engine failed. The engine spluttered and stopped. We were now a stationary target. In the sudden silence, we could hear the thud of falling shells, and metal and earth striking the sides of the tank. The atmosphere in the tank was foul. With tense faces, the crew watched the imperturbable second driver as he coolly and methodically put the autovac right, ignoring all the proffered advice to give it a good hard knock.
In August 1914, the 2 greatest navies in the world made ready for war.
Now the Royal Navy will settle the question of the German fleet. And if they do not come out and fight, they will be dug out, like rats from a hole.
But the 2 fleets rarely met. Instead, a new kind of war evolved. More stealthy, more cruel. A war not against battleships, but people. The world's capital ships in 1914 were the products of a Cold War. Britain's HMS Dreadnought had set the benchmark. Heavy armour, big guns, fast. Dreadnoughts were bargaining chips in a great naval poker game. Germany had 13 and 7 building, Austria-Hungary 3, America 10, Britain 20. They kept the peace, but then the Cold War turned hot. Britain and Germany were the main opponents, staring each other down across the North Sea. The longer the 2 sides looked at the map, the more obvious their problems became. Germany's ships couldn't get clear of the North Sea. To the south, the Channel, blocked by mines and the Dover Patrol. To the north, the British Grand Fleet at Scapa Flow. But Britain couldn't get at the German fleet unless it came out from its heavily protected bases. And if they actually met in the North Sea, the result could be catastrophic. The sight everyone feared. Austro-Hungarian battleship the Istvan, sunk late in the war by a tiny Italian torpedo boat. In 1914, the German Navy believed torpedoes and submarines might tip the balance their way. A hit-and-run war with little history and no rules. Jackie Fisher, Britain's sharpest admiral, predicted radical change ahead.
The use of submarines has convinced us that in wartime, nothing can stand against them. The submarine is the coming type of war vessel for sea fighting. It means that the whole foundation of our traditional naval strategy has broken down.
2 days into the war, Germany unleashed 10 U-boats into the North Sea to hunt down the British fleet. One of them, U-21, made her way to the Firth of Forth, where the British cruiser HMS Pathfinder was leaving Rosyth Naval Base. U-21 sunk her with a single torpedo. Within a fortnight, the Germans had more good news. This 1927 film celebrates the voyage of Captain Vedigan and the U-9.
Through my prismatic glasses, I noticed a small masthead coming into view near the Mast lightship. It looked like the mast of a warship. Could this be the first sight of the enemy that we were to have during the war?
The U-9 had found the British cruisers Hogue, Aboukir and Cressy on patrol off the Dutch coast. Practically obsolete, they were nicknamed the Live Bait Squadron. Captain Vedigan seized his chance.
Fired torpedo at 500 meters. Target was middle ship in a 3-ship formation.
31 seconds later, the torpedo struck Aboukir. On board was Kit Musgrave.
We were woken by a terrific crash, and the whole ship shook, and all the crockery in the pantry fell. Then Cressy and Hogue arrived and let down their boats. The Aboukir went down suddenly, and we slid down her side into the water.
Musgrave jumped into the North Sea and became the only man in the war to be sunk on 3 ships within 1 hour.
I swam to the Hogue and was just going on board when she was struck and sank in 3 minutes. I then swam onto the Cressy and was hauled up the side with a rope. But she was struck also, and we sank.
Georg von Müller was chief of Germany's Imperial Naval Cabinet.
On our return from the morning ride, the first news of the successful torpedo attack by the U-9 on 3 English cruisers. We are all delighted, and the Kaiser is in 7th heaven.
The British were appalled. First Lord of the Admiralty, Winston Churchill, got the blame. Over 1,400 men, many of them young cadets, had died in a single submarine attack. Winston's war babies, they were called. British submarine Lieutenant Ronald Trevor wrote to his parents.
The news tonight is sad, but what we submariners have been expecting for weeks. The Commodore has repeatedly warned the Admiralty that those ships ought not to patrol the North Sea. What has happened is exactly what we predicted. Ships stand by to rescue the sinking one's crew, then the submarine gets 2 sitting shots.
Commander-in-Chief of the British Grand Fleet was Admiral John Jellicoe. He joined the Navy in 1874 as a midshipman. Known as Silent Jack, he was experienced, capable, and cautious. He ended patrols off the German coast, confining his most valuable ships to Scapa Flow and Rosyth, at the very limits of the U-boat's range. He warned the Admiralty.
The Germans have shown that they rely to a very great extent on submarines, mines, and torpedoes, and there can be no doubt that they possess an actual superiority over us in these particular directions.
Germany's forward submarine base was on the island of Heligoland. The U-boats were ordered to sweep the North Sea. But the British had gone. On the 16th of December 1914, hoping to lure the British out, 5 German warships steamed across the North Sea. At 7 in the morning, they opened fire on Scarborough and Hartlepool.
There was a terrific crash. We thought it must be sudden thunder. But when another crash came, we rushed to the window and saw a lot of smoke and cried, "It's the Germans!" 2 of the wee girls hung on to me and said, "Are the Germans going to kill us?"
122 people died in the attack. It was the first time enemy warships had killed anyone on the British mainland in over a century. Jellicoe too had been thinking about attacking the enemy's homeland, but his weapon would not be a hit-and-miss naval bombardment, but a blockade, tight as a drum and lethal.
What we have to do is starve and cripple Germany. The destruction of the German fleet is a means to an end, and not an end in itself.
Here was a use for those huge battleships, as sentinels sealing the exits from the North Sea, stopping Germany's fleet getting out and her vital food and war supplies getting in. The North Sea would become no man's land, a dead sea. Jellicoe was helped by an invention more important than dreadnoughts or even submarines: wireless. Every day, every German ship radioed its position back to fleet headquarters at Wilhelmshaven. Across the North Sea, in the Coast Guard station at Hunstanton in Norfolk, British naval intelligence was listening. The German messages were passed on to a group of codebreakers working in one of Britain's most secret departments, Room 40, deep in the heart of the Admiralty Old Building. According to one of their officers, the men in Room 40 were a mixed bag.
They knew ordinary literary German fluently, and they could be relied on. But of cryptography, of naval German, of the habits of war vessels of any nationality, they knew not a jot.
Some, like Dilwyn Knox, would help crack the German Enigma code in the Second World War. But in 1914, they desperately needed some clues. The break came in the Baltic Sea, where a German cruiser, the Magdeburg, was captured by the Russians. On board, they found one of the most valuable documents of the war and passed it on to their British allies. This is the Magdeburg's codebook. It allowed the men in Room 40 to read nearly everything the German Navy was planning. Oh well, the Kaiser said, on learning of the Magdeburg's capture. Sparks are bound to fly at a time like this. But the Kaiser had no idea his enemies had his codebook. No idea of the immense advantage they now possessed. Britain's sea strategy in the First World War was simple: to isolate and starve her enemies. At Scapa Flow and Rosyth to the north, at Dover and Harwich to the south, the Royal Navy closed the North Sea to German ships. The blockade was a brutal vision, brainchild of Maurice Hankey of the Committee of Imperial Defence.
My belief in sea power amounted almost to a religion. The Germans, like Napoleon, might overrun the continent. This might prolong the war, but could not affect the final issue, which would be decided by economic pressure.
The Director of Naval Intelligence agreed.
Grass would sooner or later grow in the streets of Hamburg, and widespread death and ruin would soon be inflicted.
Germany began the war with a merchant fleet of nearly 4 million tons. Within months, she lost a quarter of her ships, seized in harbours, or caught making a dash into the no-man's land of the North Sea. Lloyd's of London kept a log of every vessel sunk. Their records show that on one day alone, the 8th of August 1914, Germany lost 41 ships. Neutral countries, Holland, Denmark, Sweden, were not spared. Germany depended on ports like Rotterdam for grain and raw materials, so Britain forced neutral ships to submit to the blockade. Starting with Holland, the British pressured shipping companies into declaring their goods. In every country, she built up a network of agents. They tracked ships coming and going. Who was sending what, where? Any ship could be stopped. Any found with banned supplies for Germany had its cargo seized. Within weeks, the German government started to ration food. Caroline Ethel Cooper was an Australian stranded in Leipzig since the start of the war. Every week, she wrote to her sister in Adelaide.
My dear Emmy, the government has seized the whole bread, flour and meal supply of the country. We are allowed only 4 pounds of bread and can only buy 1 pound of white flour at a time. Now that the war against neutral ships and food supply has begun, prices rise every week.
Sailors like Richard Stumpf were stuck in harbour, frustrated and hungry.
2nd of April 1916. We spend most of our time worrying about our bellies. Even the officers are embittered and dissatisfied.
To end Germany's isolation, her navy came up with a revolutionary plan. An unarmed submarine over 200 feet long that could carry a cargo of 1,000 tons. In June 1916, the Deutschland set out for America, the first time a submarine had ever tried to cross the Atlantic.
Because of the wet weather and the high-running seas, the deck hatches were closed most of the time. The diesel engines pumped hot, humid air throughout the boat. Sweat ran down the bulkheads, and water leaked around loose rivets. The drinking water tasted like diesel. And every meal the cook cooked had a layer of oil across the top. As we approached the American coast, Captain Koenig ordered the crew to say nothing to anyone about the strains we'd undergone during the trip, and to especially avoid mentioning our seasickness.
Of economic boom. Half Britain's war budget was spent in the States. Companies like Bethlehem Steel were swamped with orders. They hauled in 6 times the profits they'd made before the war. The Deutschland was just another good customer. Her brave Atlantic crossing, dodging Royal Navy warships, became a rallying point for anyone who had suffered from the British blockade.
Our crossing gradually became a triumph. All the neutral steamers we met, American or others, greeted us with 3 hoots or with their sirens. Only an English steamer sailed past in deadly silence, while we were proudly raising the black, white and red flag in the wind.
The Deutschland's crew received a hero's welcome. There were dinners in their honour. Captain Koenig was invited to meet the President.
The 3 weeks we spent in the United States were a non-stop party. Everywhere we went, people gathered round us. They all wanted a souvenir of some kind. I even sold the buttons off my shirt and the stripes off my tunic. German families introduced us to their daughters, and we never had to pay for beer.
The Deutschland returned to Germany with a vital cargo of nickel and rubber. the help it gave the economy was nothing compared with the boost to German morale, as even Caroline Ethel Cooper had to admit.
The town is flagged today because the Deutschlanders got safely back. The sight of those red, white and black flags always makes me sick, but I'm glad she got across all the same. It was a sporting run.
But the Deutschland was too small to break the blockade. In Germany and Austria, there were not enough people to work the land, and too many officials trying to ration what food there was.
The situation with the hunger and queues is turning nasty. People wait for potatoes in their hundreds, 4 deep, from 4 in the morning until the afternoon. Every morning there are queues lined with armchairs and cushions upon which people sit and sleep.
The shortages worsened after the terrible harvest of 1916. The Germans called it the turnip winter. Many had nothing to eat but cattle fodder. There were 50 food riots that year.
Oh, what days of terror. Everything's in turmoil. There was havoc in town last night. The window panes were smashed in at Café Kaiserhof. Angry crowds were shouting outside bakeries and inns. Up at the castle, they cursed the Major in words I shan't repeat. The army appeared at 11.
It's horribly cold, and because the rolling stock has all been taken for the war effort, there is an extreme shortage of coal. We're learning how to be freezing, which isn't the most pleasant feeling. Schools, theatres and cinemas have all been closed until further notice because of the lack of coal.
The German Navy did nothing to help.
Even if large parts of our battle fleet were lying at the bottom of the sea, it would have accomplished more than it does now, lying well preserved in our ports.
At Wilhelmshaven, people wrote graffiti on the walls.
Dear Fatherland, you may rest assured. The fleet's in harbour, safely moored.
Admiral Reinhard Scheer had been ordered not to risk his ships against the full British fleet. But by mid-1916, the pressure to do something was intense. On the 31st of May, Germany's High Seas Fleet steamed out of Wilhelmshaven, hoping to engage the Royal Navy's battle cruisers. But the British were one jump ahead. The men in room 40 had already decoded Scheer's orders. 3 hours before the Germans had even left harbour, the entire British Grand Fleet was on its way to intercept them. Now the world would get the great sea battle it had been waiting for, Jutland. It was a titanic clash. 250 warships, 100,000 men. Britain's first great fleet action since Trafalgar. It was a fight they had to win. If Germany ended up masters of the North Sea, the blockade would be finished, the British Army in Europe cut off, Britain herself open to invasion. Admiral John Jellicoe was, Winston Churchill said, the only man who could lose the war in an afternoon. Less well armoured than Germany's, Britain's ships preferred to fight at very long range. But at Jutland, the range was just 5 miles.
We fired very slowly, with deliberation, while the Kaiser-class ships in front of us shot like mad. Now the English were in an unfavourable position.
Our first shot hit the bridge of a German destroyer and blew it to hell.
Shells fell all around us, and what with ships sinking and dying and dead bodies floating about, it made one shiver at the sight of it.
At 4:30 p.m, the battlecruiser Queen Mary was hit by a shell which exploded in the ship's magazine.
A horrible sight it was. First, an enormous height of dull red flame, followed by a great mass of black smoke, amongst which was the wreckage thrown in all directions. The blast was tremendous.
Admiral Beatty watched from HMS Lion.
There seems to be something wrong with our bloody ships today.
About 7 o'clock, we passed the wreck of a large ship, which at that time we hoped was a German, but later learned was one of ours. She was broken right in two. The bow and stern were sticking up about 50 feet and quite independent.
But the British had the Germans outgunned and outnumbered. As evening fell, the German fleet broke off the action.
We were in a regular death trap. There was only one way to escape the unfavourable tactical situation. Turn the line about and withdraw on the opposite course. We had to get out of this dangerous enemy envelopment.
To silent Jack Jellicoe, peering through the fog of battle, it didn't look as though the Germans were running for home, but lulling the British into a trap.
If the enemy battle fleet were to turn away from an advancing fleet, I should assume that the intention was to lead us over mines and submarines.
So Jellicoe ordered the British to turn as well, away from their vulnerable foe. As night fell on the 31st of May 1916, the men in Room 40 tracked the retreating German fleet. They passed its positions on to the Royal Navy, giving Jellicoe a last chance to finish the Germans off. But the Royal Navy failed to catch them, and the German fleet made it home.
During the night, telegrams arrived giving the estimated losses of the English, which are 2 to 3 in our favour. The Kaiser was therefore able to announce at breakfast, "We have won a great victory in the North Sea."
Based on the maths alone, the Kaiser was right. Germany had lost 11 ships and 2,500 men. Britain 14 ships and 6,000 men. But that wasn't the point. The Kaiser's battleships were back in harbour and stayed there till the end of the war. The British fleet still ruled the North Sea, ever more tightening the blockade. From the start, Germany had replied to the British blockade with her own economic war. She too tried to cripple the enemy by cutting off supplies. This light raider, the Merva, was one of the few surface ships Germany ever sent into the North Sea. Her target, not warships but cargo boats. She sunk 20,000 tons, building a large collection of captured crews.
According to the English, we are in league with the devil and have acquired the Flying Dutchman. The captain of the Merva said recently, "You can imagine what a great moment it was when I had 8 English captains standing in front of me, and I could tell them all, this is the work of the German fleet."
Germany's U-boats joined in the war against Allied trade. One British admiral was horrified.
Submarines are underhand, unfair, and damned un-English. As for U-boats attacking civilian ships, it is impossible and unthinkable. If they do, their captured crews should be hanged as pirates.
The U-boat blockade of Britain would have to be ruthless. But Germany's Chancellor, Bethmann Hollweg, realized the effect this would have on world opinion, as he told Georg von Müller.
Spent the afternoon with the Chancellor, who wished once more to discuss the U-boat question. Bethmann envisaged the remaining neutrals united against us as the mad dog among the peoples of the world. That would mean the end of Germany.
Germany's admirals were furious at having their hands tied, but submarines were ordered to stick to the old rules of war. They gave warnings of their attacks. They did not attack underwater. They gave merchant crews time to escape. German submarines sunk 250,000 tons in 1914, but Britain built new ships faster than the U-boats could sink them. Far from being choked by the German blockade, the British economy flourished. The British firm Vickers, with a workforce of 78,000, turned out guns, aeroplanes, battleships, and record profits. If Germany was trying to play fair, Britain wasn't. Q-ships looked like unarmed traders, but carried hidden guns. They looked like easy prey, but when submarines came close, the Q-ships uncovered their guns and attacked. To add to the deception, they often sailed under foreign flags.
My dear husband was lost, but I had the great satisfaction of finding him on Saturday and seeing him laid to rest in the cemetery in Queenstown.
Police reports were sent to relatives to identify the bodies. 1,200 people died on the Lusitania, including 128 Americans. At the battlefronts in Europe, tens of thousands were dying every day, but the fate of the great Cunard liner overshadowed them. It led to the most widespread anti-German riots of the war. In Liverpool, a newly arrived American joined the mob outside a German-owned shop.
The crowd was muttering and growling and the shop was dark, but there were people upstairs, so I just picked up a brick and heaved it through the window. Then everyone took to shying them, and in a few minutes the place was a wreck. There were several policemen at the corner, and they just grinned.
With the sinking of the Lusitania, Germany had crossed a line.
The whole world hates us because we are conducting the war in such a brutal manner, and the brutality is increasing. I was at a party when the report of the torpedoing of the Lusitania arrived. I saw two officers' wives who, mad with joy, started to dance about the room. Don't forget, I said, that there were also women and children aboard. That doesn't matter, they said, and danced on. The more who go to the bottom, the better.
The Lusitania came to stand for German barbarity. Britain stirred the indignation with its own propaganda. Posters and even posed photographs rammed home what had happened. The German embassy in Washington received bomb threats. President Woodrow Wilson himself began to see Germany as the mad. Germany's generals felt the odds were stacking up against them. They grew impatient at hesitant politicians tying their hands.
In view of the military situation, we must lose no time in adopting the measure of torpedoing armed enemy merchantmen without notice. The Entente are continuing the war with all the resources at their disposal.
Our ambassador prophesies war with America if we persist in our intention of torpedoing armed merchantmen without warning. The Kaiser wrote in the margin of the report, "I do not care."
The Kaiser didn't care because of some key German calculations. His generals gambled that if America joined the Allies, she would not have a decisive impact on the fighting in Europe until 1919. Long before then, the U-boat campaign would have brought Britain and France to their knees. One thing stayed Germany's hand. In December 1916, she put out a peace feeler to the Allies, believing she could hold on to her gains. The French and British leaders met in Paris and rejected the offer. Germany now staked everything on a new submarine campaign. U-boats would sink all ships on sight without warning.
February the 2nd is a special and uplifting day for us Germans, the beginning of the all-out submarine war. We're all holding our breaths and hoping that with this radical medicine we will finally cure England of her arrogance and secure a quick peace, the terms of which we will dictate.
In April 1917, Germany sunk over 800,000 tons, causing panic at the British Admiralty. But Germany didn't have enough U-boats to sustain the success, and Allied ships were getting better at protecting themselves. Merchant ships now travelled not singly, but in convoy, with more destroyers to protect them. Airships and aeroplanes scouted overhead, looking for the telltale signs of submarines lying in wait. 63 U-boats were sunk in 1917, 3 times the losses of the previous year. One captured U-boat was put on display in London. 13,000 people paid to view it on the first day. Its German sailors couldn't believe the contrast between the Allied home front and their own.
We remained in Dover for 2.5 days, and we were plentifully supplied with food, drink and smokes, for you notice nothing of the war here. There are no wooden soles or bicycles with wooden tyres, and the butchers' shops have rows and rows of pigs hanging up. There is no prospect of starving England. I am glad, for the war is over for me.
The second U-boat campaign was a double failure. It didn't deliver militarily. German submarines could not sink enough Allied ships to make a difference. And it was a diplomatic disaster, pushing America to the very brink of war. The final shove came from the men in room 40. On the 16th of January 1917, Britain intercepted a coded telegram from German Foreign Secretary Zimmermann to his ambassador in Mexico City. The Zimmermann telegram was made up of 1,000 numerical code groups. It took 2 weeks to decipher. And as the meaning emerged, the men in room 40 realized they were holding the most extraordinary intelligence of the war. Destined for the Mexican government, the telegram outlined Germany's plan for Mexico to invade the United States. The North Sea would remain dead until the very end. The Germans now set themselves a desperate task: to win the war before American troops arrived in force. And President Wilson's liberal crusade would be up against new ideas of socialism and revolution. In the next episode of the First World War, German spies sow rebellion in Ireland and Russia, and French troops mutiny on the Western Front, a war against war itself. Governments in the First World War feared one thing almost as much as military defeat: revolution. By 1917, with victory on the battlefield still elusive and morale weakening, both sides hoped to bring the enemy down from within. Strikes and unrest were sparks to be fanned into revolution, transforming the war. Film from 1917 of one of Germany's wildest dreams coming true. Russian troops stopped fighting on the Eastern Front.
It was funny to see our Ivans greeting the Germans. The Germans gave our lads wine and cigars, and they gave the Germans bread. It turned out that one of the Germans had a camera. He told us to stand in a line and took a picture. Later, the photographer asked our lads to come and collect the photos.
Governments worried how to contain war weariness, prevent discontent growing mutinous, stop mutiny becoming revolution. And governments realized that turning this problem on its head offered a startling opportunity. What if unrest could be harnessed, reined in hard in your own country, but spurred on in the enemy's? In Cairo and Dublin, Petrograd and Zurich, the Allies and Germans set agents working to exploit unrest and foment revolution. The glittering prize was to turn a whole people against its masters, taking it out of the war completely. In Russia, the Germans pulled it off, backing the Bolsheviks to hijack a spontaneous revolution. Russia in 1917 was war-weary. Huge losses, poor leadership and corruption, plus the nightmare logistics of a 900-mile front, left our army running on empty.
I don't know whether Russia's dream of destroying Germany will ever come true. Probably not. We have nothing to fight with. No rifles, no mortars, no explosives, no boots, no overcoats. Nothing.
But incredibly, Russia's army held the line. It was the home front that cracked first. Petrograd, now St. Petersburg, Russia's capital and industrial powerhouse, seethed with discontent. Its factories were swollen with workers, with little to eat and cramped housing. A demonstration on the 8th of March 1917 began peacefully.
It was a glorious sunny frosty day, and all the people were in an excellent mood. They were singing the Marseillaise and asking for bread.
But but the Tsar ordered the protests crushed. On Znamenskaya Square, in the heart of Petrograd, the killing began. Sergeant Sergei Kopichnikov was there.
The ensign ordered the bugler to play 3 signals. Then he commanded, "Rifles, ready, aim, fire." Everybody scattered. One man was down. A woman fell.
Over 50 civilians were shot dead. The massacre forced Petrograd's soldiers to choose whom to defend, the people or the Tsar. Back in barracks, Sergei Kopichnikov spoke to his comrades.
It would be better to die with honor than obey any further orders to shoot into the crowds. Our fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers and brides are begging for bread. Are we going to kill them?
They shot their duty officer dead and poured onto the streets, joining other mutineers and workers. British journalist Arthur Ransom cabled his office in London.
About 200 persons killed. Stop. Local police chief lying dead. Stop.
The troops gathered support at barracks and factories. They seized the city centre, set up barricades, occupied railway stations and the telephone exchange. Britain's military attaché, Sir Alfred Knox, was in the artillery administration when the building came under attack.
Outside came a great disorderly mass of soldiery. All were armed, and many had red flags fastened to their bayonets. Soon we heard the windows and door on the ground floor being broken in, and the sound of shots. Most of the officers were leaving the department by a back door.
In a matter of days, the Tsar's regime was spinning into freefall.
The revolution has begun. What happiness! The cursed autocracy is finally destroyed. The soldiers have gone onto the streets. The officers are hiding. It's all so unexpected, and everything's going at a gallop. We've all gone mad with joy.
Soldiers ordered into the city to restore control simply joined the mutiny. The Tsar was forced to abdicate, and a provisional government formed at the Taurida Palace. Russia's new rulers had their hands full running a war while riding a revolution. Germany looked to exploit the turmoil in Russia, and Russia's allies, Britain and France, crossed their fingers. They too had experienced worker discontent. March 1916. Londoners gather at Tower Hill to protest against conscription. There was also opposition in Scotland, inspired by the fiery speeches of trade union leader Willie Gallagher.
Thousands of our fellows have sacrificed their lives fighting against the very Prussianism they now propose to foist upon us here. Workers of the Clyde, you must prepare for action. When this loathsome enemy of freedom raises its head, you must strike, and strike to kill.
Workers marched down Whitehall for better wages and lower prices. Around 17 million working days were lost to strikes in Britain between 1915 and 1918. There were strikes by miners in South Wales, engineers in Coventry, Sheffield and Manchester, and shipbuilders on Teesside, Tyneside and the Clyde. The army kept 200,000 troops in Britain to guard against invasion and civilian uprising. But David Lloyd George, as Minister of Munitions and then Prime Minister, preferred to give in to strikers rather than crush them. Father of the state pension and national insurance schemes, Lloyd George commanded working-class support. He used concession, not confrontation, to maintain industrial output. Negotiators with the unions were given strict instructions.
If a strike appears to be inevitable, all the concessions asked for should be granted.
But while Britain kept a lid on unrest, France could not. Throughout the First World War, Paris lived under the shadow of German invasion. But after 3 winters of fighting, France's stability was being undermined by a wave of stoppages and protests. Many of the dissenters were women who couldn't be intimidated by the threat of military service.
Everybody is complaining in Paris. People are on strike over the price rises and the lack of fuel. Can't you just hear the rising strains of revolution?
These troubles are justified, because while the people work themselves to death to scrape a living, the bosses and big industrialists are growing fat in record time. And all we can do is grin and bear it.
These ideas did reach the front, but what pushed the French army towards mutiny in 1917 was a history of poorly planned and ill-conducted battles. The final straw was a doomed attack devised by its own commander-in-chief, General Robert Georges Nivelle.
The offensive alone can give victory. The defensive gives only defeat and shame.
On the 16th of April 1917, Nivelle ordered over 1 million Frenchmen to attack a heavily defended German-held ridge known as the Chemin des Dames. After storming this ridge, Nivelle expected his armies to smash through 7 miles of German defences.
We were faced by a forest of wire. Machine guns appeared everywhere. There were traps of every description. The ground was impassable.
"40,000 Frenchmen were killed in the first days, but Nivelle ordered the assault to continue. Casualties reached 150,000 by the 5th of May. Then the men snapped.
I am one of the most persistent in spreading propaganda. I know that I am risking my hide, but by this means I might save it. My darling, say with me, down with the war that separates us, and long live the revolution that in bringing peace will reunite us. I love you, and I don't want to die.
The village of Coeuvres, 20 miles south of the Chemin des Dames. The mayor watched what happened when the 370th Infantry Regiment was ordered to the front.
The soldiers spilled out into the whole village, screaming with rage, firing rifles and singing the Internationale. Towards morning, they formed columns and made their way to the woods.
By June 1917, half the French army was affected. Men refused to return to the trenches.
We seemed absolutely powerless. From every section of the front, news arrived of regiments refusing to man their trenches. The slightest German attack would have been enough to tumble down our house of cards and bring the enemy to Paris.
But the Germans had no inkling of the French mutiny. It was a massive intelligence failure. Four days after their mutiny, the troops from Coevres gave themselves up at a nearby village.
They emerged from the wood in perfect order, in columns of 4, all flawlessly groomed and polished.
The French soldiers' actions were more like a strike than a mutiny. They won important concessions, better leave arrangements, more rest, improved medical conditions.
All we wanted was to call the government's attention to us, make it see that we're men and not beasts for the slaughterhouse.
Nivelle was sacked. His replacement, General Philippe Pétain, reversed French strategy, making defense the order of the day. The men were given patriotic instruction and reminded why they were fighting. But Pétain also knew that discipline had to be restored. The tactic was to execute a few, but force thousands to watch. Photographs taken secretly at a French military execution. A man is tied to a post. The order is given to fire. Soldiers are paraded past the body. Louis Flourac was one of the 49 death sentences carried out. He was shot here in Chacrys by his comrades, some of whom hated what they were doing.
I see the dead every single day in the trenches, but this is different. I'm a man who has shot his friends.
Italy's soldiers were also growing war-weary. But unlike its French counterpart, the Italian High Command saw punishment as the only way to maintain morale. Chief of Staff General Cadorna was merciless.
Every soldier must be convinced of the fact that his superior has the sacred duty to shoot all cowards and recalcitrants immediately.
Cadorna's iron grip led to massive discontent. For months it simmered below the surface, until the Battle of Caporetto in October 1917. The Italian army was hit here, in the Isonzo River Valley, by a massive Austro-Hungarian German attack. Resistance in armies took many forms. The Italians didn't openly refuse to fight. They just began surrendering to the enemy en masse.
By dawn we were surrounded, and the Germans finally took us all prisoner, and we were happy because we had saved our lives. Farewell, Italy. Farewell, family. I am now in the hands of the Germans.
A young lieutenant in the German Alpenkorps, Erwin Rommel, took over 1,000 Italians prisoner without firing a single shot.
The soldiers threw away their weapons and hurried to me. In an instant I was surrounded and hoisted onto Italian shoulders. Evviva Germania sounded from 1,000 throats. An Italian officer who hesitated to surrender was shot down by his own troops. For the Italians on Mersey Peak, the war was over. They shouted with joy.
I am writing this at 11 o'clock at night, most comfortably ensconced in the Italian officers' mess. There is a huge stock of delicious wines which we are getting through in record time, so I hope there is no question of a counterattack. We've captured machine guns, heavy artillery, and personal weapons. These are of the highest order, but show little sign of actual use.
Some 300,000 Italian soldiers surrendered in the winter of 1917. As many again retreated down these mountain tracks with fleeing civilians.
They stroll past with their hands in their pockets. When questioned, they all say that they've pulled out because they were told to. Who told them? No one knows. The next man along.
Cimitero di noi soldati, forse un giorno ti vengo a trovare.
What a terrible and heart-wrenching sight it was. The poor women with their little ones bundled up, walking towards Italy to save their lives.
Italy's High Command sacked General Cadorna and regained control by easing discipline and making concessions to the soldiers, as the French had done. But the price of unrest was high. The fighting strength of the Italian army had been halved. And while governments wrestled with unrest at home, they were also stirring up trouble abroad. Britain had been plotting to destabilize the Ottoman Empire since the war began. Ottoman Turkey was Germany's ally in the Middle East. Her empire stretched across Arabia into the Hejaz, a vast desert area which included the holy cities of Medina and Mecca. Their loss would seriously undermine the Turks' standing in the Muslim world and boost Britain's. The British turned to the Arabs of the Hejaz, holding out the carrot of independence if they rose up against their Turkish masters.
If the Arab nation assist England in this war that has been forced upon us by Turkey, England will guarantee that no internal intervention will take place in Arabia, and we will give Arabs every assistance against foreign aggression.
The idea of Britain backing Arabian independence worried the India Office.
A strong Arab state might be more dangerous to Christendom than a strong Ottoman state. And Lord Kitchener's policy of destroying one Islamic state merely for the purpose of creating another has always seemed to me disastrous.
The India Office needn't have worried. Kitchener was playing a cynical game, never intending to hand real power to the Arabs of the Hejaz. But the British showered the Emir of Mecca, Sharif Hussein, with gold, and dropped hints that if all went well, he might realize his dream of becoming leader of the Arabs. On the 5th of June 1916, the Arab revolt began. Mecca quickly fell to the rebels, but the main Turkish garrison at Medina held its ground. The Turkish commander, Fahri Pasha, refused to surrender.
Until my soldiers are buried under the rubble of Medina, in a crimson shroud of blood and fire, the red flag of the Ottomans shall never be removed from the castle turrets of Medina.
The uprising commanded no popular support. But the British did have a man on the spot. T.E. Lawrence, a charismatic 28-year-old officer attached to Sharif Hussein's forces in the Hijaz. Lawrence spoke Arabic. He saw where the Arabs' strengths lay.
I think one company of Turks, properly entrenched in open country, would defeat the Sharif's armies. Their real sphere is guerrilla warfare. They would dynamite a railway, plunder a caravan, steal camels, better than anyone.
The Turks were most vulnerable along their stretched lines of communication. Lawrence and the Arabs became experts in railway sabotage.
The last stunt was the hold-up of a train. The whole job took 10 minutes and they lost 70 killed. My loot was a superfine red Baluch prayer rug. I hope this sounds the fun it is. It's the most amateurish Buffalo Billy sort of performance.
A German on the train saw the attack differently.
The Bedouin mob came bursting into the carriage to kill and plunder. I could feel the blood pouring down my body, but I was left alone. The thieves' minds were drawn towards looting, having killed 40 men, women and children, and taken the rest captive.
T.E. Lawrence adopted the cause of Arab nationalism.
I hope that the Turkish flag may disappear from Arabia. It is so good to have helped in making a new nation, and I hate the Turks so much that to see their own people turning on them is very gratifying.
Lawrence now dressed as an Arab. He asked his mother for help with his costume.
If that silk headcloth with the silver ducks on it, last used I believe as a tablecloth, still exists, will you send it out to me? Such things are hard to get here now.
Capturing Turkish-held Jerusalem was a key British objective in 1917. Seizing the port of Aqaba would strengthen the Arabs' case for a role in the campaign. Lawrence realized that all Aqaba's guns pointed out to sea. The town was defenseless from the rear. That meant a 600-mile ride across the Hijaz at the height of summer.
Mudflats are purgatory. Sun reflects from them like mirror. Flame yellow, cutting into our eyes.
Seven weeks later, the Arab force reappeared outside Aqaba, catching the Turks totally off guard. The town fell just 4 days later. The Middle East was stunned. General Allenby, commanding British forces in the region, now wrote the Arab revolt into his Jerusalem campaign, reinforcing it with armoured cars, air support, artillery and colonial troops. On the 11th of December 1917, Allenby entered Jerusalem on foot with his officers, including Lawrence. The Arabs would find they had won not self-rule, but new masters. Lawrence had known all along that the Arabs of the Hijaz were merely the tools of British subversion, as he admitted long after.
The Arabs saw in me a free agent of the British government and demanded from me an endorsement of its written promises. So I had to join the conspiracy and assured the men of their reward. I was continually and bitterly ashamed. Had I been an honest advisor of the Arabs, I would have advised them to go home and not risk their lives fighting for such stuff.
While Britain was sponsoring subversion against Germany's ally Turkey, she had her own weak spot right on her doorstep: Ireland. Britain had promised Ireland home rule, but the First World War shelved all that. 200,000 Irishmen, Catholics and Protestants, would fight for Britain. About 30,000 of them would die. But the Irish Republican Brotherhood, forerunners of the IRA, believed England's difficulty was Ireland's opportunity. Padraig Pearse saw the war as a chance for Ireland to free herself from British rule.
The European war has brought about a crisis which may contain, as yet hidden within it, the moment for which generations have been waiting. It remains to be seen whether, if that moment reveals itself, we shall have the sight to see and the courage to do.
Germany, for many Republicans, had always been a good place to plot revolution. Erskine Childers was famous in Britain, the country he now sought to undermine. His best-selling novel, The Riddle of the Sands, had warned Britain of the dangers she faced from the German Navy. By July 1914, his sympathies had switched. He put to sea in his yacht, the Asgard, to run guns. He photographed the operation, leaving Hamburg under tow, sailing back to Ireland. His wife and a friend with 2 of the 900 rifles they had collected from Germany. And the scene after Childers docked outside Dublin. Crowds cheer as the guns are driven away by car. Two years later, the German guns were put to use when 1,600 Irish revolutionaries rose up in Dublin.
Easter Monday, 1916. Sinn Féiners occupy railway stations, the GPO, and other places. They have blocked the streets nearing Stephen's Green and are shooting at anyone they see in khaki. We used to think we were clear of the war here in Ireland, but we've certainly got it close enough now.
The moment for which Padraig Pearse had been waiting had come. He read out the historic proclamation of the Irish Republic, a document which acknowledges the support of gallant allies in Europe. Who were these gallant allies, and what had they done? In August 1914, Sir Roger Casement, an Irish Republican and one-time darling of the British establishment, gave the Germans the opportunity they were looking for. He wrote to the Kaiser with an offer.
We draw your Majesty's attention to the part that Ireland necessarily, if not openly, must play in this conflict. Ireland must be freed from British control. Thousands of Irishmen are prepared to do their part to aid the German cause, for they recognize that it is their own.
Casement sailed for Berlin in disguise, and in the winter of 1914, he met Arthur Zimmermann, a future foreign minister, and the man in charge of Germany's subversive operations. Zimmermann was impressed by Casement and began to wonder if a small German landing on Irish soil might cause the British massive problems. His diplomats in America raised funds from the Irish community in New York.
It is proposed to undertake an invasion with 25,000 troops with 50,000 extra guns. Then undoubtedly the cooperation of all Irish in the British Army will follow. There is strong friction between Irish and English in northern France.
Zimmermann's uprising was to be four-pronged. The dispatch of German weapons to Irish rebels, the landing of a German expeditionary force on the west coast, German submarines to seize Dublin harbour, and diversionary Zeppelin bombing raids on London. Germany's high command got cold feet and refused to commit an invasion force. But in April 1916, the Zeppelin raids did take place. A submarine was sent to the west coast, and an arms boat carrying 20,000 rifles, 10 machine guns and 1 million rounds of ammunition was dispatched for Ireland under the command of Captain Carl Spindler.
Gradually rising out of the water was Inishtushkat Island, our rendezvous. Within half an hour at the latest, the pilot boat must make her appearance.
But the Irish expected him 2 days later, so the Germans sat in the bay till caught by a British patrol. Captain Spindler scuttled his boat rather than surrender the arms.
The German naval ensign was run up, bidding defiance to the British. Then there was a muffled explosion. Beams and splinters flew up in the air. The Oud sank with a loud hissing noise.
The uprising's hope of success sank with the German arms. Many rebels now abandoned the project. But a hardcore minority, armed with the rifles Childers had brought in from Hamburg 2 years before, decided to make a symbolic gesture of defiance. On Easter Monday 1916, they seized key points in Dublin. The British responded with machine guns and artillery fire and shipped in 10,000 men from the mainland. Few Dubliners mourned the crushing of the rebellion. Guinness brewer Edward Phillips had his disused boilers converted into improvised armoured cars for the British.
Rang up military and offered motor lorries. Gladly accepted. Sent out for drivers who lived close. They all consented.
Over 1,000 civilians were caught in the crossfire. And as the British took the rebels into custody, the people of Dublin pelted them with vegetables and emptied chamber pots over their heads. Many had sons and fathers fighting on the Western Front and were outraged by the uprising's German connections. But now the British made a terrible blunder, throwing away their moral authority and transforming the Easter Rising into the seminal event of Irish statehood. They sentenced the leaders of the uprising to death, starting with Pearse. He admitted to the court,
I asked for and accepted German aid in the shape of arms and an expeditionary force. My aim was to win Irish freedom.
Over 10 days, the men were brought into the execution yard at Kilmainham jail and shot. James Connolly was so wounded in the uprising that he had to be shot sitting down. Dublin fell silent as Britain turned 16 men into martyrs. People who had thrown rotten fruit at them now saw them as heroes. Britain turned the failed uprising into a national cause. Zimmermann's next challenge was in a different league. Could Germany exploit Russia's revolution of March 1917 to lever Russia out of the First World War? Almost all the ingredients were in place. A major civilian uprising, restless troops at the front, and a toothless leadership in the rear. The Germans lacked just one piece of the jigsaw, a charismatic leader. But they had someone in mind. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin was leader of the Bolsheviks, a small group of extreme Russian radicals. They'd spent many hours over the past 14 years plotting revolution in coffee houses and prison cells. When at last it came, they were caught on the hop. Stalin was in Siberia, Bukharin was in New York, and Lenin was in Zurich. What torture it is for us, Lenin wrote, to be sitting here at such a time. He knew the Allies would never allow him passage. The obvious route lay through Germany and Sweden. But would Germany let him through? German agents had long been watching Lenin. They knew he wanted their enemy Russia out of the war.
Lenin's strong side is his organisational talent. He possesses the most brutal and relentless energy. Lenin's view is, it doesn't matter who wins the war. The defeat of Russia is preferable, victory worse.
Zimmermann counselled the Kaiser to approve Lenin's passage.
Since it is in our interest that the influence of the radical wing of the Russian revolutionaries should prevail, it would seem to me advisable to allow transit.
The Kaiser exploited Lenin as cynically as Lenin used the Kaiser, each thinking he had the better of the bargain. On the 10th of April 1917, Lenin, his wife Nadezhda Krupskaya, and his former mistress, Inessa Armand, boarded the train for Germany with other Bolsheviks. The Kaiser's paying for the journey, jeered rival Russian socialists. He'll be hanged as German spies.
Lenin stood listening and smiled. Hiss as much as you like, he said. We Bolsheviks will shuffle your cards and spoil your game.
To counter charges of working with the enemy, Lenin devised the fiction of a sealed train, claiming total isolation from the outside world. In fact, the group travelled in a regular carriage on a train that stopped frequently, taking 4 days to cross Germany. Though the train halted in Berlin, there's no evidence that Lenin met any German representatives. He knew the Germans were giving money to his Bolshevik party, but avoided direct contact. Germany's greatest help to Lenin's cause was getting him back to Russia. The night he arrived in Petrograd, Lenin addressed the crowd. Some were hostile.
Ought to stick our bayonets into a fellow like that. Must be a German.
But Lenin was soon winning converts, as Countess Irina Skaryatina saw.
Lenin is bald, terribly ugly, wears a crumpled old brown suit, speaks without any oratorical power, more like a college professor giving a lecture. Yet what he says drives the people crazy.
And what he said was, end the war, and by doing so give the people what they want, and what the provisional government had failed to deliver: peace, land and bread. Zimmerman had agents in Petrograd, monitoring Lenin's progress.
Lenin's entry into Russia successful. He is working exactly as we would wish.
Just as the Germans hoped, Lenin's ideas spread to the front.
The regiments have turned into hordes of bastards, holding meetings led by the Bolsheviks. Military life has come to a standstill. The soldiers want peace, no matter what the conditions are. They want to go home to work the land and enjoy the results of the revolution.
On the 18th of June 1917, news of secret German funding of the Bolsheviks leaked. Lenin fled the city, heavily disguised. But the Bolsheviks countered claims that Lenin was a spy, using printing presses bought with German money. And they set about building worker support, helping arm the most militant to create the Red Guard. Lenin reappeared on the night of the 6th of November 1917, leaving this safe house for the Bolshevik HQ. He knew power had to be seized now.
We must not wait. We may lose everything. The government is tottering. We must deal it the death blow. To delay action is the same as death.
Journalist John Reed was at the HQ.
In the hall, I ran into some of the Bolshevik leaders. One showed me a revolver. The game is on, he said, and his face was pale.
Throughout that night, the Bolsheviks secured key points across Petrograd, with hardly a shot fired. The city awoke to a new world order.
I've just heard some stunning news. The provisional government has been overthrown. The telegraph wires are buzzing with decrees of the new Bolshevik government. All land is to be transferred to the people.
The first thing the Bolsheviks did was to take Russia out of the war, freeing the Germans from a crippling fight on two fronts. Germany's gamble on Lenin had paid off.
The Bolsheviks have brought about the crucial event of the century. They've discharged millions of Russian soldiers and freed the Germans' hands. A hot steam bath awaits the Allies.
Revolution and subversion had released 44 German divisions for the Western Front. Germany now had a chance to win the First World War. In the next episode of the First World War, Germany launches a huge offensive on the Western Front, but her alliances start to crumble. It will be a race between victory and collapse. Spring 1918. Revolution had taken Russia out of the war, releasing 500,000 German soldiers from the east. For a brief moment, Germany outnumbered the Allies on the Western Front. Here was her chance to win the First World War.
We must strike at the earliest moment. before the Americans can throw strong forces into the scales. We must beat the British.
Behind the German lines, great armies rolled into position for the Michael Offensive, named after Germany's patron saint.
All the roads were crowded with columns on the march, eagerly pressing forward with countless guns and endless transport.
The German and the Allied air forces were closely matched, but Germany had the legendary ace, Baron Manfred von Richthofen. A special train carried his famous fighter squadron. Their brightly painted aircraft and daring antics had earned the nickname the Red Baron's Flying Circus. These pilots were Germany's heroes. Among them, the future Nazi leader of the Luftwaffe, Hermann Göring. The Red Baron's dog, Moritz, with his own flying gear. Von Richthofen had already downed 66 enemy planes. He looked to the Michael Offensive to swell his tally. The Allies knew the Germans were about to hit them. They just didn't know where. The French reinforced the Chemin des Dames ridge. The British strengthened the line guarding the Channel ports. But the Germans had their sights on the gap between, concentrating on a 12-mile sector where they knew the British were weak.
Just before the bombardment ended, the battalion commander Major Scherer started to sing Deutschland, Deutschland über alles. We all joined in. It was the first time I had heard our men singing the national anthem since the autumn of 1914.
"9:40 is 0 hour. One division after the other breaks through in a gigantic leap. Through the smashed wire entanglement, across no man's land, into the first enemy trench. Our bayonets are stuck in their bodies.
The morning fog was thick with poison gas. Some British never saw them coming.
We heard the sentry shout that the Germans were here, and we all made a grab for our arms. A party of Germans came behind us and called on us to surrender. Well, we hadn't anything to say in the matter, as there were hundreds to one. Seeing that the case was hopeless, we were taken, very much against our will.
Lieutenant Stewart was one of 21,000 British captured that day. Panic spread as senior officers, used to years of static trench warfare, lost control in the havoc.
As soon as communications with brigades ceased to exist, divisional headquarters in many cases became paralyzed. They'd become so wedded to a set-piece type of warfare that they were unable to function.
General Gough ordered what was left of the Fifth Army to withdraw.
We could hear large numbers of Boche on the roads in front. The tramp, tramp, tramp made one imagine the whole German army was advancing against my company.
This was the biggest breakthrough in over 3 years of trench warfare on the Western Front.
What our enemies never achieved, not even after month-long battles, we managed within 2 days. How happy and jolly the Kaiser must be. Finally, the initiative is back with us. It's a wonderful feeling.
Demoralized British troops retreated over the Somme battlefield of 1916, giving up ground for which so much blood had been shed.
It is pathetic to think that the old places where we were 2 years ago are now in the hands of the Hun, as also are the graves of many people we know.
Edward's sister, Vera Britton, was a nurse at Étaples, now flooded with casualties.
There's only a handful of us, sister, and there seems to be thousands of them, was the perpetual cry, whether the patient came from Bapaume or Peronne or St.
There are signs of the increasing scarcity of metal. In a small town near here, a sad ceremony took place. The ancient church bell, which had rung the people from cradle to grave for 300 years, was requisitioned. The inhabitants performed a funeral service for it. The bell was covered with wreaths and flowers and handed over to the military authorities under tears and protestations.
Lead pipes were ripped up from the streets and melted down into bullets. The war was gnawing at the vitals of Germany and Austria-Hungary, and people's hearts were turning against it. They wanted change, peace and democracy.
After a while, joy at the victory announcements abated. People stopped believing them. They weren't sure anymore what the truth was. I saw that the war had become old, and like an old person was no longer wanted. Surely peace must come soon. Something dangerous was building up in people. Something that smelled like rebellion.
Dangerous ideas were coming in from Russia, anti-war, revolutionary, carried by German troops being moved from Eastern to Western Front for the Great Offensive. At railway stations and on leave, these ideas took root amid the pessimism of the home front. Dominic Rickert was one of the soldiers ordered from east to west.
We were off to the front, so once again we had the pleasant prospect of being allowed a sweet heroic death for their beloved fatherland. We went through East Prussia, West Prussia, Brandenburg. Train after train crammed full of soldiers and war supplies rolled over from Russia to the west. Farm workers were in the fields. We waved. Almost all of them made the sign of having your throat cut.
Since 1917, letters from home to Germany's soldiers carried an increasingly defeatist message.
Beloved Fritz, hard work never seems to lessen. We would all do it ever so willingly if only this cursed war would end. Tomorrow it will be 2 years since our beloved brother was killed, and what a number has fallen in those years. In this small area we can count 33, and yet there is no end.
The Central Power's censorship of letters revealed the extent to which dangerous pacifist ideas were infiltrating society.
An understandable yearning for one's home, family, job can be detrimental to the soldier's resolution. the heavier these burdens weigh down on the spirit of the army, the more the army needs to rely on a strong foundation of belief.
Ludendorff used propaganda to boost the nation's morale. By now, his authority had spread into all aspects of life, military and civilian. In July 1917, he launched a patriotic instruction program to restore the army's faith in nation and cause. One of the propagandists was Major Walter Nicolai.
A German victory is necessary and possible. It is the only means of reaching a peace which is appropriate to its sacrifices. We must eradicate all doubt in a German victory.
Film became a key propaganda tool. A massive new studio, UFA, secretly funded by the military, made films to encourage the war effort. Here, Neptune, king of the seas, learns that the feast his mermaids bring him has floated down from British ships sunk by U-boats. He goes to Berlin to urge the public to keep buying war bonds. Propaganda also taught the importance of security and secrecy. In this film, a soldier's careless talk on the telephone to his wife is intercepted by the British. Ludendorff enlisted German women to spy on their fellow citizens and root out defeatism. Politician Hans-Peter Hansen described in his diary the covert mission of the Women's Home Army.
These women are given special instruction in espionage. They're to pay attention to conversations everywhere. They're to post themselves in front of food shops to prevent complaints. If they hear people making improper utterances, they are to demand their identity immediately and turn them over to the state attorney.
In these repressive times, politics grew more extreme. In July 1917, the German parliament, the Reichstag, passed a resolution calling for a negotiated peace with the Allies. But Hindenburg and Ludendorff welcomed the formation of the Fatherland Party to reunite the nation. Financed by industry and the army, and backed by the right, it launched savage propaganda attacks against all anti-war factions. But the party only fueled Germany's slide into dissent and division.
All outward distinctions of class and rank have to be avoided. The many who have grown rich through war are detested. Finer distinctions are not always made, and anyone wearing a fur mantle or well-made boots is suspected of being a war profiteer.
Hindenburg and Ludendorff were running Germany as a military dictatorship. They had marginalized the Kaiser.
The Kaiser is more and more the shadow of a king, and people talk openly of his abdication as a possibility very much desired.
In January 1918, frustration, war weariness and hunger drove 400,000 people onto the streets of Germany.
Enough with the murder at the front! Down with the war! We don't want to starve any longer!
This war will only end when Kaiser Wilhelm has to queue up for potatoes!
We're all croaking with hunger!
There has been a heavy battle between strikers and police at Moabit. A policeman has been shot. The strike is spreading. In North Berlin, streetcars were stopped, overturned, and used as barricades.
Kurt Eisner, a radical socialist leader, addressed the crowd.
Comrades, the battle has begun. For 3.5 years you have swallowed shameful lies and become accomplices to the terrible slaughter. If you give in now, the oppression will start all over again, and you will be sent to die in the name of the economic and military interests of a few. If you stand firm now, we will be victorious.
The German army responded by arresting 150 strike leaders and putting them on trial.
We are now entirely at the mercy of the military courts of justice. Anyone who strikes is being sent off to the front at once. In the darkest days of serfdom, men could not have been more in a state of slavery than we are in these days of militarism.
Over 3,000 strikers were sent to the front. It was a foolhardy decision, only likely to spread radical and pacifist ideas into the army.
The company was ordered to attend the burial of the cavalry captain in the military graveyard, where thousands of poor victims of European militarism already lay buried. Of course, there was a speech. The main words featured were fatherland, hero's death, honor, etc. In reality, that's all lies and deceit. The only people who die purely for the fatherland are the basic soldiers. The higher ranks are paid, so die for the money.
By March 1918, Germany's ally Austria-Hungary faced bankruptcy and famine. Joseph Redlich, a member of the Austrian parliament, was in despair.
The financial worries are crushing. All in all, the national debt is 75 billion. And all around the country, hunger is crushing the masses. Has such hunger ever been experienced by 100 million people and more?
Emperor Franz Joseph had died in 1916. His successor, Kaiser Karl, liberalized Austria and had a French wife Zita who disliked Germany. In 1917, he opened secret peace negotiations with France. The Germans felt betrayed. Then Austria started to waver in the one area where Germany was relying on her to hold firm: the Italian front. In November 1917, Austria-Hungary had beaten Italy at the Battle of Caporetto, capturing rich farmlands and thousands of prisoners. But the troops soon slaughtered the animals and emptied the granaries. By February 1918, warnings reached Vienna that Austro-Hungarian troops in the Alps and on the Venetian plains were near starvation.
The troops are no longer moved by incessant empty phrases that the hinterland is starving or that one must hold out. They must be adequately supplied to be able to live and fight. I therefore beg again for vigorous measures to overcome the present food crisis as quickly as possible.
But Vienna couldn't feed herself, let alone supply an army. In April 1918, Austrian General Landwehr, in charge of food distribution, took matters into his own hands. Grain barges from Romania passed through the city down the Danube to Germany. Landwehr ordered his men to hijack one.
Now Vienna had no bread. Something had to be done. The confiscation of the German grain barge was the only way out. This was simply street robbery, albeit an official one dictated by need. It was a violent action I had to take if I was to save Vienna from starvation.
Ludendorff was so enraged, he considered declaring war on Austria. And trouble was brewing with Germany's other main ally, Ottoman Turkey. Germany needed Turkey to hold the line against the British advance into the Middle East. But after 600 years, the Ottoman Empire was crumbling, and the British Empire was licking its lips. In March 1917, the British captured Baghdad. In December, they entered Jerusalem. The loss of both cities was a severe blow to Ottoman authority in the Middle East.
The words, "Jerusalem has fallen," spread like news of a death in the family. Jerusalem was in the hands of the English. How heroically the last Turks fought. We did not leave Jerusalem like the sons of Israel. We left it like Turks. Through the Mount of Olives, the evening shadows deepen and widen like a grave sucking in the whole of the Ottoman Empire. We now had to prepare our tears for Beirut, Damascus and Aleppo. Now we thought only of Anatolia and Istanbul. Goodbye to the empire and all its dreams and fancies.
The British Army had it all. They had built roads, even pipes to distribute water to the troops. We did not have any clean drinking water. A flask full of clean water was sold for a gold coin on the Turkish side.
In Turkey, as with her allies, the situation on the home front was so desperate it threatened her capacity to wage war. Turkey hadn't known peace for 7 years. The First World War was just the latest and most terrible in a string of conflicts. Most able-bodied men were in the army, or wounded or dead. The land was impoverished, the people near breaking point.
An old farmer with a 7-year-old girl, his grandchild, came to see me. The child's father had died in Gallipoli and the mother had died as well. He begged me, for God's sake, take this child and save her from starvation and death. I took the child. Back in Istanbul, I discovered that almost all of my officer friends had taken in poor children like that from the villages of Anatolia.
General Mustafa Kemal, Turkey's future leader, warned that this was a recipe for national disaster.
There are no bonds between the government and the people. What we call the people is now composed of women, disabled men and children. For all alike, the government is the power which insistently drives them to hunger and death. Every new step taken by the government increases the general hatred the people feel for it.
But far from relaxing the pressure on the Turkish people, their war leader, Enver Pasha, had even bigger demands to make on them. While Britain swallowed up the old Ottoman Empire in the south, Enver looked east, dreaming of a new Turkish empire extending into Central Asia.
Our destiny forces us to move from the south to the east, where our blood, our roots, our language and, most importantly, our future lie.
Ludendorff also had plans which ignored the parlous state of the Turkish army. By May 1918, he had a crazy idea for Enver to strike at the heart of the British Empire.
Even if we are victorious in France, it is still in no way certain that we can force the English to a peace acceptable to us if we are not able to threaten their most sensitive spot, India.
Enver stuck to his own agenda, and that included sending his newly formed army of Islam to capture the oil-rich city of Baku. Britain and Germany also had Baku in their sights. Now the scramble for Central Asia was on.
The speed and energy of the Turkish advance seems to have taken Europe by surprise. They hadn't thought Turkey was able to carry out such deeds.
Ludendorff was furious to find yet again an ally trying to steal resources from Germany.
Unless the Turkish advance on Baku is halted at once and the troops are withdrawn to their original positions, I shall have to propose to His Majesty the Kaiser the recall of the German officers in the Turkish High Command.
While they were bickering, Britain sneaked into Baku first. Turkey's commanders like Vejihi Bey were growing bitter over the cost of her alliance with Germany.
We thought we were sacrificing ourselves for the common good of the Germans and Turks. Oh, this shining silvered plan. We've sacrificed millions of our sons for a dream.
A woman is asking everyone she sees, "Have you seen my Ahmed?" Which Ahmed? Which of the 100,000 Ahmeds? He went this way, she said. That way? To the Suez Canal? Sarikamish or Baghdad? Was your Ahmed swallowed by ice, sand, or bitten by scorpions? No. None of us have seen your Ahmed. But he has seen hell. If we could only explain to a mother what we gained from it, news to make her proud. But we lost Ahmed in a gamble.
Regardless of the Central Powers' mounting problems, Ludendorff's push on the Western Front was storming ahead.
We're going like hell, on and on, day and night. Our baggage is somewhere in the rear and nobody expects to see it again. We're glad if ration carts and field kitchens can get up to us at night. Now we go forward, past craters and trenches, captured gun positions, ration dumps and clothing depots. Our cars now run on the best English rubber tires. We smoke none but English cigarettes and plaster our boots with lovely English boot polish. All unheard of things which belonged to a fairyland a long time ago.
The British Fifth Army fell back in disorder before the Germans. Von Houtier's 18th Army had advanced the furthest. They encountered slight resistance because the areas they reached were of lesser strategic importance to the Allies. Instead of reining von Houtier in and turning his army against Allied strongholds, Ludendorff rewarded him with medals and reinforcements. Crown Prince Ruprecht, commanding 4 of the German armies, saw big trouble ahead.
German High Command has changed direction. It has made its decisions according to the size of its territorial gain, rather than according to operational goals.
The problem was Ludendorff. He had an eye for detailed battlefield tactics, but was blind to the big strategic picture. His army's spectacular advance had no vital objective. Indeed, woe betide a staff officer who dared ask Ludendorff what the operation was meant to achieve.
I object to the word operation. We will punch a hole into their line. For the rest, we shall see.
Rudolf Binding, at the cutting edge of the Second Army, realized that the speed of the German advance across this open, undefended ground was a problem in itself.
One cannot go on victoriously forever without ammunition or any sort of reinforcements. Behind us lies the wilderness. The thing which annoys and upsets us again and again are the exaggerations of the newspapers and the telegrams to crowned heads about the decisive victory.
The German advance, which looked so good on paper, had dangerously outstripped its supply lines. Some units were so far ahead, no one was quite sure where they were, and the Germans had neither the horses to pull the supply carts, nor enough fodder.
The sun dries out the poor earth to dust. I don't know what we will live off. Already we have no oats. If we have a bad harvest, then we can send the horses to the sausage factory.
The deeper the Germans penetrated Allied lines, the more their own deprivations were forced home to them.
Like a vision from the promised land, we are already in the English rest areas, a land flowing with milk and honey. Our men can hardly be distinguished from English soldiers. Every one wears at least a leather jerkin, a waterproof, either short or long. There's no doubt the army is looting with some zest.
On the 23rd of March, Ludendorff suddenly dreamed up a real objective, the city of Amiens. Amiens was a hub of the Allied railway system, the key junction between northern France and Paris. Amiens' loss would be a calamity for the Allies, as French General Ferdinand Foch realized.
We must fight in front of Amiens. We must fight where we are now. As we have not been able to stop the Germans on the Somme, we must now not retire a single inch.
The German Second Army set out for Amiens, but slowed and halted on the way. Rudolf Binding was sent to investigate.
Today the advance of our infantry suddenly stopped near Albert. Nobody could understand why. Strange figures who looked like soldiers were making their way back out of town, men carrying a bottle of wine under their arm and another in their hand. The advance was held up, and there was no means of getting it going again for hours.
The German troops had found French towns full of food and drink, in quantities and qualities they hadn't seen for years.
Whole divisions had entirely gorged themselves on food and liquor and failed to press the vital attack.
The Second Army had lost precious time and momentum. Here, outside Amiens on the 4th of April, a combined Australian and British force stopped the Germans. Ludendorff called off the Michael offensive. His lack of a strategic plan and the failure to supply his troops had squandered a priceless opportunity. His officers were now seriously concerned.
Ludendorff has totally lost his nerve.
How will this war end? England is still unbeaten.
The physical exhaustion of the infantry was so great that finally the men could hardly fire their rifles. They let themselves be slowly wiped out, almost without caring.
Then Germany's greatest hero, Baron von Richthofen, was shot down behind British lines on the 21st of April, shortly after his 80th kill. The Allies buried him with full military honours. A British plane then flew over his headquarters, dropping a photograph of von Richthofen's grave. The Baron's was the most public German death, but he was one of over 230,000 casualties in just 1 month. Germany was running out of men, having failed to capitalize on Russia's withdrawal from the war. Throughout June, the Germans grew weaker and the Allies stronger. On the 15th of July, Ludendorff launched the last German offensive of the First World War.
I have lived through the most disheartening day of the whole war. The French deliberately lured us across rusty snakes of barbed wire. We only managed to advance about 3 kilometers. Everything seemed to go wrong.
Then the French struck back at the Marne. Their counteroffensive battered the exhausted German army.
It looks as though we are being thrown against the largest enemy counteroffensive of all time. And it was supposed to be our offensive. We could never have dreamt that this would happen. Ever.
Germany had suffered nearly 1 million casualties since the glory days of March. Her great gamble had failed, and the tables were turning against her. In the next episode of the First World War, the strange sudden ending of the war, the bitter legacy of Versailles, and the search for meaning in the terrible losses. By summer 1918, the war had been going for 4 terrible years, and the end seemed nowhere in sight.
Unless we can look ahead and plan for 1919, we shall be in the same melancholy position next year as we are this. Do the means of beating the German armies in 1919 exist? Have we the willpower?
Since spring 1918, the Allies on the Western Front had been battered by German offensives. But in August, the Allies secretly assembled a strike force in northern France. 100,000 men of the Australian and Canadian Corps were backed by 400 tanks, 1,900 planes, 2,000 guns, 3 cavalry divisions. General Sir Henry Rawlinson, British commander at the Somme in 1916, had learnt from the past. He embraced new ideas, the close combination of men and machinery, the importance of achievable goals.
My only difficulty will be to get enough divisions and to keep the thing secret.
Rawlinson aimed his assault at a weak 12-mile sector of the German line, east of Amiens. He had the French in support to the south. General Erich Ludendorff, Joint Commander-in-Chief of the German Army, neither knew of an attack nor feared one.
We should wish for nothing better than to see the enemy launch an offensive.
100,000 infantry are standing grimly, silently.
All feel to make sure their bayonets are firmly locked. The section officer counts the last seconds.
The speed was terrific. Within a few moments of the Huns running from our tanks and infantry, our guns were coming up into new forward positions. It was glorious to be in the rush of an advance.
The Allied attack sent the Germans reeling. By nightfall, Rawlinson's Fourth Army had advanced 8 miles. They killed and seriously wounded 9,000 Germans and captured 18,000 more. Ludendorff declared the 8th of August the Black Day of the German army. General Paul von Hindenburg steadied him, but both knew the Battle of Amiens was the beginning of the end. Mighty as Germany looked on the map, her armies on the Western Front were near the end of their tether. Exhausted, hungry, fed up. Their generals had given them neither clear aims nor adequate supplies. The Germans had lost nearly 1 million men since March. Ludendorff blamed the home front for spreading defeatism.
I was told of behaviour which I openly confess I should not have thought possible in the German army. Whole bodies of our men had surrendered to single soldiers.
Germany's problems went beyond poor morale. She'd lost a string of vital battles. The Battle of the Factories and Technology. Germany had built just 20 tanks. The Allies, over 4,000. She'd lost the Battle of Manpower. 250,000 Americans were pouring into France every month. She'd lost the Battle of Command. The Allies worked together under the leadership of Marshal Ferdinand Foch. But Ludendorff's generals despaired of his lack of strategic plan, and some feared for his mental health.
Great crisis this morning, very nerve-wracking. Ludendorff is a bundle of nerves. It's never his fault. He looks everywhere for scapegoats.
After Amiens, Foch orchestrated a series of attacks up and down the German lines. First French, then British, now American. The Germans fell back under the rain of blows. While the Allies were pulling together, the Central Powers were tearing apart. In Austria-Hungary, 1/3 of 1 million soldiers had deserted. The people at home were starving. The multi-ethnic empire was splintering. Its Poles, Czechs and Bosnians saw defeat as their chance to pursue independence. In mid-September, the Austrian Emperor Karl told the Kaiser he wanted to negotiate with the Allies. The Kaiser begged him not to.
I cannot refrain from expressing to you my astonishment and sorrow that you could even think of doing this. You must know how destructive this course of action is.
But Karl had already sent his proposal for talks to the Allies, and they just threw it back in his face. Another great empire allied to Germany was dying. The 600-year-old Ottoman Empire was a spent force. Britain was driving the Turks out of Mesopotamia, Palestine and Syria. They were now fighting for their lives, not for Germany. Then the third link in Germany's alliance chain started to give way. Germany needed Bulgaria to hold the Balkan front. But by September 1918, a huge Allied force had gathered in Macedonia. If the Bulgarians folded, the Allies' way would be clear to Austria-Hungary. The Bulgarians were dug into these trenches, their morale cracking. Crown Prince Boris was almost attacked by his own soldiers when he visited the front.
We are naked, barefoot and hungry.
An empty knapsack does not guard a frontier.
The First World War had begun in the Balkans, with Serbia as the tinderbox. Now, as part of the Allied force, she was in at the kill. And for the Serbs, it was personal. In 1915, the Bulgarians had helped kick them out of their homeland. Here was the Serbs' chance for revenge.
The heavy artillery made the Bulgarians crawl deep into their shelters. All the excitement made my hair stand on end. My blood was up.
The Allies smashed through the Bulgarian lines and rolled north. On the 28th of September, Bulgaria sued for peace. When he heard this, Ludendorff suffered a fit, collapsing to the floor, foaming at the mouth. The very next day, he learned the Allies had breached the Hindenburg Line along the Saint-Quentin Canal, Germany's last fixed line of defense on the Western Front. Two days later, on the 1st of October, Ludendorff summoned his senior staff to his headquarters in Spa. Among them, Colonel Albrecht von Thaer.
Ludendorff stood up. His face was pale and full of deep worry. He said it was his duty to tell us that our military condition was terribly serious.
Bulgaria has already been lost. Austria and Turkey are both at the end of their strength. Any day now, our Western Front could be breached. Therefore, the Supreme Army Command demands that a proposal for bringing about peace be made without delay.
Ludendorff's stark decision to ask for an armistice, or ceasefire, was a terrible shock. Generals quietly sobbed. When Ludendorff left the room, Thaer followed him.
I grabbed his right arm with both hands and said, "Your Excellency, can it be true? Is that the last word? Am I awake or dreaming?" I was completely beside myself. He remained calm and gentle and said to me with a deeply sorrowful smile, "Unfortunately, that is how it is, and I see no other way out."
To the German people in October 1918, the prospect of an armistice seemed heaven-sent.
A great sigh of relief escapes from the lips of the tormented nation. This means peace you can hear at every corner of the streets. And peace smiles in the eyes of every little shopgirl in the baker's or grocer's.
Germany's soldiers had kept her politicians in the dark about the string of military disasters. So the news that they wanted an armistice came as a bolt from the blue.
The deputies were absolutely broken. Ebert turned white as a sheet and didn't utter a single word. Stresemann looked as if he'd had an accident. Secretary Waldo is believed to have left the room saying, "The only thing left to do is to shoot oneself in the head."
But peace talks were still a way off. First, the terms of the ceasefire would have to be settled. Germany approached US President Woodrow Wilson, asking him to broker the armistice with the Allies. They chose him because he'd already proposed a peace plan, the 14 Points. French Prime Minister Clemenceau was unimpressed.
14 points? The good Lord has only 10.
Wilson's points were an idealistic package of liberal principles, including rights to national self-determination and a League of Nations to watch over it all. Germany believed Wilson would secure a fair deal for them on this basis.
We are ready to be just to the German people, to deal fairly with the German power as with all others. To propose anything but justice to Germany would be to renounce and dishonor our own cause.
But Wilson also insisted Germany had to admit defeat and democratize. And Britain and France didn't want to talk about a new world order until the war was over. While the politicians argued, the fighting raged on. Germany's U-boats continued to sink Allied ships in the Atlantic. And as her armies retreated across France, they looted and laid waste. "14-year-old Yves Congar had kept a diary throughout the German occupation of his hometown of Sedan. He longed for freedom, but dreaded the price the French would have to pay for it.
So here it is, the great moment we spent the last 4 years waiting, hoping, begging for, and yet it brings with it the horror of bombing, gas, fire, perhaps death. We may never see our friends again. Many might be killed, the entire town destroyed. Our one great hope is an armistice."
The First World War did not go quietly. The final months were more lethal than the trench war of past years had been. Men now had to leave the safety of trenches and cross open ground with little place to hide from sweeping machine gun and shell fire. British casualties in autumn 1918 were higher than those exactly a year before, during the terrible Battle of Passchendaele, the epitome of trench slaughter. And the closer to peace, the harder it was to bear the losses.
It was a slaughterhouse, just a mass of mangled flesh and blood. Bob's head was hanging off. You couldn't tell which was Harris and which was Kempton. What was left of them was in pieces. We knew the enemy was beaten. After 3 years in France and the end so near. Bob, killed. Harris, who'd left a young bride, killed. Jimmy Fuchs, whose time was nearly up, killed. Kempton, who also was due for leave, killed.
General Haig had seemed careless with his men's lives at the Battle of the Somme in 1916. Now he argued for stopping the war without a total defeat of the Germans.
The British alone might bring the enemy to his knees, but why expend more British lives? And for what?
French General Charles Mangin insisted this would only store up trouble for the future.
No, no, no. We must go right into the heart of Germany. The Germans will not admit they were beaten. It is a fatal error, and France will pay for it.
But with winter setting in, any invasion of Germany would have to wait till spring 1919. By then, the Germans might have renewed their strength. Marshal Foch believed France would get what she wanted by negotiation. No need to battle on to Berlin. So the Allies set out to achieve on paper what their armies had not done in the field: obtain Germany's unconditional surrender. Foch chose to meet the Germans in Compiègne, 45 miles northeast of Paris, in a secluded forest through which a railway line conveniently ran. In his train on the 8th of November, Foch handed the armistice conditions to politician Matthias Erzberger, leader of the German delegation. Erzberger was visibly shaken by the terms Germany would have to accept just to obtain a ceasefire. Germany would have to evacuate Belgium and France, surrender her fleet, and pay compensation. The Allies would continue their blockade, disarm the Germans, and occupy the left bank of the Rhine. Germany was being forced to capitulate. Meanwhile, the country Erzberger represented was falling apart, its cities swept by revolution. The German people, exhausted by war and hunger, wanted democracy in and the Kaiser out. But it was the German army which forced the Kaiser to abdicate. He asked his generals to turn the army against the people, but the generals refused.
The army will return home in good order under its generals, but not under the command of your majesty. It no longer stands behind your majesty.
The Prussian dynasty of Frederick the Great was over. The next day, the Kaiser slipped into exile in Holland. He would live long enough to hear that Germany had beaten France in 1940. He never accepted that in 1918, his army had been defeated.
For 30 years, the army was my pride. Now, after 4.5 brilliant years of war, with unprecedented victories, it was brought down by a stab in the back from the dagger of the revolutionaries at the very moment when peace was within reach.
Most Germans rejoiced at the news that the Kaiser had gone.
I felt as if a heavy weight had suddenly been lifted from my heart. This definitely means the armistice will be signed.
Back in the forest at Compiègne, Erzberger now found himself representing the German Republic. At 5 a.m. on the 11th of November, he signed the armistice.
Hostilities temporarily cease, 1100 today, when all offensive action will cease. Present outpost line to be maintained and no troops to pass east of it other than road etc. reconnaissance and working parties. No conversation with enemy to be allowed.
The most remarkable feature was the uncanny silence. The war was over.
Peace and safety was a new thing. It could not be grasped in a moment.
A dreadful blow. I was just beginning to enjoy it.
No more slaughter. No more maiming. No more mud and blood. No more shoveling bits of men's bodies and dumping them into sandbags. No more writing those dreadfully difficult letters to the next of kin of the dead. A strange and unreal thought was running through my mind. I had a future.
It was the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month.
A great cheer arose all along the line. We could hear the men, 1,000 yards in front, raising holy hell. The French, behind our position, were dancing, shouting, and waving bottles of wine.
We were stupefied to see crowds of Boche running over to us between the minefields with their hands up and yelling like mad. They were crazy for cigarettes and chocolate. We had some burned rice that our boys wouldn't eat, and they fell on it like wolves.
Our soldiers were choked with emotion. I thought about my family, about all the women of France. Except those who are alone and who cry.
One great wave of joy swept round the world and found its way to every nook and cranny. No one was more delighted than our African soldiers, who cheered themselves hoarse.
Everybody came out. Disabled old men, old women in slippers, and housewives leaving lunch on the stove.
I wept with joy. 5,000 Indian soldiers lit their torches. The hilltops burst into fire with scores of bonfires.
I found myself arm in arm with soldiers I had never seen before. I forgot where we went, toured the streets, and sang and sang. The significance of what it means was overwhelming. Peace.
People whose lives were shaped by the war went home. People the world did not yet know. Ernest Hemingway, Bertolt Brecht, Harold Macmillan, Vera Brittain, Charles de Gaulle, Joseph Tito, Benito Mussolini, David Ben-Gurion, Mustafa Kemal. And one of the most insignificant of them all, for now, Adolf Hitler. The German armies in France and Belgium headed home.
How we had looked forward to this moment. We used to picture it as the most splendid event of our lives. And here we are now, humbled, our souls torn and bleeding. But we can be proud of our performance. Never before has a nation, a single army, had the whole world against it and stood its ground. We protected our homeland. They never got into Germany.
In mid-December 1918, the first German troops arrived in Berlin. The people welcomed them as an army with no cause to feel ashamed.
The men wore green laurel wreaths over their steel helmets. The machine guns were garlanded with green branches. Many a soldier had a child or sweetheart on his flower-wreathed horse. A feeling of confidence A fresh hope in the future seems to have returned with the troops.
Germany's new Republican Chancellor, Friedrich Ebert, reinforced the dangerous illusion that they had not been beaten in this war.
I salute you, who return unvanquished from the field of battle.
The Allies were in no doubt who had beaten whom. Allied troops moved into Germany and began their watch on the Rhine. The German fleet was surrendered to Britain, and the Allies assembled in Paris to dictate the terms of the peace. US President Woodrow Wilson crossed the Atlantic to put his idealism to the test.
We have used the great words right and justice, and now we are to prove whether or not we understand those words and how they are to be applied.
But the world had not stood still between the end of the war and the start of the peace talks. On the 22nd of November 1918, the Belgian King Albert came home in triumph to Brussels. Occupied lands had been won back. The French repossessed Alsace-Lorraine.
What a moving welcome. The people were so happy and smiling. Some were pale and cried while they greeted us. They all speak absolutely pure French. They really are French, all those locals. We were treated like victors, like saviors.
These scenes confirmed that France and Belgium had been liberated from an evil grip, that this was a victory for the Allies. And in Eastern Europe, new nations arose out of shattered empires. They didn't wait for the peace conference to bring them self-determination. They tore down all signs of foreign rule and put up new frontiers. Poland carved a vast territory out of Germany and Russia. Czechoslovakia took land from Austria and Hungary. And Serbia realized the aim she'd started the war over by founding her own Slav superstate. The peace talks would recognize these new nations. They did not create them. "27 countries met in Paris to divide the spoils and define the peace. The losers were not invited.
We are going into these negotiations with our mouths full of fine phrases and our brains seething with dark thoughts.
The big decisions were made by the Council of Four. Prime Ministers Orlando of Italy, Lloyd George of Britain, Clemenceau of France, and US President Wilson. All liberals, but with very different agendas and forceful personalities.
Arguments between Lloyd George and myself were so violent, Wilson had to interpose between us with outstretched arms, saying pleasantly, "I have never come across two such unreasonable men."
Clemenceau wanted Germany restrained for the sake of French security. Orlando wanted more territory for Italy. Lloyd George looked beyond Europe to safeguard the British Empire. Wilson wanted his new world order with justice and democracy for all. But first, There was the little matter of settling the war, and that would force Wilson to compromise his ideals. The Big Four did not go into the talks planning to pin guilt for the war on Germany. But when they realized how much the war had cost, they looked for someone to foot the bill. France owed billions to Britain and America for financing her war. Britain couldn't afford to waive the debt, and America wouldn't. So the Allies turned to Germany. But she could only be made to pay up if she accepted blame for the war. So the Allies included a clause pinning the guilt on Germany.
Germany accepts the responsibility of Germany and her allies for causing all the loss and damage to which the Allied and associated governments and their nationals have been subjected as a consequence of the war imposed upon them by the aggression of Germany and her allies.
On the 7th of May 1919, the German delegation came to collect the treaty, expecting to find an even-handed settlement infused with Wilson's sense of fair play. They were horrified by what they read. 440 articles beating Germany into submission. The Germans protested so vehemently, particularly against the requirement to admit war guilt, that Lloyd George worried that the Allies had gone too far. A member of his own delegation, the renowned economist John Maynard Keynes, was openly critical. He felt that forcing Germany to pay reparations could ruin Europe, politically and economically.
The policy of reducing Germany to servitude for a generation, of degrading the lives of millions of human beings, should be abhorrent and detestable.
But Clemenceau believed the terms were fully justified, and Wilson's line had toughened. He had wanted to treat Germany fairly, but as a liberal he was appalled by the way she'd waged war, and as President of the United States, he wanted America's loans repaid.
It is a good thing that the terms should be so hard, so that Germany may know what an unjust war means. If the Germans won't sign, then we must renew the war.
Germany did sign on the 28th of June 1919 in the Hall of Mirrors in Versailles, 5 years to the day after the Sarajevo assassination that had triggered the war. The settlement was far from perfect. The much-touted principle that people should govern themselves was not applied outside Europe, and imperialism was condoned. But Wilson achieved his great goal, the creation of the first global forum, the League of Nations. In the event, the Allies wound up with the worst of both worlds. The Germans paid little in reparations, and the League of Nations proved powerless to force them. And the Versailles terms left some Germans, like future Nazi Rudolf Hess, smouldering with resentment, with disastrous consequences.
The only thing that keeps me going is the hope for the day of revenge, however far off it may be. I wonder whether it'll happen in my lifetime.
Marshal Ferdinand Foch felt the Allies hadn't been tough enough, and realized the world would have to go to war again.
This is not peace. It is an armistice for 20 years.
He got it wrong by just 65 days. Men were killed in the war's final hours, whose last letters did not reach home for weeks. Men like Marius Socas, who wrote to his father in Morocco.
Dear Dad, if I were to die in a future attack, don't cry. There's no point. I would only be doing my duty, and would die like many others for a noble cause. a great ideal. I am proud to be your son, and I want to tell you today because who knows what the future holds. I love you more than I have ever shown you. Love and kisses, Marius.
Around 10 million soldiers were killed in the war, prompting Lloyd George's sardonic comment.
When I look at the appalling casualty lists, I sometimes wish it had not been necessary to win so many great victories.
The tidy rows of crosses sanitize the deaths. They often cover mass graves, with a man represented only by the part of him that could be found and identified. Verdun in France has a huge vault, full of bones. Some of the millions posted missing in the war, the place and circumstance of their death unknown. No one is certain how many civilians died, women, children and elderly, caught in the mayhem of the Eastern Front, in the flight of the Serb nation in 1915, in the Armenian massacres, in occupied France and Belgium. Then in 1918, influenza broke out, eventually killing 20 million soldiers and civilians around the world. 20 million men were wounded by the war, of whom several million were badly mutilated. The French called one category the gueule cassée, the broken faces. Some were given human masks to hide their wounds. New faces, new legs, new arms. New minds were more difficult. No one really knew what to do with the victims of shell shock. Soldiers with a range of disorders were filmed, including 19-year-old Private Preston, his memory blank, responsive only to the word bombs. Over the decades which followed, the suffering and the dying and the sense of futile waste, central themes in the war's poetry, came to dominate our perceptions.
Come back. Come back. You didn't want to die. And all this war's a sham, a stinking lie. And the glory that our fathers laud so well, a crowd of corpses freed from pangs of hell.
But in its immediate aftermath, when the memorials went up around the world, the First World War was not seen solely in terms of senseless slaughter. Their designs and inscriptions defined the war in positive terms. For defense against aggression, for love of one's country, for glory.
So much hardship, so much heroism, and now such overwhelming glory. Anything after this can be no more than an anticlimax.
Germany too celebrated victory where she could. A gigantic monument was built in 1927 at Tannenberg to commemorate Germany's triumph over the Russians in 1914. It was inaugurated by Field Marshal Hindenburg. The war may have been lost, but the dead were proclaimed as heroes, the struggle itself honoured.
Though the aim for which I fought was not to be achieved, we learnt once and for all to stand for a cause, and, if necessary, to fall, as befitted men.
Many Allied memorials spelt out the values felt to be at stake during the war. In the stained glass window in Canterbury University, New Zealand, the Central Powers are depicted as the dragon of brutality and ignorance. The Allied troops have humanity and justice on their side, and are naturally victorious. The years after the war were defined by the search for significance in the loss. National symbols like the cenotaph and the unknown warrior helped answer the question in so many people's minds: what did all the suffering mean? In 1920, the body of an unidentified British soldier was exhumed in France and transported home. On the 11th of November, the unknown warrior was brought to Whitehall.
He did not seem an unknown warrior. He was known to us all. He was one of our boys. To some women, he was their own boy, who went missing. To many men wearing ribbons and badges, he was one of their comrades. It was the steel helmet, the old tin hat, lying there on the crimson of the flag, which revealed him instantly.
Herbert Thompson had lost his eyesight in the war. He could not see the proceedings, but he could feel them.
There was ineffable sadness and melancholy, yet a message of inspiration and hope, as if the spirit of the unknown soldier had whispered, "Courage, brother, hope on." I felt with my comrades almost ashamed that I had given so little, while he who was sleeping by us had given all.
Vera Brittain had served in France as a nurse during the war. She lost her fiancé, 2 close friends, her only brother. She went back in 1921.
At Amiens, we stood in the dimness of the once-threatened cathedral. We looked up with reminiscent melancholy at the still-bordered stained-glass windows smashed by German shells, realizing with sudden surprise that in my own mind the anger and resentment had died long ago, leaving only an everlasting sorrow and a passionate pity.
The First World War had achieved its basic aim of containing German and Austrian militarism, at least for the moment. It moved Europe from the age of empires to the era of nation-states. It gave Eastern European peoples their independence. It gave a sense of national identity to Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. It helped Russia become the world's first communist state, and launched America as a world power. The ideas for which men fought have proved lasting: democracy and liberalism, religious faith and nationalism. But the First World War solved few of the grievances over which it was fought. We live with its unresolved consequences in the Middle East, the Balkans, Ireland. It wasn't the war to end all wars, not just because it left dangerous loose ends, but because it bequeathed the world a terrible message: that war can affect change, that war can fulfill ambitions, that war can work. The battlefields were tidied up, or ploughed over, or just abandoned. But they held their grip on the soldiers who'd fought on them, on those who dared go back.
I saw again with a pang of anguish the trenches, damp and muddy, and was surprised to have lived there for 4 years. So moving because of the endless silence, the gloomy, barren, deserted look. Old churches pierced, chipped, ripped open, and barbed wire everywhere. Life resumes. Things remain the same. We're the only ones who have changed.